Every orbit, the blinds return. They are the only seats that cannot be avoided, the constant reminder that poker is not always played from comfort. In these positions, you act from the shadows, defending against the table's rhythm. Yet within this disadvantage lies truth. Awareness grows stronger when vision is limited. To play from the blinds is to learn patience, humility, and presence. Here, you find stillness, not by avoiding pressure, but by breathing through it. Chapter 1. The Weight of the Blinds. When the orbit reaches you, the game asks for payment before permission. In tournament play, the blinds are the cost of participation, an unavoidable rhythm that tests patience and emotional balance. The small blind and big blind are not just mechanical obligations, they are recurring lessons in control. Every orbit spent in these seats is practice in how to act when your decisions begin from weakness. The first truth of the blinds is that they distort perception. Because you are already invested, your brain wants to continue. That small fraction of a stack already in the pot feels like ownership, but awareness begins with separating feeling from structure. The strategist understands that the big blind is not a reason to defend, it is simply a ratio. The money is already gone. Every decision must be fresh, built on odds and rhythm, not attachment. In the early stages of a tournament, when stacks are 100 big blinds or deeper, the blinds are gentle. Each forced bet represents less than 2% of your total holdings. But as levels climb and stacks shorten, their weight becomes emotional. At 40 big blinds, a single orbit costs 1/10 of your stack. At 20 big blinds, every rotation begins to feel like pressure. This pressure is not something to fear. It is part of the game's tempo. The skilled player treats it as background noise and continues to operate from structure. Your goal in these seats is not to win pots, but to lose well. That sounds paradoxical, yet it defines professional consistency. Every time you fold correctly, you preserve a fraction of your stack and a portion of your focus. Each defend should be a choice made through ratio thinking. Ask yourself what price you are being offered, and what portion of your range can profit from that offer. Against a minimum raise, the big blind is often receiving better than 3-1. That means you can defend many holdings profitably, but only if you play them calmly and without emotional escalation after the flop. The small blind functions differently. It carries half investment, but zero positional advantage. When you act first on every street, information becomes scarce, and variance increases. That is why the small blind is usually a raise or fold position. Completing is viable only when the big blind is passive or deep stacked. Otherwise, simplicity protects clarity. The disciplined player avoids the temptation to see a cheap flop, and instead evaluates whether the risk fits their rhythm. From the blinds you experience the full rotation of human intention. Every player on the table acts before you, revealing fragments of rhythm. That visibility is your compensation for positional loss. By watching patterns, who raises quickly, who hesitates, who folds rhythmically, you begin to anticipate motion. Awareness replaces position. This observational layer is what turns disadvantage into advantage over time. Strategically, you construct blind ranges like concentric circles. The center represents your strongest holdings, pairs, broadways, suited aces. The outer layers widen as price improves and opponent's aggression softens. Against a single min-raise from late position, your big blind can defend nearly half the deck, yet that does not mean half the deck should be played identically. Each holding lives within a different plan. Suited connectors and small pairs favor low boards and multi-street patience. offsuit broadways, perform best against shallow stacks, where top pair value is enough. The deeper the stacks, the more post-flop skill determines profit, not pre-flop math. The blind player's edge comes from emotional control. Acting first forces you to commit decisions before seeing reactions. That absence of feedback can create internal noise, doubt, hesitation, the urge to overprotect what you have already paid. The calm strategist transforms that noise into rhythm. Instead of chasing certainty, you operate through structure. Check when uncertain, bet when range advantage is clear, fold when the flow has passed. Each orbit becomes a meditation on impermanence. You contribute, you defend, you fold, and the dealer button moves on. There is no permanence in the blinds, only repetition. Learning to breathe through that repetition trains the same skill that wins tournaments: emotional neutrality. When others tilt at forced losses, you remain even. Over thousands of hands, that equilibrium becomes edge. Ratio thinking brings order. Imagine your defense decisions not in absolute chips, but in big blind equivalents. When facing a 2.5 big blind open, and you already have one invested, you are risking 1.5 to win 4. That ratio tells you more than any number of chips could. It becomes a universal language that keeps your mind detached from fear. The same ratio framework applies post-flop. Each bet is a fraction of the total, each call a measured piece of your endurance. By focusing on fractions, not currency, you stay aligned with the structure rather than emotion. In tournaments, the blinds accelerate pressure by design. Every few minutes, the ratio of forced investment to stack depth increases. Those who fail to adapt view this as punishment. Those who understand structure treat it as incentive. Rising blinds require tighter ranges and sharper awareness, but the internal state should remain unchanged. The rhythm quickens, but your breath does not. One of the hardest lessons from the blinds is that discipline outperforms creativity. Players often attempt fancy moves to win back their blind contributions. They float flops with no plan, fire turns without range advantage, and justify it as defending pride. True defense is mathematical serenity, selecting strong ranges, controlling pot size, and accepting that most hands will end quietly. You are not here to resist the table, you are here to endure it. Over time, this endurance becomes intuition. The mind learns to measure hands by feel, yet that feel is built on thousands of structured choices. Every calm fold, every disciplined call, every patient check forms the subconscious map that guides your future instincts. The player who treats each blind as practice builds invisible skill, while others chase temporary relief. To play the blinds well is to understand limitation. You cannot control position, action, or the flow of aggression, but you can control pace, breath, and structure. Each of those elements belongs entirely to you. Awareness turns forced investment into voluntary practice. The small blind and big blind are no longer taxes, they are mirrors. They reflect how you respond when control is gone. The orbit continues. Chips leave, chips return. Some hands win, most do not. What remains constant is rhythm, the steady pulse of awareness that guides every defense, every fold, every call. To carry that rhythm forward is to carry the game itself, quietly, within your breath. Chapter 2: Awareness in Disadvantage. Playing from the blinds begins as an act of surrender. You start each hand already invested and already behind in position. Yet within that disadvantage lives the clearest view of the table. Everyone acts before you. Their movement, timing, and energy form a rhythm that only you can hear from this seat. Awareness begins not with cards, but with attention. When you sit in the small blind or big blind, you witness the table's pattern unfold from the outside in. You see who raises quickly and who hesitates. You notice how long players take to fold marginal hands. You sense when their chips move decisively and when they slide with doubt. Every piece of this rhythm informs you. Awareness means collecting these fragments quietly, without judgment, until a picture begins to form. The blinds teach patience because they demand stillness before action. You cannot influence the hand until everyone else has moved. That waiting becomes a form of study. Each orbit grants another opportunity to measure consistency. Some players repeat the same size every open. Others adjust slightly when they feel pressure. Awareness sharpens when you stop labeling those differences as random and begin recognizing them as emotional traces. From a strategic standpoint, awareness replaces position. Because you act without advantage, your decisions must rely on the information already revealed. A player who opens from early position shows strength through structure. A button open signals range, width, and potential weakness. You convert this awareness into ratio thinking. Against tight ranges, defend less. Against wide ranges, defend more. The blinds are not static. They breathe with the rhythm of the table. When facing aggression, awareness must extend beyond math. Ratios matter: the price offered, the stack behind, the pot odds, but so does pace. If a late position player has been attacking relentlessly, their open frequency may now exceed balance. Instead of reacting emotionally, you adjust quietly. You call a little wider, or plan a 3-bet at a timing that feels natural rather than forced. Strategy without emotion is rhythm. Awareness makes that rhythm visible. The emotional danger of disadvantage lies in overcompensation. Many players, aware of being last to act post-flop, attempt to reclaim control through force. They bet too large, too often, hoping to balance what position has taken away. Awareness guides restraint. When you sense your own impatience growing, recognize that sensation as feedback. The impulse to act is itself information. Let it pass before you decide. One of the key disciplines of blind play is maintaining observation even while defending. Once you call, the temptation is to focus only on your hand. But awareness continues beyond that moment. Continue watching body language, chip handling, and tempo. The player who remains visually engaged gathers data others miss. Awareness survives past pre-flop and through the entire hand. Strategically, awareness defines correct defense frequency. At 40 big blinds, defending the big blind against a min-raise is mathematically correct, nearly half the time. Yet numbers alone do not decide. If the opener's rhythm reveals tension, longer pauses, inconsistent sizing, your defense widens slightly. If they appear composed and efficient, you tighten. Awareness personalizes the math. Ratios are constant, players are not. Small blind play requires even deeper observation. Because you act first post-flop, awareness must prepare you before the cards fall. You study the players yet to act behind, noticing who protects their big blind aggressively and who defers. You feel the atmosphere when the button folds late in the orbit, knowing whether a steal attempt is coming. This foresight is not intuition, it is cumulative observation, expressed as calm certainty. Awareness also governs emotional pacing. The blinds often deliver small defeats, folds after partial investments, pots surrendered post-flop, chips lost to unavoidable structure. Each of these can tilt an untrained mind. The strategist reframes them as repetition drills. Every fold is practice in detachment. Every defense is a test of balance. Over hundreds of orbits, this awareness becomes automatic. You begin to sense when energy around the table shifts, when momentum changes hands, when silence grows heavier. When defending wider ranges, awareness ensures structure remains intact. You may choose to call with suited connectors or one-gap hands, because the ratio offers fair equity. Yet awareness keeps those hands from becoming emotional anchors. If the flop misses entirely, you release. If texture favors your holding, you act with calm precision. Awareness prevents hope from corrupting structure. Post-flop, awareness fills the void left by position. You focus on texture, who the board favors, how the aggressor's range interacts with it, and what the future streets might hold. When you lack positional advantage, you compensate through clarity. A paired board favors your calling range. A high card board favors theirs. Recognizing this instantly allows correct checking frequencies. Awareness speeds up what would otherwise feel like guesswork. Energy awareness operates beneath logic. The more hands you observe, the more you begin to feel rhythm in body movement and timing. A player who has been winning may move chips more confidently or snap actions quicker than usual. The moment that rhythm breaks, a pause, a glance, a sigh, awareness registers it. You need not act immediately, you only note the change. Later that note may inform a call or fold without conscious recall. Disadvantage can teach you patience that others never learn. Most players grow comfortable only when acting with information. In the blinds you act without it, developing a kind of quiet faith in your process. Awareness becomes your information. You no longer chase certainty, you navigate flow. The more you surrender the need to know, the more clearly you read what is already visible. Across a full tournament, the player who maintains awareness from the blinds gains a quiet edge. They make fewer impulsive defenses, fewer desperate squeezes, and fewer emotional calls. Their decisions align with rhythm, not reaction. Over time, this creates subtle profit, not in chips per orbit, but in mental endurance. They arrive at later stages clear-minded while others fade. To cultivate awareness in disadvantage, treat every orbit as observation training. Each hand offers a small window into the collective pattern. Your position may be weak, but your perspective is perfect. You see everything before you act. That gift is invisible to those in position, who act within their own momentum. You act after seeing the full current of the table. Awareness is not defense, and defense is not resistance. Awareness is simply presence, an understanding that even from the blinds, you can lead without acting. When you feel that clarity, disadvantage disappears. What remains is rhythm, observation flowing into timing, timing flowing into control. That is how you turn weakness into awareness. Chapter 3: The Language of Defense. Every action from the blinds speaks. Each call, fold, and 3-bet communicates who you are to the table. This is the language of defense, a quiet dialogue between structure and perception. The strongest players understand that their choices from the blinds do not just protect their stack, they define their image, shape future dynamics, and influence how others choose to attack. In tournament play, your defense must be intentional. When you call from the big blind, the message you send depends on timing, range balance, and repetition. If you call too wide without structure, opponents sense weakness. If you fold too often, they sense invitation. True balance lives between those extremes, where your decisions form a language that cannot be easily read. Defense begins before the flop, rooted in math. Against a minimum raise, the big blind receives roughly 3-1. That price allows you to continue with almost half of all possible holdings, but continuation is not compulsion. Awareness refines that number based on position, stack depth, and energy. When the opener is from early position, ranges tighten. Against a cutoff or button raise, they widen. Your defense must shift accordingly, yet remain consistent in rhythm. The table should see structure, not fluctuation. The small blind speaks in shorter sentences. You are already half invested, but out of position for the rest of the hand. Most of your defensive statements here should be folds. The few you continue with strong pairs, suited aces, and coordinated connectors are expressed through aggression, not passivity. A small blind call carries a tone of hesitation. A raise carries confidence. Because you act first on every street, your message must be clear. Your defensive range is like a language palette. Premium hands, such as high pairs and suited ace-kings, express authority. Medium holdings, like suited connectors or broadways, communicate resilience. Weak suited gappers or small pairs speak curiosity. They enter the conversation quietly, willing to exit without emotion. Understanding how these tones combine allows you to shape your image deliberately. Consistency is critical. The table reads not what you say once, but what you repeat. If you fold to every continuation bet, that rhythm becomes visible. If you float every flop with backdoor potential, that rhythm becomes predictable. The strategist adjusts tempo occasionally, folding in strong spots, calling in weak ones, to distort expectations. Defense that communicates unpredictability becomes silence. Opponents can no longer hear pattern. The heart of defensive language lies in timing. Quick calls imply comfort. Slow calls suggest calculation. The same action carries different meaning depending on cadence. To master awareness is to master timing's voice. You can control perception without altering range, only by adjusting pace. That control turns routine defenses into deliberate statements. Emotion has no place in your dialogue. Every action must sound the same regardless of outcome. When you defend and win, your timing stays identical. When you defend and lose, your rhythm does not change. That even tone teaches opponents nothing. Over time, your consistency becomes the most intimidating voice at the table. Post-flop, your words shift from selection to response. Checking is a form of listening. Betting is speaking. Raising is interruption. The balance of these signals determines how clearly you are understood. The best defenders check often, speak rarely, and when they do, their words carry weight. Each bet is measured, each raise justified through range and texture, never impulse. Consider the board as context. A dry high-card flop favors the raiser's range. Your language here should be quiet, small checks, patient calls. On low, connected textures, the blind's range interacts more strongly. Here, your tone can rise. You lead occasionally, you challenge continuation bets selectively, you express presence. By alternating tone with structure, you keep the dialogue natural. Awareness converts information into tone. When an opponent continuation bets every flop, their speech becomes noise. The calm defender listens for inflection, bet sizing, rhythm, eye movement. When that pattern shifts, it signals weakness. You respond softly, a call here, a small lead there, nothing forced. Communication remains subtle, but every action is anchored in purpose. Stack depth changes your syntax. At 40 big blinds or more, you can speak in long sentences, multiple streets, smaller bets, delayed aggression. At 20 big blinds or fewer, the language condenses. Each move carries finality. Short stack defense is declarative, shove or fold. No nuance, no paragraph. Awareness of depth keeps your communication coherent. Defensive expression also builds future opportunity. The player who defends calmly creates future fold equity. When you show that you protect your blinds with discipline, opponents hesitate to steal carelessly. Over time, this reduces their open frequency, allowing you to conserve chips without confrontation. Silent credibility becomes profit. Remember that defense does not always mean confrontation. Sometimes the clearest statement is quiet surrender. Folding can express stability when done in rhythm. If you release your hand without frustration, maintaining posture and timing, the table reads serenity, not weakness. Emotional neutrality ensures that even your retreats speak strength. Each blind orbit is a dialogue repeated with variation. You contribute, defend, observe, and reset. The more fluent you become in this cycle, the less pressure affects you. Defense transforms from burden to language, a vocabulary of patience, ratio, and rhythm. Through consistent structure, you teach opponents to misinterpret you, to chase clarity where there is none. In practice, think of your defense as a written pattern across time. The goal is not to deceive once, but to create uncertainty permanently. Every small difference in timing, every occasional deviation from expectation, becomes part of a symphony that only you control. Awareness of this symphony allows you to conduct play without visible effort. Over long tournaments, your defensive fluency preserves energy. Others expend emotion explaining their losses to themselves. You conserve focus by treating each defense as a simple sentence in an ongoing story. Sometimes you win the pot, sometimes you fold quietly. Both outcomes speak the same language of rhythm and patience. When your decisions flow from clarity instead of reaction, the blinds lose their weight. Your range speaks for you, a calm dialect of control that others cannot translate. This is what it means to understand the language of defense, to communicate strength through structure, silence through discipline, and presence through stillness. The orbit moves again. The blinds return. You listen, you defend, you fold. Each action, each pause, adds another word to the story you are writing, a language that belongs only to those patient enough to hear it. Chapter 4. Observing before acting. Before the blinds ever reach you, awareness has already begun. The most valuable part of defense happens before chips touch the felt. Observation is not a passive act, it is quiet preparation. From the blinds, your strength comes from watching everything that unfolds before your decision is required. To observe before acting is to build structure in stillness. The hand begins, and the cards move clockwise. Every motion before you is information. The pace of a fold, the hesitation of a raise, the posture of a player stacking chips, each small detail describes rhythm. The strategist learns to read these details, not as random behavior, but as the living pulse of the table. Observation makes the invisible visible. When you occupy the blinds, you have the privilege of seeing the entire story before participating. Every decision has already been made by the time action reaches you. What remains is interpretation. Your job is to translate that sequence of choices into a pattern you can respond to calmly. Who acts quickly? Who waits for the rhythm of others? Who bets without looking at their cards again? Awareness of these differences allows you to predict outcomes before the flop even begins. This predictive awareness is your real positional edge. Though you act from disadvantage after the flop, before the flop you possess total vision. You see all who have entered and all who have declined. You know how many opponents remain, the price of entry, and the ratio of potential reward. This is where structure replaces fear. The player who observes deeply never feels trapped. They already know what story they are stepping into. Observation also softens reaction. Most players in the blinds feel pressure because action comes to them last. They mistake that delay for burden, when in truth it is a gift. The more time you spend watching, the less emotional energy you spend deciding. When your decision finally comes, it arrives already half-made through awareness. Pre-flop observation should focus on rhythm more than result. Who seems comfortable when opening? Who rushes when short-stacked? Who performs? The speed of motion often speaks more clearly than bet sizing. Fast folds from strong players may reveal impatience. Slow motions from weaker players may reveal fear. You are not analyzing posture for tells. You are synchronizing to the table's tempo. From the big blind, this synchronization defines your defense. If an opponent opens quickly and confidently from early position, assume structure. If they glance at chips, hesitate, and choose a smaller size, assume rhythm imbalance. You adapt not from emotion, but from pattern recognition. Observation converts uncertainty into flow. The small blind observes differently. Because you are already half committed, your focus should rest on those yet to act. You are looking for aggression behind the button's body language, the big blind's level of attention. Does the big blind glance toward you before their cards arrive? Do they lean back as if disengaged? Awareness of these subtle cues prevents you from completing into a trap. Observation saves more chips than aggression ever will. Once you have developed this observational rhythm, patience becomes your armor. You are no longer waiting nervously. You are recording, learning, calibrating. The player who acts without observing first must adjust mid-hand. The player who observes before acting adjusts effortlessly. Each orbit, this practice grows stronger, and the noise of the table fades into background rhythm. Mathematically, observation refines range decision. You might defend the big blind with half the deck against a late position min-raise, but awareness trims that range with precision. You note who continuation bets excessively and who slows down post-flop. You adjust by defending wider against players who give up and tighter against those who pressure relentlessly. Your observation turns generalized strategy into living structure. Observation also governs emotional temperature. Watching without reacting is a form of discipline. You see others win and lose, yet your breathing remains slow. This consistency teaches you to protect energy. Every orbit you remain centered is an orbit your opponents spend scattered. Emotional control becomes an invisible edge that compounds through time. Post-flop, observation continues even after you check. Many players believe that once the flop appears, the moment for awareness has passed. The opposite is true. This is when your observation matters most. Every continuation bet, every check behind, Every hesitation carries information about range and confidence. Because you act first, you must listen longer. To observe correctly, avoid labeling opponents as good or bad. Labels reduce awareness. Instead, describe behavior in patterns. Frequent raiser, cautious caller, rhythm breaker. These neutral terms help you adjust without bias. The strategist stays analytical but calm, seeing the table as a living system of tendencies, not personalities. Observation also means studying your own rhythm. Notice when your breathing speeds during marginal decisions, or when impatience enters after folding several hands. Awareness of self stabilizes decision quality. If you feel pressure rising, delay action a few seconds and watch one more motion from an opponent. Reconnect to structure through sight, not thought. Each orbit in the blinds is like a breathing cycle. The table inhales when the cards are dealt, and exhales when the hand concludes. Within that rhythm, your job is to remain steady. You do not control the flow, but you can align with it. Observation allows alignment. Alignment sustains patience. Patience maintains clarity. Over many hours, this practice becomes instinct. You start to sense decisions before they happen, not through guessing, but through accumulation of rhythm. The table's movements slow in your perception, and the moments between actions feel longer. This expanded awareness is not mystical. It is the natural result of removing noise. When you watch completely, you see more than others realize they are showing. Observation before action prevents emotional reactivity. It builds a layer of clarity between stimulus and response. Every time you act without rushing, you reinforce trust in your process. The blinds will always feel uncomfortable for those who seek control. Observation teaches you that control is not needed, only presence. You cannot stop the orbit. The blinds will always return. But with awareness, that return no longer feels heavy. Each time the dealer announces small blind, big blind, it becomes an invitation to observe again, to study, to breathe, to understand. Observation transforms repetition into rhythm, and rhythm turns discomfort into peace. To observe before acting is to remember that you already possess all the information you need. Cards are random, but patterns are constant. The more you watch, the more those patterns reveal themselves, not through force, but through patience. In the blinds, patience is power. Observation is the first step toward mastery. Chapter 5. The Psychology of Acting. First. When the flop arrives and the action begins, the blinds lose their final advantage. You have seen everything pre-flop, but now you must move first. This is where true composure begins, the space between uncertainty and control. Acting first in poker is not about prediction, it is about presence. The player who can decide calmly, without feedback, understands what awareness truly means. Position gives information, but out of position, your weapon is structure. The moment you check, you surrender initiative, yet that surrender can be deliberate. The best defenders understand that acting first is not weakness, if it is done with rhythm. You guide the hand not by volume, but by timing. A well-timed check slows the energy of an opponent. A calm continuation better reclaims pace. Every choice from this seat changes the flow of play. The first principle is emotional neutrality. When you act first, you act without knowing. That void creates tension. The mind wants confirmation, but poker rarely provides it. You learn to operate within uncertainty. Awareness becomes your anchor. You do not need to know what will happen. You only need to know how you will respond. This discipline begins the moment the flop lands. Resist the urge to react instantly. Breathe. Watch how your body responds before you touch chips. The natural impulse is to protect, to bet quickly, to prevent danger. But protection driven by fear exposes imbalance. Acting first requires patience within discomfort. When you slow down, thought separates from emotion, and structure takes over. Strategically, you must build a post-flop plan that survives limited vision. Acting first does not mean giving up, it means leading from awareness. You base your decision on range interaction, board texture, and ratio. If the flop heavily favors the pre-flop raiser, you allow them to continue. If it connects with your range, low-coordinated cards, suited patterns, you may lead with purpose. Lead small, lead structured, lead as though the decision belongs to the game, not to emotion. Acting first demands balance between predictability and deception. Checking every flop makes you transparent. Betting every flop makes you reckless. The key lies in proportion. Use a steady mix of check calls, delayed leads, and strategic aggression. Each pattern should appear natural, not forced. Your goal is not to surprise, but to remain unreadable. When opponents cannot tell whether your action hides strength or surrender, you regain control of rhythm. Awareness transforms your check into communication. When you check, you tell your opponent, the rhythm is yours for now. When you bet, you signal, I have chosen this moment to speak. The silence between those actions is where advantage lives. You control pace, not through words, but through breath. A calm pause before your decision creates gravity. It slows the table's energy, reminding opponents that you are present even from weakness. From a ratio perspective, acting first means keeping pots small when uncertain. Pot control protects your range. 1/3 pot bets preserve maneuverability, giving you the ability to fold, call, or continue depending on reaction. The player who overinvests early loses freedom. In tournament structure, freedom is survival. Emotionally, the act of betting first must come from clarity, not desperation. Many players lead out because silence feels unbearable. They fear the void of checking, the uncertainty of waiting. But the strategist embraces that silence. Acting first requires patience to let tension exist without rushing to resolve it. The one who tolerates uncertainty longest controls it. When you check and the opponent checks behind, awareness must stay active. The temptation is to relax, to assume safety. Yet this moment often defines the hand. You have gained information, their range likely capped, their aggression tempered. Acting first on the next street becomes advantage. A small delayed bet here, aligned with structure, reclaims control. Acting first is not always disadvantage. Sometimes it is anticipation rewarded. Self-observation matters as much as external observation. Notice your internal dialogue when forced to lead. Are you trying to prove strength? Are you seeking relief from discomfort? Awareness of motive prevents errors. If your bet is meant to reduce anxiety, check instead. If your check is meant to hide fear, breathe and reevaluate. Acting first is practice in self-honesty. Psychologically, being out of position is a mirror. It reflects every insecurity about control and outcome. Each decision tests your ability to trust process over feeling. Those who rely on feedback struggle here, because feedback arrives only after you've acted. You must learn to decide, then detach. The result no longer belongs to you. Once chips leave your hand, over time you discover rhythm even within this imbalance. You learn to measure flow by how opponents respond to your stillness. Some attack immediately, others hesitate. Both reactions reveal pattern. Acting first becomes less about risk and more about reading response. The first actor sets tone. If your tone is calm, others follow. If your tone is erratic, chaos follows. Awareness reframes disadvantage. Acting first forces you to slow the hand's tempo, to anchor yourself before motion. Each check becomes an opportunity to listen, each bet a controlled exhale. You are no longer trying to win control, you are expressing calm through structure. The game becomes a meditation in sequence. Breathe, act, observe, adjust. In practical defense, your post-flop strategy should revolve around predefined lines. You decide before the flop how to continue on different textures. This pre-commitment prevents emotional deviation. When the flop hits low and coordinated, you may choose to lead small with strong draws or top pairs. When the flop is high and dry, you check and prepare to respond. Acting first, then becomes execution, not improvisation. Stack depth also shapes psychology. At deeper stacks, you have space to explore rhythm. You can check multiple streets, mix bet sizes, and test timing. At short stacks, simplicity becomes strength. Every action carries consequence. Hesitation turns to cost. Awareness must compress, but remain intact. Acting first with 10 big blinds is still practice in presence. One decision, one breath, full commitment. Through long tournaments, you begin to welcome this position. You understand that acting first keeps you honest. It strips away illusion. Without positional comfort, you see your patterns clearly. Each check exposes patience. Each premature bet exposes anxiety. The game becomes less about winning hands and more about refining self. To master acting first is to master stillness under uncertainty. The cards, the chips, the board, all are variables. Your rhythm is the constant. Awareness replaces advantage. You move first, but you move deliberately. You control nothing, yet influence everything. In the end, the player who can act first without fear is the player who controls pace itself. They no longer dread the blinds, they welcome them. Acting first ceases to feel like a tax and becomes a ritual, a simple, quiet reminder that awareness is always enough. Chapter 6. Protecting with Patience. The deeper you play from the blinds, the more you learn that protection is not defense through force, but defense through timing. Patience becomes the most reliable shield in tournament poker. The player who waits with structure protects more than chips, they protect clarity. When you are out of position, every unnecessary call or raise disturbs rhythm. Patience restores it. Protection starts with understanding what you are actually guarding. It is not your blind, that payment is already gone. You are protecting your stack-to-pot ratio, your mental stillness, and the quality of the decisions you will face later. Every reckless defense now steals focus from the orbits ahead. When you choose patience, you are not folding away equity, you are buying long-term endurance. In a full ring event, when stacks are deep and ante is small, patience shows as restraint. Against early position opens, even hands that appear attractive lose value. You might look down at a suited queen-jack and feel tempted to defend, but patience understands range context. The opener holds stronger combinations more often, and the positional disadvantage amplifies that edge. Folding here is not weakness, it is preservation. From the small blind, patience manifests through selective aggression. The seat tempts completion, half a bet already invested, a cheap opportunity to see 3 cards. But completion without plan creates confusion. The small blind must act first, post-flop every time. Patience asks whether you want that responsibility. When you choose restraint, you protect the rhythm of future hands. From the big blind, protection often means embracing wide defense while keeping post-flop calm. Your price is excellent, your position is poor. The more hands you defend, the more you must regulate emotional tempo. Patience does not mean folding everything, it means refusing to escalate when the board does not cooperate. The disciplined defender checks more, bets smaller, and folds without hesitation when flow breaks. Ratio thinking keeps patience measurable. Imagine a pot raised to 2.5 big blinds. You have 1 blind already posted. You must commit 1.5 to win 4. That ratio, roughly 1 to 2.6, suggests a call may be profitable with many hands. But patience examines more than math. Against a frequent raiser, you continue wider. Against a strong opener, you let go. Patience filters numbers through context. The core of protection lies in acceptance. The blinds are not yours to reclaim, they belong to the orbit. Once posted, they are tuition paid for information. When you act from acceptance, decisions become lighter. The frustration of constant defense fades. Each fold becomes quiet discipline. You protect by not chasing what is already spent. Post-flop, patience transforms into rhythm control. You act first, the opponent responds. Many players rush to bet for protection, fearing overcards or future draws. They bet large, trying to end the hand. But in doing so, they lose the very thing they seek, control. Patience recognizes that checking is not surrender. It is a pause that gathers information. When you check, you watch their reaction. You note bet size, timing, posture. Each detail refines awareness. Protection through patience also appears in bet sizing. Smaller bets reduce volatility. A 1/3 pot lead keeps your range intact and your emotional tempo calm. It forces opponents to play perfect poker, to exploit you, something few can sustain. The patient player always gives themselves more options. Every action is reversible until commitment is necessary. The true danger from the blinds is cumulative fatigue. Acting first for hours erodes clarity. Patience is how you prevent this drain. You choose moments carefully. You let go of marginal situations. You focus energy where information and rhythm favor you. Each disciplined fold conserves awareness for later stages, when fatigue cripples others. Tournament structure rewards patience mathematically. Blinds rise, stacks compress, and the impatient erode themselves through unnecessary variance. The calm defender arrives deeper, simply by surviving. This is not passivity, it is investment in longevity. Over hundreds of hands, the player who folds well and calls selectively retains more options than the one who battles constantly. Emotionally, patience protects against tilt. The blind positions often bring loss, small, repetitive losses that can sting through accumulation. Without patience, those losses trigger chase behavior, wider calls, faster bets, reckless re-raises. The strategist recognizes the cycle early. They pause, breathe, and remind themselves that variance cannot be controlled, only observed. Every time you accept a lost blind without emotional friction, you preserve future equity. When you defend with patience, your opponents begin to feel it. They sense steadiness, the absence of reactive energy. Their own rhythm starts to break. They try to provoke you, opening wider or increasing bet size, hoping to awaken motion. But patience turns this pressure into feedback. Their adjustment reveals intent. You remain unmoved. This psychological inversion is protection. Their emotion becomes your information. Stack depth again defines pacing. At 40 big blinds or more, patience means selective continuation. You have room to float flops, to mix delays, to wait for spots that align with rhythm. At 20 or fewer, patience means discipline, with timing. You fold until ratio and fold equity align. Short stack patience is sharper, simpler, one move at the right time instead of many uncertain ones. Patience also extends to aggression. Sometimes, protecting with patience means waiting for the perfect counterattack. A well-timed 3-bet from the blinds carries immense weight because it breaks a long pattern of calm. Opponents who have grown comfortable exploiting your stillness will misjudge your sudden movement. That surprise is not emotional. It is planned. Patience makes aggression more powerful because it is rare. To practice patience, track your breathing through each decision. When awareness fades, slow down. When impulse rises, take one full breath before touching chips. The physical rhythm anchors the mental rhythm. You protect yourself, not just from opponents, but from your own urgency. Protection through patience does not end when the hand ends. Between orbits, you remain deliberate, stacking chips slowly, keeping posture consistent, letting thoughts settle. The small rituals between hands maintain emotional balance. Each quiet moment is part of defense. Over time, patience creates an aura that opponents can feel. You appear unbothered by small losses, unhurried by blinds, unaffected by variance. This presence discourages aggression. The table begins to believe that every pot you play has purpose. Even your folds carry weight. Patience becomes its own image, a calm that commands respect without display. The blinds never stop coming. The game never stops asking for investment. But protection through patience means you never pay more than required. You accept the rhythm, defend when structure supports you, and release when it does not. Your mind remains still, while stacks around you rise and fall. When you finally choose to act, when patience turns to motion, your timing feels effortless. The table feels slower, your decisions lighter. You are not protecting chips anymore, you are protecting peace. That peace, over hours and days, becomes edge. Chapter 7. The Art of Folding Early. Folding early is one of the quietest skills in tournament poker. It carries no applause, earns no chips, and yet it decides who lasts. Every time you release a hand before trouble begins, you protect your rhythm. The art of folding early is not built on fear, it is built on understanding value, position, and flow. From the blinds, this understanding becomes essential. When you first post a blind, you have already surrendered chips. That small loss tempts the mind to continue. You want to defend what's yours, to justify the cost. But awareness teaches that nothing posted belongs to you anymore. It is already part of the orbit. Folding early is how you reset that truth. Each fold returns you to neutrality, clean, centered, ready for the next opportunity. Tournament poker rewards survival, not stubbornness. Early in an event, stacks are deep, and the blinds are small relative to your total holdings. These are the moments when patience matters most. Many players overdefend, chasing small edges that will not change their future. Folding here keeps you light. You conserve energy, both mental and emotional, for situations that carry real weight. In ratio terms, imagine facing a raise to 2.5 big blinds, while you have already posted one. You are being asked to commit 1.5 to win 4. The price looks appealing, but the unseen cost lies in position and post-flop clarity. Without information, even small investments can multiply into mistakes. Folding early recognizes that a cheap entry can become an expensive lesson. Awareness sharpens this discipline. Watch who opens before you. A player who has remained quiet for several orbits and suddenly raises large from early position is showing clear intent. Even if your hand seems playable, folding early avoids a battle on unfavorable terms. The small blind or big blind may look like defense points, but they are not obligations. They are filters for discernment. Emotionally, folding early trains humility. You learn to detach from the excitement of play. You realize that skipping a marginal spot is not missing out. It is alignment with structure. Poker gives endless invitations to act, but mastery begins with choosing when not to. Folding early keeps your decisions precise. From the small blind, early folds prevent confusion. This seat offers the illusion of cheap participation, yet it hides post-flop disadvantage. Completing weak hands invites multi-way pots, where you must act first. Folding instead preserves stack and focus. Even when pot odds look tempting, awareness asks, can this hand survive out of position? If the answer is uncertain, the correct decision is quiet. The big blind offers more incentive to continue because of the discount, but folding still has power. Against large open sizes, or multiple opponents, your positional weakness compounds. Calling in these spots leads to fragmented ranges and high variance. Early folding keeps your play structured. The best defenders are selective, not just in hand strength but in timing. They wait until context favors them, rather than forcing control. There is mathematics in every fold. When you avoid defending a hand that would have lost multiple big blinds, you have gained equity in survival. Every orbit you save, even one blind, you extend tournament life by measurable percentage. The chips you do not lose have the same value as those you might win, but they come without volatility. Folding early is invisible profit. Patience also protects your mental rhythm. Constant engagement drains focus. Folding early resets breathing and awareness. You watch others collide while you remain composed. Observation fills the space left by action. You learn who continuation bets too often, who traps, who bluffs. Folding early gives time to study. Each hand you skip becomes preparation for the moment you will need precision. Many players misinterpret folding as inactivity. In truth, it is participation through observation. Every hand you release provides another layer of data. You are still playing, just not with chips. You are building rhythm, mapping tendencies, anchoring yourself in calm. Tournament structure transforms this into a long-term advantage. The blinds will rise, the table will change. Early folds preserve flexibility. By the middle stages, When others have spent energy defending every marginal spot, you remain balanced. Your stack may not have grown quickly, but your stability has. Folding early is how you prepare for endurance poker. To master early folds, practice detachment from short-term emotion. When you feel impatience after folding several hands in a row, notice it, then let it pass. The impulse to get involved is the ego's way of measuring presence. But you are already involved through awareness. Fold again, breathe, observe. Each repetition strengthens calm reflexes. Strategically, your folding frequency should adjust to table texture. Against a lineup of aggressive players, fold more early and prepare for counterattacks later. Against passive tables, defend selectively and control pot size. Folding early is not passive, it is preparation. It clears the stage for the moments where your action will matter most. There is also dignity in a good fold. You release without frustration, stack your cards gently, keep posture consistent. The table sees stability, not surrender. That composure builds image equity. Opponents interpret your patience as strength. Later, when you choose to defend, that same image grants you extra fold equity. Your early folds earn respect that compounds invisibly. Psychologically, folding early frees the mind from attachment. Once you recognize that every orbit includes mandatory loss, each decision feels lighter. You stop measuring success by hands played and start measuring it by awareness maintained. Folding early becomes meditation, a deliberate pause before the next wave. The art of folding early is not about discipline alone, it is about rhythm. You align yourself with the flow of the tournament. You understand that not every moment is meant for action. When you fold early, you step out of noise and into perspective. The game continues, but you are observing from calm distance, ready for the next clear opportunity. Over hours and days, these early folds accumulate into quiet advantage. Your stack remains stable, your emotions remain balanced, your energy remains untouched. When the crucial moments arrive, short stack shoves, blind versus blind duels, final table pressure, you still have clarity. The players who fought every pot are now scattered. The one who mastered folding early still breathes in rhythm. To fold early is to know your boundaries. It is the art of choosing peace over chaos, structure over impulse. Each quiet release is an act of strength. You are not leaving the game, you are shaping it through absence. The orbit turns, the cards pass, and yet your presence endures, still, aware, waiting for the perfect time to act. Chapter 8. When defense becomes awareness. Every hand defended from the blinds begins as a reaction. You are asked a question: will you continue or surrender? At first your focus is mechanical: range charts, pot odds, stack depth. But as tournaments progress and experience deepens, something subtle changes. Defense stops feeling like math and starts feeling like rhythm. It becomes awareness itself. Awareness begins the moment the dealer slides you your cards and the action unfolds. You watch how the table breathes, who opens often, who hesitates, who protects their stack. This rhythm repeats orbit after orbit until patterns emerge. When you defend the blinds long enough, those patterns begin to slow in your perception. You see decisions forming before they happen. You start to sense which opens are genuine and which are routine. The process of defending becomes less about reaction and more about resonance with the table. This transformation from defense to awareness happens quietly. It does not arrive as an epiphany, but as repetition. You fold, you defend, you fold again. With every hand, you absorb more of the table's language. Each small decision adds to a growing structure of intuition. The key is stillness, learning to absorb without interference. When you can defend without emotion, awareness arises naturally. In practical terms, your blind defense becomes a mirror of table behavior. Against aggressive players, you start to notice energy spikes, fast opens, exaggerated gestures, sharp chip movements. Against disciplined players, motion slows and ranges narrow. Awareness translates these signals into ratio adjustments. You widen or tighten calmly, always matching the table's breadth. Defense turns into observation when you realize that not every hand requires immediate resolution. Sometimes the purpose of defending is simply to continue the rhythm, to see one more street, to gather more data. A check call on the flop may not be for value, it may be for calibration. You are learning opponent frequency, feeling their follow-through, measuring emotional stability. Each call becomes a note in a larger pattern of understanding. Mathematically, awareness refines range precision. At 40 big blinds deep, the big blind may defend nearly half of all hands against a minimum raise. But awareness prevents mechanical overdefense. You note the raise size, the position, the flow of recent hands. Against a tired opponent, or one opening habitually, that wide defense is correct. Against focused, balanced play, it narrows. Awareness converts static percentages into living ranges. The small blind expresses awareness through restraint. Because you act first on every street, your defense must come from deep understanding, not optimism. Completing every suited hand feels safe, but leads to confusion. Awareness tells you when to raise, when to fold, and when to stay silent. It senses the emotional weight of the orbit, who just lost a pot, who feels entitled to steal, and adapts accordingly. Emotional awareness is the real transformation. Defense becomes peace when you stop fighting variance. Every time you post the blinds, you invest without control of outcome. Acceptance of that loss removes tension. You defend not to prove skill, but to remain present. When you check and watch the flop unfold, you no longer crave a hit or miss. You simply see, the cards are neutral, and so are you. Post-flop, awareness deepens through patience. You are first to act, but not first to feel pressure. The untrained player rushes to define the hand, to bet, to fold, to escape uncertainty. The aware player lingers in it. They breathe, watch, and listen. They know that presence reveals texture. How the aggressor bets, how the chips sound, how the pot moves, each moment adds meaning. Awareness also creates efficiency. You stop chasing unnecessary variance, because you no longer need to prove control. You check more flops, you lead fewer turns, you call selectively. These actions are not passive, they are tuned. Every movement has intention. When you fold cleanly. When you call, you do so knowing the path ahead. Awareness removes noise from decision-making. Defense becomes awareness when your sense of time slows. You no longer rush between hands. The orbit feels longer, each motion more deliberate. The dealer pushes chips, players shuffle, blinds rotate, but within this motion you feel still. This stillness is not detachment, it is concentration extended through rhythm. In tournament flow, awareness protects against tilt better than any mental technique. Tilt is reactivity, the opposite of observation. When you operate from awareness, every event, even loss, fits within structure. A bad beat, a misstep, a failed defense. They no longer disrupt. They register, pass, and dissolve. The blinds return, and you continue as though the orbit never broke. Range awareness grows from repetition. You learn through contrast, which hands feel comfortable post-flop, which create imbalance. After hundreds of orbits, your mind carries a silent index of these experiences. You no longer need to reference numbers consciously. Ratios live beneath thought. That quiet fluency is awareness realized through defense. Even your opponents begin to sense it. They feel that you do not react, that your rhythm remains constant, no matter what they attempt. Aggressive players grow uncertain. Passive ones grow cautious. Awareness changes table energy. You defend less frequently, yet win more pots, because presence itself disrupts others' confidence. To cultivate this level of awareness, you must release attachment to results. Focus instead on process, breathing evenly before decisions, maintaining consistent timing, observing without internal commentary. The more you watch without judgment, the more information becomes clarity. Every hand, even folded hands, feeds awareness. Over time, defending from the blinds becomes meditation. You stop measuring success in chips and start measuring it in rhythm. You feel when the table accelerates, when pressure mounts, when fear spreads. You adjust calmly, widening defense during collective anxiety, tightening when aggression resurfaces. You become the stabilizing force of the game. When defense becomes awareness, poker transcends strategy. You are no longer reacting to others, you are moving with them. The cards lose urgency, the chips lose noise, and the orbit becomes circular, steady, continuous, without beginning or end. Each blind posted, each fold made, each hand played, adds to a rhythm that no longer drains you. You reach a point where you no longer think about defending. You simply do it, guided by structure and silence. Awareness has replaced analysis. You have learned to listen instead of control, to absorb instead of resist. This is not passivity, it is mastery through stillness. In the blinds, awareness is the final defense. It is the ability to see clearly without position, to move calmly without certainty, and to accept loss without emotional weight. When defense becomes awareness, disadvantage disappears. All that remains is rhythm, steady, patient, eternal. Chapter 9: The Rhythm of Forced Action. Poker teaches rhythm through inevitability. The blinds will come again. They always do. This is the pulse of tournament play, forced action, repeating at intervals, shaping every decision before and after it. Understanding this rhythm means learning to move with pressure instead of resisting it. When you stop fighting the orbit, your mind stops breaking against it. Every few minutes, structure demands payment. The small blind and big blind rotate across the table like the steady beat of a drum. Each rotation resets opportunity and risk. No matter your skill, the blinds remind you that the game has no stillness without cost. What you learn here is not avoidance, but acceptance. At deep stacks, forced action feels distant. You post without concern, knowing your resources are abundant. But as levels climb and stacks shrink, the rhythm grows louder. The dealer's voice announcing new blinds feels heavier. Awareness must expand to match that weight. You are not being punished by structure. You are being calibrated by it. The blinds test your patience, your focus, and your ability to adapt without fear. The first step to mastering forced action is to measure time by orbits, not minutes. In tournament play, an orbit is your true clock. Each one brings a predictable tax on your stack. When you calculate your pace in orbits remaining, how many rotations you can endure at current depth, you reclaim clarity. Time becomes measurable, not emotional. Imagine you sit with 40 big blinds. Each orbit will cost 1.5. You have roughly 26 orbits of life before natural decay forces all-in situations. That understanding shifts perspective. Instead of feeling urgency, you feel rhythm. You see variance as breathing. Blinds rise, stacks fall, and those who align with tempo survive longest. Forced action also defines momentum. When your stack size drops, each decision carries more gravity. Many players respond by forcing their own action prematurely, raising wider, or shoving light to escape tension. But awareness guides restraint. The blinds are not asking for panic, they are asking for precision. The player who waits for the correct ratio, the perfect intersection of hand, position and fold equity, finds natural momentum. The rhythm of forced action mirrors your emotional cycles. When the blinds are small, your breathing is slow. When they grow, your pulse quickens. Awareness is the art of keeping those two aligned. The game accelerates, but you do not. You remain measured, counting orbits, observing structure. Each level becomes another wave, and you surf it through balance rather than control. This rhythm exists even within each hand. Posting the blind commits you before the cards are known, an act of surrender. The moment the hand begins, you are already in motion. This motion continues until the next hand starts. The key is learning where to pause within it. A well-timed check, a calm fold, a slow breath. These are rests between beats. They prevent your rhythm from turning chaotic. Strategically, forced action changes optimal ranges over time. When antes join the structure, pot size grows relative to stacks. The blinds become more expensive, and defensive frequency must rise. You begin to defend the big blind against smaller opens, with nearly half your holdings. But awareness keeps that defense intentional. You do not fight the tax blindly, you respond through rhythm. You defend wide when ratio supports it, and narrow when fatigue warns against overextension. In the small blind, rhythm demands stricter structure. Because you act first on every street, variance compounds faster. Forced action here teaches humility. Completing every hand out of obligation drains stack and energy. The patient player folds more, choosing selective aggression when rhythm aligns. Sometimes the greatest protection from forced action is surrender. Emotionally, forced action creates friction between will and structure. You want to decide when to play, but the blinds decide for you. That lack of control triggers frustration in many. Awareness transforms that frustration into observation. You stop wishing for freedom and start studying the pattern itself. The orbit becomes meditation. You feel its pulse, accept its timing, and prepare calmly for your turn. In late stages, rhythm sharpens. You count every orbit in real numbers. 10 big blinds left, each orbit costing 2. You have 5 rotations before structure demands risk. This clarity removes fear. You know exactly what remains. The rhythm becomes countdown, not panic. Every hand you fold is a conscious exchange, one orbit spent, awareness maintained. Forced action also creates opportunity. Players who resist structure reveal themselves through imbalance. They overreact near blind levels, opening hands that do not fit ratio or stack depth. You observe this energy and use it against them. Their impatience grants you new timing. A light 3-bet here, a calm call there. Awareness of their rhythm turns their pressure into your advantage. The key insight is that rhythm replaces urgency. Urgency collapses awareness, rhythm expands it. When blinds rise, let your breath slow further. Match the external tempo with internal calm. You will feel others rushing while you stay grounded. Their panic becomes noise, and within that noise, your patience becomes signal. Stack size awareness harmonizes with this rhythm. Deep stacks allow wide expression, shallow stacks compress decisions. Awareness of depth ensures rhythm never turns erratic. You shorten your moves when shallow, lengthen them when deep. Each state has its own tempo. The goal is not to maintain one pace, but to stay in tune with structure's beat. Psychologically, forced action teaches surrender without submission. You accept inevitability, but remain responsible for rhythm. You cannot stop the blinds, but you can decide how you meet them. Resistance breaks flow. Alignment sustains it. Awareness keeps you inside the pattern instead of crushed beneath it. With practice, this rhythm becomes soothing. The anxiety of rising blinds transforms into cadence. You anticipate the dealer's call, not with dread, but with readiness. You treat each orbit like a breath cycle. Inhale through observation, exhale through decision. When you align breath with structure, poker becomes meditation. By the time the blinds reach you again, you no longer flinch. You post quietly, observe motion, and respond when ready. You are no longer fighting the rhythm of forced action. You are part of it. The orbit passes, and your awareness remains intact. This is the rhythm the best players live by, the calm heartbeat of inevitability. They do not fear it, because they have become it. The blinds rise, chips move, stacks shrink, yet their breathing never changes. The rhythm continues, constant and eternal, and they remain steady within it. When you stop trying to escape forced action, you begin to understand it. The orbit is not your enemy, it is the teacher. Every round of blinds is another lesson in patience, humility, and time. The game does not accelerate to crush you, it accelerates to show you where your limits are. Awareness inside that rhythm is freedom. The structure can rise infinitely, but you remain calm, guided by ratio and breath. Forced action becomes flow, and flow becomes peace. That is how the rhythm of the blinds transforms from burden into balance. Chapter 10. Pressure from late position. Late position is where the game's rhythm turns predatory. The button and cutoff lean toward the blinds like gravity, pressing against your forced investment. Every rotation brings another challenge, a min-raise, a steal attempt, a rhythm of aggression meant to erode your patience. To survive this constant pressure, you must understand both its logic and its illusion. Pressure from late position is not personal, it is mechanical. The button acts last post-flop, holding the advantage of vision. Their opens are wider, their decisions lighter. They can attack more freely because they see how you respond. From the blinds, this awareness must turn into structure. You cannot stop their pressure, but you can redirect it. Every call, fold, and re-raise you make teaches them how far they can push. The first adjustment is emotional. When someone raises your blind repeatedly, frustration builds. You start to feel singled out, provoked. But awareness reframes it. The button's aggression is not aimed at you, it is aimed at mathematics. Their range widens because the opportunity exists. Your goal is not to fight every steal, but to protect your frequency. Calm consistency breaks patterns faster than anger ever will. Strategically, pressure from late position forces range adaptation. Against a minimum raise from the button, with antes in play, the big blind receives a price too strong to ignore. You should defend nearly half your holdings here. Yet the word defend misleads. You are not battling, you are participating with structure. Awareness guides which hands continue. Suited connectors, suited kings, small pairs, and Broadway combinations perform well because they realize equity across many flops. Offsuit trash folds without regret. From the small blind, pressure feels heavier. You are halfway invested, yet bound to act first on every street. Many players overreact, 3-betting light just to relieve discomfort. The strategist resists that reflex. You maintain a disciplined raise or fold structure. Against a late position opener, re-raise only with hands that play well post-flop or have strong blockers. Ace-X suited, high pairs, and select broadways. Folding the rest keeps you free. Patience under pressure is control disguised as stillness. Awareness also reads rhythm through sizing. A player who min-raises repeatedly is testing your thresholds. One who increases size suddenly is showing tension. You do not respond emotionally, you respond through ratio. Against small opens, defend wide. Against large ones, narrow immediately. This simple adjustment preserves balance. Pressure loses potency when your reactions are mathematical rather than personal. Psychologically, repeated aggression from late position creates fatigue. The constant decision fold, call or raise wears even strong players down. Awareness prevents this erosion by anchoring you in rhythm. You remind yourself, the orbit is longer than the moment. Each decision is one breath, one action, one release. Pressure becomes repetition, and repetition becomes familiar. Once familiar, it loses teeth. The key to countering late position pressure lies in range deception. When your calls from the blinds include strong hands, opponents cannot predict outcome. A well-timed trap, calling with ace-queen or pocket tens, disrupts their pattern. They continue betting into apparent weakness, unaware of structure waiting. You are not resisting their aggression, you are redirecting it back toward them. 3-betting remains your sharpest counter, but only when timed with awareness. The mistake most players make is frequency. They re-raise too often, turning balance into noise. True counter-aggression must feel unexpected, emerging after long calm. When your table image is patient, even one light 3-bet sends a ripple through the orbit. Suddenly, their rhythm falters. The button hesitates, re-evaluates, and your stillness reclaims control. Awareness extends beyond hands. Observe the button's posture as they prepare to act. Do they lean forward each orbit before the action reaches them? Do they glance at your stack size first? These small cues reveal intention. The more predictable their behavior, the easier it becomes to defend efficiently. Information flows faster than emotion when you are calm enough to see it. Stack depth alters the texture of pressure. At deep stacks, late position opens thrive on post-flop skill. You counter through patience and awareness, defending wide, floating carefully, and applying pressure only when boards favor your range. At shallow stacks, the rhythm changes. Pressure becomes binary. Each open risks a shove. Awareness compresses decisions to ratio simplicity. Do I have enough equity to move all in, or do I fold? When stacks shrink, calm becomes your weapon. Panic loses more tournaments than bad cards ever will. From an emotional standpoint, pressure teaches humility. You cannot control how often others attack your blinds. You can control how clearly you see it. Awareness removes personalization. You begin to observe aggression as weather, a storm that passes through the table. Sometimes light, sometimes heavy, but never permanent. You adapt like water, flowing around force, finding the line of least resistance until rhythm returns. Late position pressure also reveals how opponents interpret your image. If the button opens constantly, they believe you are folding too much. That perception becomes exploitable. After many orbits of quiet, a sudden defense or re-raise shatters their comfort. Awareness chooses this moment intentionally, not from irritation but from design. You are waiting for fatigue to open their range too wide. Timing converts patience into profit. Your goal is not to eliminate pressure, but to make it predictable. Once predictable, it becomes manageable. Each orbit, you record patterns, raise sizes, reaction to 3 bets, continuation frequencies. These notes accumulate into clarity. Eventually, you know not only when the button will attack, but how they will react when you fight back. The unknown transforms into structure. Emotionally, remaining calm under pressure is your highest discipline. When you stop perceiving attack as threat, you stop needing defense as shield. Awareness turns conflict into dialogue. You understand that the button's aggression exists only because you allow it space. You can close that space anytime, through timing and stillness. Post-flop, the same awareness continues. Out of position, you act with simplicity, check often, lead small on favorable boards, and never chase uncertainty with force. If they continuation bet automatically, you exploit that automation through slow resistance, check calls, delayed floats, well-timed check raises. Each action reminds them that pressure is not control. Over the course of a tournament, pressure from late position becomes background noise. You expect it, plan for it, and eventually appreciate it. Their aggression provides you opportunity, information, rhythm, and timing practice. Every orbit you handle calmly strengthens your edge. While others react, you evolve. In the end, you learn that pressure only hurts those who resist it. The moment you accept it as rhythm, it stops being stress and starts being sound, a steady percussion behind your own breathing. The cutoff raises, the button attacks, the blinds return. The pattern repeats endlessly, but within that repetition lies stillness. Awareness turns that stillness into strength. You no longer fight against the late position. You flow beneath it, patient, balanced, unbreakable. The rhythm of pressure continues, but it no longer moves you. You are already part of it, quiet, steady, waiting for the next breath, the next orbit, the next opportunity to act with peace. Chapter 11. Defending the Big Blind. The big blind is where your patience meets precision. It is the position of duty, the one seat that must always participate. You have already paid to enter the hand, and that investment creates both opportunity and danger. To defend the big blind properly is to balance mathematics, timing, and emotional neutrality. It is the quiet art of protecting without possession. The first principle is ratio awareness. Against a minimum raise, you are asked to commit one additional big blind to win roughly 4. That price allows a wide defense, nearly half of all starting hands at deeper stacks. Yet this number means nothing without structure. The wide defense works only if you play calmly, control pot size, and release when the flow no longer fits. The mistake most players make is turning mathematical opportunity into emotional obligation. The price is good, but not if it costs your balance. Every defense begins before the flop, but the discipline continues after. Once you call, your range widens dramatically compared to the openers. They hold more premium hands, but you hold more connected and suited combinations. This creates what is called range asymmetry. You both possess different kinds of strength. Understanding this dynamic transforms defense into awareness. You check more often, bet smaller when leading, and avoid inflating pots without reason. The big blind's unique advantage lies in information density. You have seen every action leading up to your turn. Each fold, raise, and hesitation shapes your understanding of the field. No other position witnesses the table's flow so completely. When you call from this seat, you bring with you a library of rhythm: who acts impulsively, who hesitates, who protects range balance. This knowledge offsets your positional disadvantage. Strategically, big blind defense thrives on pattern recognition. Against consistent open sizes, you build predictable responses. Against erratic sizing, you adapt proportionally. For instance, against a 2.5 big blind open, your defending range tightens to about 30%. Against a smaller 2 big blind open with antes in play, you expand near 50%. Awareness of these ratios prevents emotional play. The decision is not about ego or fatigue, it is about numbers flowing through patience. Post-flop, your main responsibility is to act first without panic. The habit of checking is not weakness, it is structure. By checking, you gather information, conserve pot size, and invite mistakes. The instinct to lead out of fear disrupts rhythm. Instead, allow the aggressor to define tone, then respond through calm proportion. You check call when equity supports it, you check fold when texture demands it, and you check raise only when range advantage is clear. Every choice fits within rhythm. Board texture dictates action. On low coordinated flops, such as 7-6-5, your range interacts strongly. You hold more straights, sets, and two-pair possibilities than the pre-flop raiser. These are the boards where you lead occasionally, representing connection. On high-card boards like Ace-King 4, you yield, checking, and allowing the opener to speak. Awareness of who the board favors replaces the illusion of guessing with certainty. Emotionally, defending the big blind teaches resilience. The seat demands constant attention, orbit after orbit. You cannot escape it. You will lose small pots here endlessly, yet you must not measure value hand by hand. Success comes through frequency management. Folding correctly 5 times in a row is not failure, it is stability. The goal is not to win every defense, but to lose slowly, deliberately, and without emotional leakage. Over time, that patience preserves stacks, while others crumble, chasing recovery. Stack depth again defines your language. At 60 big blinds or more, defense becomes exploratory. You can float flops, test turns, and vary bet sizes to control rhythm. At 30 big blinds, you simplify, focusing on hands that create top pair or strong draws. At 20 or fewer, your range compresses further. You defend with fewer speculative holdings and shift to shove or fold decisions. Awareness of stack-to-pot ratio keeps you centered regardless of level. Against frequent attackers, counterbalance through energy rather than frequency. Do not increase aggression in equal proportion to their steals. Instead, remain still for longer periods, then act decisively once timing aligns. A single re-raise from composure carries more weight than 10 reactive ones. Patience turns their rhythm against them. The big blind also teaches surrender. Many hands will miss the flop entirely. You will check, they will bet, and folding will be correct. The inexperienced player views this as loss. The strategist views it as maintenance. Each disciplined fold is another hand, survived with structure intact. Folding becomes breathing, constant, calm, necessary. In rare cases, you will defend and hit the board perfectly. When that happens, resist excitement. Awareness continues even through advantage. Do not rush to protect. Let them bet into strength. Your composure keeps the rhythm of the table steady, disguising victory within stillness. A strong hand played with quiet patience earns more over time than an emotional one played with urgency. The energy exchange from the big blind is constant. You give chips through posting. You reclaim them through precision. Awareness prevents the imbalance from feeling heavy. You remind yourself that forced loss is built into structure, not failure. Every orbit you endure with clarity is profit in longevity. Psychologically, this seat trains endurance more than any other. You face decision after decision, mostly small, occasionally immense. The untrained player burns mental fuel fighting inevitability. You, however, learn to breathe through it. Each hand, each fold, each defend becomes rhythm practice. The table's aggression no longer feels hostile. It becomes sound. A hum beneath awareness. With time, your big blind play evolves into language. You know instinctively which holdings defend profitably, which flops favor your structure, which turns invite surrender. Ratios once memorized now live beneath thought. The seat that once felt like punishment becomes meditation. Tournament success depends on this transformation. Players who fear the big blind lose twice, first to chips, then to emotion. Those who treat it as rhythm lose less, learn more, and arrive at later stages balanced. The big blind is not where you are trapped. It is where you train composure. In the end, defending the big blind is not about holding your ground. It is about flowing within structure. You cannot stop others from attacking. You cannot change position. But you can remain calm, protect energy, and act through ratio. That is defense in its truest form, not resistance, but awareness. The dealer shuffles again, the orbit continues, and the big blind comes once more. You post without hesitation, breathe steadily, and prepare to watch the rhythm unfold. You are no longer protecting a stack. You are protecting your state of mind. Every defense, every fold, every calm call is part of the same practice. Presence without fear, awareness without strain. That is how the big blind becomes not a burden, but a teacher. Chapter 12. Life in the Small Blind. The small blind is the loneliest seat at the table. You begin each hand half invested, trapped between commitment and surrender. You act first on every street after the flop, yet you see everything before you decide pre-flop. This paradox defines the position: knowledge without control, participation without comfort. To master the small blind is to learn balance between presence and patience. The first lesson is humility. The small blind is not a place for ego. Every action here must come from structure, not emotion. You have already placed half of a big blind into the pot, but that partial investment is not ownership. The chips are gone, only the decision remains. Many players complete automatically, chasing discounts. The strategist pauses. You ask, what am I defending, and from whom? Awareness replaces impulse. From a ratio perspective, the small blind carries disadvantage. You act first post-flop, yet your pre-flop price tempts completion. Against passive tables, completing wide can be profitable. Against aggression, it becomes self-inflicted chaos. At deeper stacks, your raise or fold frequency dominates. You choose to open small when the big blind folds often, and you release quietly when the button or big blind attacks consistently. Patience is control disguised as surrender. The small blind also tests your awareness of flow. The dealer has acted, everyone has moved. Now the orbit pauses on you. You see every fold and raise before you decide. This vantage gives insight. The way chips move, the tempo of raises, the glances exchanged between opponents, all of it is visible. You have more information than any other seat, but you must act without comfort. Awareness must turn to precision instantly. At deep stacks, say 100 big blinds, the small blind's range widens through selective aggression. You can raise liberally when the big blind plays tight or disinterested. Your goal is not to steal, but to define rhythm. When you raise, you signal initiative. The pot becomes yours to manage. When you complete, you invite collaboration, allowing others to define flow. Each choice shapes table energy. At medium stacks around 40 big blinds, the small blind becomes sharper. Completion loses value. Post-flop complexity shrinks. You tighten your starting range to hands with clear equity, suited aces, broadways, and mid-pairs. The calm player treats this as rhythm simplification. You fold the noise away and keep only melody. At shallow stacks near 20 blinds or fewer, the small blind speaks in single notes. Raise or fold becomes shove or fold. Awareness keeps this compression from feeling suffocating. You breathe slower, waiting for the right combination of hand, ratio, and fold equity. Every shove becomes a declaration of timing, not emotion. The emotional challenge of the small blind is repetition. Orbit after orbit, you post, act first, and often surrender. The temptation to rebel grows quietly. Awareness must intercept that impulse. The blinds are not adversaries, they are structure. Every fold from the small blind preserves energy. Every completion avoided is clarity earned. Stillness here is not passivity. When the moment to attack arrives, you move decisively. The most effective small blind players use aggression like punctuation, rare, sharp, unmistakable. A well-timed 3-bet from Stillness carries far more meaning than constant resistance. The table feels the difference between noise and intent. Post-flop, awareness replaces position through timing. Because you act first, your decisions define the pace of the hand. A small lead can stabilize rhythm. A check can invite aggression to be used against itself. You must know when silence serves you, and when speech reclaims control. Each motion, each pause, shapes the energy of play. Mathematically, the small blind's weakness is offset by precision. Your open raise size controls pot geometry. A smaller sizing, 2¼ to 2½ blinds, keeps risk measured. Larger opens create fold equity, but amplify variance. Balance lies in adjusting rhythm to table behavior. Against tight players, open smaller and more often. Against loose players, open larger but less frequently. Awareness turns numerical adjustment into emotional stability. From a psychological angle, the small blind reveals character. Acting first exposes vulnerability. Every mistake feels magnified. But within this discomfort lies transformation. You learn to make peace with uncertainty. You act before knowing outcomes, not to control them, but to stay aligned with rhythm. That act, deliberate, calm, unguarded, is poker's purest expression. Your relationship with the big blind defines this seat. Together you form the table's defensive wall. Cooperation exists through rhythm, not conversation. When you play with balance, the big blind senses your structure and adjusts accordingly. They stop punishing your completions. They fold less predictably. They respect your range. This subtle harmony protects both seats from exploitation. Awareness also means reading how others perceive your role. The table sees the small blind as a point of weakness. Opponents target it automatically, opening wide from the button, expecting surrender. You exploit this assumption by occasionally defending with purpose, not frequently, but precisely. Each unexpected raise or call resets expectation, forcing them to reevaluate. Energy management defines long-term success here. Because you act first so often, mental fatigue accumulates faster. Protect yourself by simplifying thought patterns. Predecide ranges, predefine responses, and avoid emotional recalculation mid-hand. The fewer variables you process under pressure, the more energy you conserve for later. In live settings, the small blind offers a panoramic view of rhythm. You can watch faces, hands, and posture without direct gaze. You feel the pulse of the orbit. This sensory awareness grounds you. Even when chips leave your stack, you remain inside the flow rather than outside it. The best players describe the small blind as meditation under fire. It forces you to breathe, to act without full vision, and to let go of control immediately after moving. You fold, raise, or call, and then you release. The outcome no longer belongs to you. That detachment is not apathy, it is wisdom. Over the hours, the small blind becomes a rhythm of its own. Post, decide, act first, fold, repeat. Within that repetition lies practice, the refinement of patience, the sharpening of awareness, the acceptance of structure. Each decision is an echo of balance, never too passive, never too proud, always present. By the time the orbit returns, you no longer dread the small blind. You see it as a teacher of rhythm, a test of humility, and a mirror of control. You have learned that this seat, though disadvantaged, contains its own kind of clarity. When you play from here with patience and precision, you become more than a defender. You become an anchor for the table's tempo. The small blind will never be easy. It is not meant to be. But when you approach it with awareness, its pressure softens into rhythm. The forced investment feels lighter. You act with structure, surrender without loss, and breathe through the uncertainty. The chips you save and the calm you keep are both forms of profit. In the end, life in the small blind is not about surviving disadvantage. It is about embracing it as practice. Each orbit offers another chance to refine patience, strengthen discipline, and find peace in motion. When you can act first without fear, fold without resentment, and raise without anger, you have mastered more than the small blind. You have mastered yourself. Chapter 13. Ratio Thinking. Poker is built on ratios, relationships between investment and reward, risk and return, time and patience. To think in ratios is to detach from emotion and see the game through structure. It replaces fear with math, chaos with rhythm, and impulsive reaction with calm awareness. When you learn to measure everything in big blinds instead of feelings, your game becomes consistent and your decisions become peaceful. Ratio thinking begins with clarity. Every hand presents two questions: how much must I risk? And what do I gain by doing so? These questions remain the same, whether you are facing a pre-flop raise or a river shove. The numbers change, but the rhythm of thought does not. You translate every situation into proportions. The moment you see the game this way, your emotions have no place to hide. In the blinds, ratio thinking is your compass. You begin each hand already invested. Against a 2.5 big blind open, you must call 1.5 more to win roughly 4. Against a smaller 2 big blind open, your call costs 1 to win 4.5. The difference seems small, but the ratio shift changes everything. The smaller the price, the wider your defend can be. The larger the price, the narrower your defense must become. You are no longer deciding with ego, you are deciding with structure. Thinking in ratios keeps you grounded through rising blinds. As stacks shorten, emotional pressure grows. The player who measures only in chips begins to panic. But when you think in big blinds, structure remains stable. 10 big blinds is always 10, no matter what the tournament level says. This constancy brings calm. You understand your depth, your options, your orbit. The world around you accelerates, your rhythm stays the same. Ratio thinking also governs post-flop play. Pot size is not just an amount, it is a signal. You compare your remaining stack to the pot, forming what strategists call the stack-to-pot ratio. A high ratio, such as 10 or more, means freedom. You have room to bet small, to check, to play multiple streets. A low ratio, near 2 or less, means commitment. Once you enter, you are nearly all in. Awareness of this number prevents confusion. You know before you act how far each decision can go. The habit of ratio awareness simplifies difficult spots. When facing a continuation bet, you no longer think, should I call this amount? You think, what fraction of the pot is this, and what does that mean for my range? A small 1/3 pot bet allows you to continue wide. A large 3/4 pot bet forces precision. The math guides your patience. Ratios also help manage risk. Every call, raise or fold affects your stack longevity, measured in orbits. If you lose 5 big blinds unnecessarily, you shorten your life by several rotations. By thinking in these terms, you understand that every decision is part of a longer rhythm. A single lost pot is not failure, it is one skipped beat in a much larger song. Emotionally, ratio thinking brings detachment. Numbers are neutral, feelings are not. When you translate choices into structure, anxiety fades. You no longer ask, can I afford this? But does this ratio justify continuation? That shift in language keeps you grounded. You are no longer attached to outcomes, only to process. The small blind benefits most from ratio awareness. Because you are half invested, it's easy to justify completions that feel cheap but cost dearly in position. Ratio thinking reminds you that completing adds one big blind to the pot while forcing you to act first forever. The cost of position outweighs the price discount. Structure dissolves temptation. In the big blind, ratio awareness turns wide defense into science. Against small raises, you know your call costs roughly a quarter of the final pot. That means you can continue with hands that realize just that fraction of equity. Suited connectors, low pairs, and one-gap hands fit perfectly into that structure. You no longer guess, you calibrate. Post-flop, the same rhythm applies. Suppose you face a continuation bet of 1/3 pot. You understand that you need only win 25% of the time to break even. Awareness of that ratio turns fear into logic. You can call light, knowing structure protects you. When the bet size increases, the required win rate rises, and you fold accordingly. Ratio replaces panic with math. Stack depth awareness flows directly from ratio thinking. At 50 big blinds, you have flexibility, multi-street potential, controlled aggression, delayed turns. At 20 big blinds, you compress decisions, pre-flop planning dominates, post-flop maneuvering fades. At 10 or fewer, you convert to push-fold rhythm. Ratios define freedom. You adapt not from emotion, but from arithmetic clarity. Tournament pressure often clouds judgment, because players think in absolutes. They see half my stack, or a massive pot, and react instinctively. Ratio awareness dissolves that illusion. Every bet is relative, not absolute. A half-pot bet at 10 big blinds is not the same as a half-pot bet at 100. Awareness of proportion keeps your response aligned with structure. Even emotional stability follows ratio logic. Each decision drains or restores energy, depending on its clarity. When you think in ratios, decisions feel mechanical, light, almost effortless. You no longer swing between fear and relief. You simply execute structure. Over long hours, this calm becomes endurance. The players who guess burn out, the ones who calculate remain steady. Ratio thinking also protects against tilt after loss. When you lose a hand, you do not feel despair. You evaluate structure. You note whether the risk-reward ratio was sound. If it was, the loss carries no emotional charge. You followed rhythm, variance played its part. Awareness transforms randomness into inevitability. The longer you practice ratio awareness, the more it merges with intuition. You begin to feel the math without calculating. Your eyes see stack sizes and automatically translate them into orbits, pot odds, and equity percentages. The numbers fade into instinct, and instinct becomes rhythm. This is how structure evolves into flow. To maintain this clarity, avoid attaching identity to big pots. Ratio thinking treats all decisions as equal parts of the same equation. A fold that saves 2 big blinds carries the same weight as a call that wins 10. Each action preserves balance. Over time, this perspective builds quiet consistency, the hallmark of tournament survival. Thinking in ratios also connects you to time itself. You no longer measure progress by stack size alone, but by orbits endured with awareness intact. Each blind posted becomes an expected cost, each decision an investment in presence. You are never rushing, never chasing. You move with structure, not against it. In the end, ratio thinking is not about numbers, it is about peace. The math serves the mind by keeping emotions still. Every pot becomes a pattern, every decision a breath. You risk, you calculate, you act, you release. The ratio completes itself, and you remain calm. The blinds rise, the orbits pass, and structure continues its rhythm. But within that rhythm, you find serenity. Ratio thinking frees you from noise, from fear, from impulse, from confusion. You no longer play poker through feeling. You play through proportion. You play through balance. You play through awareness. Chapter 14. Accepting the tax of position. Every orbit, poker reminds you that information has a cost. That cost is the blinds, the unavoidable tax of position. You pay to sit at the table, and you pay more to act later. This cycle never ends. Learning to accept it is one of the quietest forms of discipline in tournament play. It is not a penalty, it is structure. The sooner you see this, the lighter the game feels. Most players treat the blinds as punishment, a steady erosion of their stacks. They feel resentment every time chips leave without choice. But awareness reframes this truth. The blinds are not taking from you, they are teaching you. They exist to remind you that comfort fades, that time moves, that adaptation never stops. This perspective shift is not philosophical, it is practical. Emotional resistance burns energy. Acceptance restores it. In ratio terms, the blinds represent a fixed cost per orbit. At a 9-handed table, that cost averages roughly 1.5 big blinds every round. At first it feels invisible, but over hours it defines survival. When you embrace this tax as part of rhythm rather than loss, you stop fighting structure. You plan around it. You measure stack life in rotations instead of fear. Imagine you hold 60 big blinds at a tournament midpoint. At 1.5 blinds per orbit, you can survive 40 orbits without winning a hand. That math reveals perspective. Time still exists. Panic is illusion. Acceptance allows precision. You know how many orbits remain before forced aggression becomes necessary. With that clarity, you stop chasing marginal spots. You align patience with math. Acceptance also changes emotional posture. The player who resents forced payment carries subtle tension in every movement. They play wider than necessary, calling hands that are not ready, raising without balance. Each act is an attempt to reclaim what structure took. The calm strategist does the opposite. They fold when structure dictates, breathe through orbit loss, and conserve rhythm for future opportunities. Psychologically, this acceptance transforms stress into flow. You no longer dread the rotation, you expect it. You know the blinds will rise, that stacks will shrink, that tournaments accelerate. Resistance only multiplies discomfort. Awareness keeps your breathing even while structure tightens. Strategically, accepting the tax of position frees you to make purer decisions. When you post the big blind, you do not feel pressure to defend every time. You select ranges through ratio, not emotion. You call when the math supports it, fold when it doesn't, and feel no need to compensate. The tax is paid either way. The question is how much clarity you keep afterward. From the small blind, this acceptance deepens. You post half a bet and must act first forever. The seat is pure disadvantage. Yet within that imbalance lies calm. You choose structure, raise or fold, simple and efficient. Every completion avoided is another act of discipline. You are not rejecting opportunity, you are respecting rhythm. Awareness also expands through observation. Once you stop resenting forced loss, you see how others handle it. Some players tighten to fear, others explode to reclaim control. You watch their relationship with the blinds unfold, like emotion mapped in chips. That information becomes advantage. Acceptance turns patience into perception. In practical tournament rhythm, the tax of position demands energy budgeting. The deeper the event, the more expensive each orbit becomes. To endure, you must balance aggression and stillness. Acceptance prevents panic, raises that waste equity. It lets you wait for the right moment, when ratios align, stack depth, position, and fold equity, converging into clarity. When that moment arrives, your move feels calm, inevitable, and timed perfectly. Acceptance is not passivity. It is alignment with truth. You still fight, but only when structure supports the fight. You stop trading emotional comfort for marginal chips. Every hand you play is deliberate. You win less through defiance and more through design. This perspective extends beyond hands. Between orbits, you remain mindful of rhythm. Each forced payment becomes part of breathing. Inhale through patience, exhale through release. You feel no frustration as chips leave the stack, because awareness knows they will return through timing. The game takes, the game gives. You remain centered. When blinds rise, inexperienced players panic because they see loss multiplied. Awareness turns this into ratio stability. The tax doubles, but so does the potential reward from antes and aggression. Structure stays proportional. Once again, perspective dissolves fear. Emotionally, accepting the tax teaches humility. No one escapes the orbit. Even the chip leader must post eventually. That equality stabilizes the table's rhythm. You are never truly behind. You are simply in cycle. Each orbit becomes a small surrender that trains discipline for larger moments. Stack management begins with this mindset. Awareness of the tax lets you forecast longevity. You count how many orbits remain before a critical threshold. 10 big blinds, then 5. Each milestone guides your next action. When you know how many rotations you have, you stop guessing. Guessing is tension, structure is calm. Acceptance also redefines patience. Waiting is no longer absence of action, but precision of timing. You understand that some orbits must be sacrificed to position, that others will bring opportunity. Each time you fold from the blinds, you are not losing, you are trading one beat of rhythm for clarity later. From a tactical view, acceptance stabilizes defense. You no longer feel guilt folding hands that technically qualify as calls. Awareness weighs fatigue and flow, alongside math. If your focus wavers, folding is correct, even when equity exists. You are paying tax, not just in chips, but in attention. Protecting that attention is how you survive deep play. As tournaments progress, you feel structure compressing. Stacks shorten, decisions quicken. Yet awareness does not shrink. You see the pattern clearly. The blinds rise, players adjust, tables break, and the cycle restarts. Each repetition reinforces acceptance. You are not chasing permanence, you are practicing endurance. Eventually, the tax of position stops feeling like loss altogether. It becomes the pulse of the game, a metronome marking the tempo of thought. You hear it in the dealer's voice, feel it in the chips moving across the felt. Every orbit, another reminder that the game is alive, breathing, constant. You are simply part of its flow. When you reach this state, structure and serenity merge. You fold without regret, act without hesitation, and watch the orbit continue. Your stack rises and falls, but your rhythm remains level. The tax is no longer cost. It is conversation between patience and motion, between surrender and control. To accept the tax of position is to accept poker itself. The game will always demand payment for awareness. Each blind you post is an offering to rhythm, a reminder of impermanence, and an opportunity to practice stillness. The dealer calls for blinds again. You slide chips forward, calm and present. They leave without resistance. The orbit spins, and your focus stays anchored. The lesson repeats, and with every repetition, you become lighter. Chapter 15. The Quiet Power of Completion. Completing from the small blind is one of poker's softest actions. It is neither surrender nor aggression, but a quiet acceptance of possibility. It invites the next street, rather than demanding it. When done intentionally, completion becomes an act of control through calm. When done carelessly, it becomes a slow leak of energy and equity. The difference lies entirely in awareness. The small blind tempts completion because it feels cheap. You are halfway there, the price is low, and curiosity whispers. The instinct to see a flop is strong. Yet completion is not a reflex, it is a tool. The strategist completes only when structure, table texture, and emotional rhythm align. The goal is not to play every hand, but to enter the right ones with clarity. From a mathematical standpoint, completion thrives when the big blind is passive or deep stacked. When you know the player beside you defends often, but plays softly post-flop, completion gains value. You can see flops with speculative hands, suited connectors, small pairs, and suited aces, and realize equity through patience. But when the big blind is aggressive, eager to raise every limp, completion becomes a trap for yourself. Awareness means knowing who you invite into the pot. Stack depth defines your approach. At 60 big blinds or more, completion is a controlled experiment. You have room to explore, to fold post-flop without damage, to find small pots through positionless awareness. At 30 or fewer, the window closes. The smaller your stack, the less room exists for subtlety. Completion loses power when pressure rises. You return to raise or fold structure, preserving clarity through simplicity. Completion carries emotional weight because it feels uncertain. You have chosen neither clear aggression nor clear withdrawal. That ambiguity can unsettle players who crave definition. The key is comfort within uncertainty. When you complete, you are saying, "I will see what arrives." That statement is not weakness, it is observation. The flop becomes the teacher. Post-flop, awareness turns completion into quiet control. You check often, but not blindly. You let the big blind define pace first, using their bet sizes and timing as information. If they check behind, the rhythm passes to you. You lead small on turns where your range connects, low, paired, or suited textures that favor your holdings. Your goal is not domination, it is flow. You use their motion to guide yours, never forcing tension into calm space. Many players fear completion because it feels passive. But stillness is not inactivity. It is deliberate energy conservation. When you complete with structure, you know your range, you know which boards to continue, which to fold, which to transform into traps. This quiet knowledge turns apparent passivity into strength. The table underestimates you, assuming surrender. Awareness converts that assumption into invisible advantage. The quiet power of completion lies in balance. Complete too often, and you lose discipline. Refuse to complete entirely, and you lose potential. Awareness rests between these extremes, blending observation with ratio. At deep stacks, you might complete 1/3 of hands offered by price. At shallow depths, 1/10. The numbers shift, but the rhythm remains steady. Psychologically, completion tests patience. You act first on every post-flop street, facing unknown texture and unpredictable aggression. The untrained player seeks closure too early, leading big, bluffing prematurely, chasing ownership. The strategist breathes instead. You allow the hand to unfold, to reveal its tone. Sometimes that tone invites action, sometimes release. Patience lets you tell the difference. Completion also carries image value. Players read small blind behavior as communication. If you always fold, they assume fear. If you always raise, they assume defiance. Completion creates ambiguity. Your silence speaks. Opponents grow unsure whether you hold strength or curiosity. That uncertainty slows their rhythm, giving you space to act when timing aligns. Awareness of rhythm transforms completion from defensive to creative. The more you repeat the act intentionally, the more you sense flow through the hand. You notice how certain textures favor your wide range. On flops like 7-8 deuce or 9-5-3, your completed holdings connect naturally. You can lead small with confidence, representing both made and potential strength. On ace-high or king-high flops, you remain still, checking, allowing them to bet into imbalance. Completion also deepens your emotional patience. Most of your completed hands will miss the flop. Accepting this truth protects you from tilt. You fold without regret, knowing that completion was investment in rhythm, not outcome. Like the blinds themselves, these small contributions are part of the orbit's tax. Some will return, most will not. The peace lies in knowing the difference. Ratio thinking keeps your completions disciplined. Each time you call half a blind, you add roughly 1.5 big blinds to the pot. Against an opponent likely to raise large, your price may double before seeing a flop. Awareness calculates this risk in advance. You do not complete to satisfy curiosity. You complete to exploit structure. When completion becomes habit, awareness dissolves. When it remains practice, it builds skill. There are also rare moments when completion becomes a trap of elegance. You hold a strong hand, ace-king, pocket queens, and choose stillness. The big blind raises as expected, and your re-raise carries the weight of surprise. Calm pre-flop disguise turns into controlled aggression. The power comes not from deception, but from patience expressed through silence. From an energy standpoint, completion preserves stamina. Folding every small blind tightens your range, but shortens your view of the table. Raising every small blind amplifies variance and emotional fatigue. Completion gives you space to observe at lower cost. You remain part of the hand without forcing its direction. This participation, quiet and contained, sustains focus across long hours. In live tournaments, completion teaches you how to watch. Once you've completed and checked, Your hands rest on the felt while others act. You feel rhythm through sound, chips clinking, cards flicking, breaths shifting. Awareness expands. Even when you lose the pot, you gain insight. Completion buys information cheaply, and information is the most valuable currency in poker. The small blind's greatest lesson is that power does not always shout. Sometimes it listens. Completion is listening to rhythm, to structure, to opponents. It is patience given form. You move when the flow invites, fold when it passes, and remain unaffected by either. The act is small, the awareness it builds is vast. Over time, you begin to appreciate the beauty of completion. It is the pause within aggression, the inhale before movement. You realize that poker's flow needs both sound and silence. Completion provides the silence, a quiet intermission between battles, a reminder that stillness itself can shape the rhythm. When done with awareness, completion is not weakness. It is the power of waiting without fear. You accept imperfection, you act from calm, and you trust that clarity will return with time. That is the quiet power of completion, an act so soft it almost disappears, yet strong enough to hold the balance of patience and control. Chapter 16. Reading energy from the button. The button is the light that always turns toward you in the blinds. It shines last on every street, guiding rhythm through control of action. When you play from the blinds, you live in its reflection. To read energy from the button is to sense how that light changes when it warms, when it cools, when it flickers with intent. Awareness of this rhythm tells you when to defend, when to surrender, and when to shift the flow entirely. The button's strength comes from position. Acting last gives them the gift of knowledge, but that gift breeds habit. Over time, many players on the button fall into patterns, raising at the same pace, sizing consistently, relying on automatic aggression. Awareness turns these repetitions into signals. When you learn to read them, their advantage becomes transparent. The first form of energy to read is tempo. How quickly does the button raise once the action reaches them? Some move instantly, as though entitlement fuels them. Others hesitate slightly, deciding whether the table's rhythm will allow another steal. That pause, however brief, carries information. Speed shows comfort, delay shows doubt. Awareness transforms timing into texture. Bet sizing adds another layer. A consistent min-raise across orbits often means automation. That player has stopped thinking and started farming small pots. Against them, your calm defense will feel invisible until it isn't. You can defend wide, float flops, and counter later. When sizing suddenly increases, energy has shifted, either from frustration or genuine strength. Do not assume which, simply note that rhythm has changed. Information itself is value. From the small blind, reading button energy is survival. You must decide whether to fold, raise, or complete, while knowing you'll act first after the flop. If the button's body language shows confidence, upright posture, still hands, eyes already on the dealer, you respect that flow and fold more often. But when their shoulders drop, or their chips move awkwardly, awareness senses imbalance. You may re-raise light, using their hesitation as anchor for your own rhythm. From the big blind, energy becomes dialogue. You have already paid full price, so the ratio often demands continuation. But awareness tells you how to continue. When the button's opens come faster and louder, their frequency is expanding. Defend wider. When they slow, fold sooner. You are not reacting to aggression, you are synchronizing with its pulse. The strongest players treat the button's energy as background music. They do not fight it, they blend into it. When the rhythm grows steady, they disrupt it softly with one unexpected move, a 3-bet, a check raise, a delayed float. When the rhythm grows chaotic, they quiet it through stillness, letting the aggressor overextend. Awareness means you can hear the beat without being moved by it. Energy also reveals intent after the flop. When the button continuation bets instantly, they are often routine. A brief pause before betting means calculation. Both are readable. The key is to stay emotionally neutral. If you view every bet as attack, you lose clarity. When you see it as information, your focus expands. Ratio thinking keeps these readings practical. Facing a 1/3 pot continuation bet, you need only win 1 out of 4 times for a call to break even. That knowledge prevents fear. You defend accordingly, not from ego, but from structure. When the sizing grows large, you evaluate ratio again. Awareness of proportion keeps emotional noise silent, while you interpret rhythm. Physical tells are the outer edge of this awareness. The button who reaches for chips before cards are dealt is already preparing aggression. The one who adjusts posture after being challenged may be recalibrating. The sound of chips placed quickly versus gently can tell you whether energy flows from confidence or anxiety. These cues are subtle, but they echo louder in stillness. The quieter you become, the more you hear. Psychologically, reading energy from the button is an exercise in non-resistance. The mind's instinct is to counter every action with action, with action. Awareness teaches you to pause first. Pressure cannot exist without reaction. When you stay still, pressure dissolves. The button will keep trying to provoke movement, but your composure turns their rhythm into noise. You must also guard against projection. Sometimes you see tension in others that actually belongs to you. Before interpreting energy, check your own. If frustration or fatigue clouds you, their movements will appear distorted. Reset through breath before judging rhythm. The clearer your internal state, the more accurately you read external flow. In tournaments, the button's energy evolves as stacks shrink. Early on it feels exploratory. Small raises, frequent steals. Midway through, it tightens slightly as blinds rise. Late in play, it becomes volatile, alternating between fear and desperation. Awareness of these phases helps you adjust defense. When you feel fear in their motion, widen. When you sense desperation, prepare traps. Reading energy also means feeling silence. Sometimes the button folds unexpectedly, and the table breathes differently. That absence of aggression is signal too. It may mark fatigue or caution. You note it without judgment, adjusting your own rhythm for the next orbit. Awareness lives equally in motion and stillness. From a strategic viewpoint, reading button energy creates opportunity for timed resistance. You do not need to fight every raise. You need only choose the one that breaks rhythm. After several orbits of quiet folding, your sudden 3-bet will land with amplified force because it disrupts expectation. The timing feels effortless when guided by awareness. Over long sessions, your ability to read energy transforms the button's power into partnership. You stop seeing them as enemy and start seeing them as tempo. Their aggression provides structure for your patience. Their repetition gives rhythm to your adaptation. Every action they take becomes part of your meditation. Emotionally, this perspective brings peace. The button will always attack. That is their nature. You cannot change that. But you can choose how to receive it. Each raise, each bet, each attempt to dominate becomes another reminder to breathe, to center, to act through clarity. When you do, you turn their strength into your stillness. The essence of reading energy from the button is awareness without judgment. You observe patterns, feel tempo, and respond through ratio and rhythm. You no longer fight control, you align with it until the right moment to reclaim it. When you finally act, the timing feels inevitable, like exhale after long breath. As the orbit continues, the button raises again. You glance, not to react but to listen. Their motion, their rhythm, their silence, all data. You know now that energy speaks before chips do. You breathe, evaluate, and respond softly. The hand begins, the flop falls, and the table's rhythm moves forward, unchanged except for one small detail. You can feel it all. Chapter 17. Balancing Defense Ranges. Balance is the quiet heartbeat of professional poker. Every call, every fold, every raise shapes how the table reads you. When your decisions repeat in pattern, others adjust. When they cannot find rhythm in your behavior, you become invisible, calm, unreadable, centered in control. Balancing your defense ranges is not about playing randomly. It is about remaining in rhythm without predictability. From the blinds, this principle defines your survival. You face attack more than any other position. Players to your left and right know you are forced to pay. They know you are compelled to act. If you defend too tightly, they profit from your fear. If you defend too widely, they profit from your impatience. Balance is the narrow line between these extremes, a quiet calibration between math and emotion. Mathematically, balance begins pre-flop. Against a minimum raise, you can defend close to 50% of hands from the big blind, but that range is not static. Against a larger raise, it shrinks to 30. Against an open from early position, it tightens further. Awareness means adjusting constantly, not through guesswork, but through ratio and rhythm. The same logic applies in the small blind, though compression is sharper. Because you act first post-flop, your balance must lean toward caution. Raise or fold becomes your language. Completion is spoken only when conditions allow stillness. The key to true balance is frequency control. Your actions over time create patterns that opponents observe subconsciously. If you fold every weak hand, they will steal freely. If you always re-raise strong holdings, they will trap. To remain balanced, you must let some strong hands blend with your calls and some weaker ones appear in your aggression. It is not deception, it is harmony. You distribute strength across actions, so your rhythm cannot be predicted. This balance extends beyond hand selection into tempo. Acting too quickly with strong hands and too slowly with weak ones builds rhythm others can hear. Awareness teaches stillness before decision. Breathe once, pause, and act at the same pace, regardless of strength. Consistency in timing protects the silence of your range. Post-flop, balance turns to proportion. You check often from the blinds, but not always. You call sometimes with top pair, sometimes with draws, sometimes with air. You fold when rhythm breaks, not merely when equity disappears. Each choice keeps your opponent uncertain. They cannot know whether your stillness hides weakness or preparation. Awareness becomes veil. Balancing defense ranges also requires emotional neutrality. The instinct to fight back after repeated attacks breaks structure. True balance does not react to pressure, it absorbs it. When you remain calm, you defend wide enough to deny free profit, but not wide enough to lose control. The line is thin, but awareness sharpens it with practice. Think of your defense range as an instrument tuned between extremes. Tightness plays one note, fear. Looseness plays another, recklessness. Balance is the harmony between the two, a steady hum that confuses the untrained ear. Opponents trying to read you will hear noise where there is actually rhythm. Ratio thinking simplifies this balance. Suppose you defend 40% of hands from the big blind against frequent steals. That 40% includes suited connectors, broadways, mid-pairs, and suited aces. Each category carries different post-flop potential. By maintaining these proportions across orbits, your overall defense remains consistent. You do not guess, you maintain equilibrium. In practice, balance reveals itself through pattern observation. If you notice your own folds have become too frequent, widen slightly on the next few orbits. If you've been defending too eagerly, tighten quietly. These micro-adjustments keep you centered. The table changes constantly. Your balance must breathe with it. Post-flop equilibrium works similarly. You do not continuation bet every favorable board, nor do you surrender every unfavorable one. Instead, you mix. Sometimes you check your strong hands to protect weaker checks. Sometimes you lead small to test texture. Each decision reinforces unpredictability. Awareness means you are not playing cards alone. You are managing perception. The emotional layer of balance comes from repetition. Over long tournaments, fatigue erodes even structure. You start reacting automatically, folding too fast or calling too wide. Awareness prevents drift. Each time the action reaches you, pause and recalibrate. Ask, what is my rhythm? Has it tilted toward avoidance or aggression? That single moment of mindfulness restores equilibrium. Balance also applies to aggression timing. Your re-raises must appear naturally within flow, not as emotional spikes. A well-timed 3-bet after several orbits of silence feels composed, not defensive. It communicates structure, not frustration. Awareness guides this rhythm so that every shift in tempo feels deliberate. At deeper stacks, balance expands. You have more options, more room to vary sizing and line selection. Use that space to create subtle variety. Check strong hands occasionally, bluffing controlled frequencies. The goal is not to confuse, but to remain undefined. The longer your opponents chase definition, the quieter your edge becomes. At shorter stacks, balance condenses. Options disappear, leaving only simplicity. Defend with hands that retain equity, fold the rest. Yet even here, awareness protects rhythm. You do not let fear shrink your range too early. You continue defending as long as structure supports it. Short stack balance is mental more than mathematical, staying even when the game compresses. Awareness of table perception closes the loop. Balance is not static truth, it's reflection. You must always see yourself through your opponent's eyes. If they view you as tight, loosen slightly. If they view you as loose, fold more. This invisible adjustment keeps you a moving target. You control narrative by never confirming expectation. Emotionally, balanced defense creates serenity. You no longer chase outcomes. You no longer fear steals or celebrate repelled attacks. Every defense, every fold, every check belongs to the same rhythm. You act not to prove control, but to maintain harmony. Others fluctuate around you, their energy rising and falling. You remain constant. The longer you sustain balance, the quieter the table becomes. Opponents lose clarity about what you represent. Their aggression slows, their curiosity rises, their rhythm falters. Balance does not shout, it whispers. It tells them nothing. And in poker, silence is the strongest language. When you defend from the blinds with balanced ranges, you create a field of uncertainty. Each orbit, each decision reinforces that calm unpredictability. The big stacks cannot bully you. The short stacks cannot exploit you. You move like water, adaptive, measured, never fixed. Over time, this equilibrium becomes your anchor. While others swing between extremes, your awareness holds steady. The blinds come and go, the levels rise, and your rhythm continues. Balance becomes identity, but not the kind others can read. It is internal, silent, unwavering. To balance your defense ranges is to accept impermanence. You will never be perfect, but you will always be centered. Every hand teaches adjustment, every orbit refines patience. You defend, you fold, you observe, and you continue. That is balance, not a position, but a practice. A state of stillness between aggression and restraint. When you reach it, the blinds no longer feel heavy. They feel like rhythm itself, constant, predictable, yet always under your quiet control. Chapter 18: The Emotional Cost of Defending. Every defense from the blinds demands energy. Not only chips, not only calculation, but emotional energy, the invisible fuel of patience and attention. Over a long tournament, this cost adds up quietly. It drains those who are unaware, leaving them reactive and fatigued before the real pressure begins. To play from the blinds well is to understand this hidden price, to manage emotion as carefully as you manage stack size. You will defend hundreds of hands throughout a tournament. Most will end in small losses, a few in quiet wins. The ratio itself is normal, but the emotional weight is uneven. Every hand asks you to act from disadvantage. Every orbit tests your composure. This repetition is what breaks most players, not one big hand, but the constant rhythm of defense. Awareness begins with acceptance. Defending is work. It is not glamorous, not exciting, not the part of the game that builds highlight reels. It is the endurance test beneath everything else. When you acknowledge this truth, you stop resisting it. You recognize that fatigue is part of the structure, not failure of will. This simple awareness already lightens the load. The emotional cost grows from expectation. Many players enter each defense, hoping to win back what they posted. When they fold or lose a small pot, frustration builds. They forget that the blinds are designed to be lost over time. You are meant to pay them. You cannot win them all. The discipline lies in minimizing damage, not eliminating it. Understanding this removes pressure. You no longer judge each defense as success or failure. You see it as maintenance. From the small blind, this emotional cost is sharper. You act first, half invested, often folding before seeing a flop. The mind rebels. It wants closure, completion. Folding after partial commitment feels unfinished. Awareness reminds you that this discomfort is illusion. The chips were never yours once they left your stack. Folding early is not quitting, it is preserving structure for later. From the big blind, the fatigue is slower, quieter. You are constantly asked to defend, to play without position, to respond to endless aggression. Each decision consumes focus. Even correct folds wear on endurance when repeated long enough. Awareness teaches conservation. You do not fight every raise. You do not justify every call. You measure energy as carefully as you measure equity. Emotion and logic share the same battery. Every burst of frustration drains focus. Every impulse reaction depletes clarity. This is why patience is not only moral virtue, but tactical necessity. The longer you preserve calm, the longer you can think. The players who burn energy early through anger, pride, or restlessness begin to decay as structure tightens. Breathing resets this balance. Between hands, slow your inhale and lengthen your exhale. Let tension leave with the breath. The small pauses between orbits are more powerful than they seem. You cannot control the flow of cards, but you can control the rhythm of your body. This rhythm becomes your metronome for awareness. Fatigue often disguises itself as momentum. You lose several defenses in a row and decide to push back to re-raise light, to call wide, to make something happen. That impulse feels like control, but is actually exhaustion. Awareness distinguishes the two. True control feels calm and measured. Fatigue feels urgent. When urgency appears, fold and reset. No good decision comes from hunger for redemption. Tournament endurance is emotional management, disguised as poker strategy. The best players conserve focus across 12-hour days not by thinking harder, but by thinking less often. They eliminate noise. Awareness filters what matters: pot odds, position, flow, and releases the rest. By removing emotional chatter, you extend concentration naturally. Tilt does not always appear as rage. Sometimes it arrives as quiet despair, a feeling of futility after another small loss from the blinds. You start to believe the seat itself is cursed. Awareness dissolves this illusion through perspective. Every player pays the same price. Every orbit costs the same. The difference lies only in how you receive it. Emotional cost can also appear physically. Shoulders tense, breath shortens, focus narrows. You begin to act faster, trying to end discomfort quickly. The solution is slowness. Take the extra second before folding, before calling, before defending. That pause reconnects thought to rhythm. You move from reaction to awareness, from emotion to structure. Ratio thinking protects you here as well. When you quantify the cost of blinds per orbit, emotional weight decreases. You understand the tax. You know your stack allows 20 orbits at current pace. That knowledge turns stress into scheduling. Awareness replaces panic with plan. Each orbit becomes a measured expenditure instead of invisible loss. Fatigue also stems from internal dialogue. The mind replays mistakes, overanalyzes folds, invents regret. This repetition wastes energy. The strategist learns to close each hand completely. When chips leave your stack, they belong to the game. When the dealer pushes the pot elsewhere, it is gone. The past orbit has no hold on the next. You begin again every hand. This discipline of renewal keeps emotion light. Emotion has rhythm, and awareness listens to it. You will feel waves of restlessness, frustration, or boredom. Instead of resisting them, observe them. The feeling passes faster when you name it. This is fatigue. This is impatience. Each acknowledgement weakens its hold. Over time, emotional turbulence becomes just another pattern to study. The emotional cost of defending is also the teacher of empathy. When you feel pressure from every orbit, you start to recognize it in others. You see the player 2 seats down begin to lose posture after hours of blinds. You recognize tilt in their timing. Awareness lets you use their emotional decay as guide. When they play faster, you slow down. When they lean into aggression, you let them burn energy. Emotional control becomes both shield and weapon. As tournaments deepen, exhaustion blurs logic for everyone. Awareness now becomes oxygen. You breathe when others hold breath. You fold cleanly when others force decisions. You defend only when energy supports it. The longer you maintain this equilibrium, the more powerful your calm becomes. Eventually, you reach a point where defending no longer feels heavy. Each orbit feels like breath, each decision like rhythm. The emotional cost still exists, but it no longer drains. You have learned to pay it through stillness. Every fold is release, every call is patience, every orbit is renewal. To master the emotional cost of defending is to accept that fatigue is part of awareness. You do not need to resist it, you only need to see it clearly. Once seen, it loses weight. The game continues, the blinds return, and your calm remains. This is how the best players survive long after others collapse, not through stronger hands or luckier cards, but through emotional endurance. The blinds never stop, neither does awareness. You breathe, you fold, you defend, and through each motion, you remain whole. Chapter 19. Stack Depth Awareness. Stack depth defines everything. It changes what hands you play, how you play them, and what patience feels like. To understand stack depth is to see the game in layers, the same position, the same hand, the same rhythm, but with entirely different meaning depending on how many big blinds you have. Awareness of depth is not just math, it is emotional calibration. It tells you when to expand, when to simplify, and when to surrender control. Every stack size carries its own rhythm. Deep stacks breathe slowly. Medium stacks pulse with balance. Short stacks move in quick, sharp beats. Awareness allows you to adjust your pace to each rhythm, instead of fighting against it. When you act in harmony with your depth, every decision becomes natural. When you act out of sync, pressure builds like noise in the mind. Let us begin with deep stacks, 60 big blinds or more. Here, freedom exists. You have room to call, to float, to plan for multiple streets. Deep stacks reward patience, because information unfolds gradually. Awareness here is wide, steady, and deliberate. You are not playing to protect, you are playing to learn. From the blinds, deep stacks allow wider defenses. You can call with speculative holdings, suited connectors, one-gap hands, small pairs, knowing that you can maneuver post-flop. Your ratio is favorable, your space abundant. The emotional danger of deep stacks is overindulgence. The freedom to play more hands tempts looseness without structure. Awareness prevents this drift. Even with space to explore, every defend must serve purpose. You remind yourself that deep play is not license for chaos, it is permission for rhythm. You fold when flow turns awkward, you call when the ratio justifies. You raise when timing supports. Deep awareness is not about doing more. It is about doing better with patience. At medium depth, between 25 and 40 big blinds, the rhythm tightens. Freedom shrinks, but structure grows clearer. These are the stacks that test discipline most. You can no longer float lightly or chase marginal equity. Each decision carries measurable consequence. Awareness becomes sharper, narrower, more precise. From the blinds at this depth, your defense ranges compress toward value and clarity. You still protect your big blind against small opens, but speculative hands lose power. Post-flop, you control pot size deliberately. Bet smaller, check more often, avoid building large pots out of position. Medium stacks reward proportion, actions that maintain flexibility without commitment. Emotionally, this stage feels like holding your breath. The orbit continues, the blinds rise, and you sense that patience has weight now. Awareness here is rhythm under pressure. You must stay still while the structure compresses around you. Many players lose control in this stage because they cling to deep stack habits, calling too wide, chasing too many turns. Awareness lets you shed those habits and move with structure instead of nostalgia. At shallow stacks, 15 big blinds or fewer, awareness becomes simplicity itself. Strategy condenses into clarity, fold, shove, or call. You no longer manage post-flop rhythm, you manage timing. Every decision is binary. Awareness must be immediate, but calm. The instinct is to panic, to see short stacks as suffocation. But awareness reframes this as precision. There is no longer space for emotion, only structure. At 10 big blinds, patience becomes paradoxical. You have little left, yet every decision matters more. Awareness replaces anxiety with rhythm. You remind yourself that 10 big blinds still equal several orbits. You calculate ratio, 1.5 blinds per round. You breathe. You wait for alignment between position, fold equity, and hand strength. When the moment arrives, you move decisively. Short stack awareness is trust in timing rather than fear of collapse. Across all depths, awareness prevents overreaction. Players often make their worst decisions right after transitions, when a deep stack turns medium or medium turns short. They continue acting as if they still have room that no longer exists. Awareness checks those habits instantly. You ask yourself before every hand, what depth am I playing? What rhythm belongs to this stack? Stack awareness is also emotional regulation. Deep stacks demand patience, but not laziness. Medium stacks demand discipline, but not rigidity. Short stacks demand courage, but not panic. Each stage teaches a different kind of calm. The strategist moves through them fluidly, like water taking shape of its container. From a ratio standpoint, each depth rewrites pot geometry. Deep stacks create high stack-to-pot ratios, meaning hands can develop slowly and fold equity remains low. Medium stacks produce balanced ratios. Both players can pressure each other through controlled bets. Short stacks collapse ratio into finality. Once you act, you are often all in. Awareness of these dynamics prevents mistakes born from confusion. Defending from the blinds becomes different practice at each depth. Deep you defend wide, play small pots, test awareness. Medium, you defend structured ranges, avoid domination, manage sizing carefully. Short, you defend rarely, waiting for clear spots to shove or re-steal. Each form of defense demands its own rhythm of patience. Awareness of your opponent's stack depths matters equally. When they are deep, expect longer battles and delayed aggression. When they are short, expect volatility. Awareness of everyone's rhythm allows smoother adjustment to pressure waves. You no longer see random motion, you see synchronized tempo across stacks. Fatigue interacts with stack depth too. Deep play drains mental energy through complexity. Shallow play drains it through urgency. Awareness of your state determines approach. When focus wanes, simplify, tighten range, fold sooner, breathe longer. Protect energy before protecting chips. The tired mind misreads depth, worst. Stack awareness also builds empathy at the table. You see tension not as threat, but as shared experience. Everyone feels pressure when stacks fall. Everyone feels temptation when stacks grow. This recognition dissolves ego. You stop comparing outcomes and start harmonizing decisions. Awareness turns competition into coexistence, a shared rhythm of adaptation. Tournament evolution is measured by how easily you shift between these depths without emotional residue. After doubling up, you slow down. After losing, you reset. There is no attachment to comfort. The structure will move again, and you will move with it. That is awareness, not control, but fluidity. The orbit itself teaches this constantly. Each round steals a fraction of your stack. Every few levels, depth changes. Awareness means anticipating that change before it happens. You sense compression coming and prepare. You adjust ranges, recenter emotion, adapt breathing. When the level hits, you are already there. Ultimately, stack depth awareness is the art of living in proportion. It is knowing how much patience each decision deserves, how much risk each hand requires, how much calm each orbit needs. It is poker in its purest form, rhythm through ratio, control through awareness. When you master it, time feels slower, edges feel clearer, and emotion feels quieter. You stop counting chips and start counting beats, the steady rhythm of structure, orbit after orbit. Deep or short, ahead or behind, your awareness remains the same. The game continues to shift, but you do not. You breathe, measure, and move in tune with depth itself. That is stack awareness, not calculation alone, but serenity expressed through numbers. Chapter 20. Harmony between blinds. The small blind and big blind are two sides of the same rhythm. They move together, orbit after orbit, partners in disadvantage and teachers of awareness. To find harmony between the blinds is to understand that these seats are not isolated. They form a single flow, a quiet duet between patience and pressure, stillness and reaction. When you master both, the table's rhythm feels complete. The blinds live in constant exchange. The small blind begins with partial investment, the big blind with full. One acts first, one acts second. One builds structure through choice, the other defends through ratio. But they share the same challenge: to act without position, to observe before acting, to breathe through uncertainty. Awareness connects them. Harmony begins with understanding their purpose. The small blind tests restraint, the big blind tests endurance. Together they form the foundation of discipline. Every orbit you spend here reinforces patience. Every fold, every defend, every observation teaches you the same truth, that control comes not from aggression, but from alignment with rhythm. The small blind expresses initiative. You decide whether to complete, raise, or release. This seat is your opportunity to define tone. The big blind expresses adaptation. You respond to what has been created. Awareness allows these two energies to balance. Initiative without awareness becomes recklessness. Adaptation without initiative becomes passivity. Harmony is found in the middle, where choice and reaction move together. From a tactical view, this harmony lives in proportion. Against a late position opener, the small blind must choose structure, re-raise with strength, fold the rest, and complete sparingly. The big blind, receiving better price and position, defends more liberally. These frequencies balance the table's flow. If the small blind tightens, the big blind can loosen slightly. If the small blind attacks more often, the big blind can defend less. Awareness of each other keeps exploitation away. Imagine the blinds as two hands of the same player. One hand extends, the other retreats. One pushes tempo, the other absorbs it. The small blind's aggression forces opponents to respect structure. The big blind's patience absorbs their energy without collapse. Together they create rhythm, pressure, and stillness, working as one. Communication between these seats is invisible, but powerful. Over time, opponents begin to sense patterns. If both blinds fold too often, the table grows louder, steals increase. When both show awareness, folding, when structure demands, but defending when ratios allow, the table quiets. Aggression loses rhythm, because harmony restores balance. Mathematically, harmony between blinds is about range distribution. The small blind's range should lean towards stronger, polarized holdings. The big blind's range should spread wide, covering connected and speculative hands. This balance ensures that every flop texture belongs partially to you. The small blind carries top-end strength, the big blind carries board interaction. Awareness of these roles allows you to defend collectively, even without direct coordination. The shared challenge between these positions is energy management. They appear in every orbit, drawing constant attention. The emotional weight doubles when both seats are played unconsciously. Harmony requires rhythm conservation. When you fold one, breathe before defending the other. Do not let frustration carry from one blind to the next. Each decision stands alone. Awareness also prevents rivalry between the two seats. Many players over-defend the small blind to protect what they have paid, then overfold the big blind in compensation. This imbalance reveals emotional attachment. Harmony dissolves that attachment through structure. The small blind accepts partial loss. The big blind accepts wider participation. The result is fluid, predictable discipline. The relationship between blinds evolves with stack depth. At deep stacks, harmony expresses through creativity. The small blind can mix completion and raising, while the big blind experiments with calls and delayed aggression. Both have space to learn each other's tempo. At medium stacks, harmony compresses, small blind tightens, big blind steadies. At short stacks, harmony simplifies entirely. Small blind acts with directness, big blind responds with precision. This unity extends into post-flop rhythm. The small blind, acting first, often checks to control pot size. The big blind then reacts from slightly better position. When both act with awareness, pots remain structured. Neither overextends nor collapses. The flow of betting becomes balanced. One restrains, the other observes. Harmony also influences table image. When both blinds behave with calm structure, opponents feel resistance even in silence. They hesitate before attacking, unsure whether aggression will find weakness or patience. This subtle uncertainty preserves chips without conflict. The table senses composure radiating from your side of the felt. Emotionally, harmony between blinds brings relief. You stop viewing these seats as punishment. You start seeing them as practice, alternating lessons in patience and courage. One teaches you how to begin calmly, the other teaches you how to end gracefully. The transition from one to the next becomes seamless, like inhale and exhale. In long tournaments, harmony becomes survival. Players who view each blind separately drain faster, frustration in the small blind, fatigue in the big. Awareness connects them, allowing energy to recycle. You fold one hand, breathe, and the next defense begins without residue. This cycle continues endlessly, steady and light. To maintain this balance, treat each blind as rhythm practice. When posting the small blind, focus on awareness of others, their motion, their timing. When posting the big blind, focus on awareness of self, your patience, your breath. Together, these two practices build a complete state of composure. Strategically, the small blind protects table rhythm. The big blind protects emotional rhythm. One defines, one responds. When you align them, every orbit feels balanced. You lose less to fatigue, spend fewer chips chasing variance, and stay synchronized with structure. Harmony between blinds also builds intuition. As you play both roles repeatedly, your subconscious begins to predict flow, how action from late position affects each seat, how one blind's fold influences the next. You no longer calculate consciously, you feel balance through repetition. The rhythm of posting, folding, calling, and waiting becomes meditation. Eventually, you begin to sense harmony, not as strategy, but as atmosphere. The table's sound, the motion of chips, the cadence of hands, all merge into one flow. The blinds rotate like tides, consistent and unthreatening. You post, defend, fold, and reset, all without emotional noise. Awareness stays steady, guiding movement between these two constants. When harmony settles, advantage arises naturally. Opponents still attack, but their timing feels predictable. You know when pressure is coming and when it will ease. You respond without hurry, every defense deliberate, every fold clean. You no longer resist the rhythm, you embody it. The small blind and big blind are no longer separate burdens. They are alternating expressions of awareness, two parts of one meditation. Together they shape your patience, refine your timing, and test your humility. When they move in harmony, you become unshakable. At the end of every orbit, the same pattern repeats, half a blind, then a whole. You slide chips forward, breathe, observe, and continue. There is no resistance, no regret. Only rhythm, the soft flow of action between 2 points of awareness. That is harmony between blinds, calm within structure, peace within motion, balance within the endless circle of the game. Chapter 21. The Calm in Isolation. Sometimes everyone folds, and the action passes quietly to you in the blinds. The table grows still. There are no limpers, no multi-way chaos, no conversation. Only you and the other blind remain, 2 players forced to participate, neither with position, both holding fragments of equity. This is isolation, the most revealing moment in poker's rhythm. Here, patience becomes precision. Awareness becomes stillness. When the orbit slows into a blind versus blind hand, the rhythm of the table changes. Noise fades. Every decision now carries emotional weight, because there is no crowd to hide behind. You are seen completely, every hesitation, every breath. Acting from calm within this isolation separates the mindful player from the reactive one. The first truth is that range widens naturally. In blind versus blind play, both players know the other is forced to participate. Opens from the small blind expand to over half the deck. Defends from the big blind follow suit. The ranges overlap like two circles, filled with marginal hands that rely on timing, not power. This structure demands emotional discipline. You cannot rely on card strength alone, you rely on rhythm. From the small blind, initiative belongs to you. You act first pre-flop, and every street after. Awareness tells you to take that responsibility seriously. Your open raise sizing defines tempo. 2.5 blinds feels authoritative. 2 blinds feels probing. Choose sizing not from fear, but from structure. Against a calm opponent, aggression can reclaim rhythm. Against a volatile one, patience earns more. From the big blind, your job is to listen before you act. You see the small blind's motion, their pace, their chip movement, their breath. When they raise quickly, their energy is assertive. When they pause, uncertainty seeps through. Awareness captures these tones. You defend accordingly. You call with breadth, 3-bet with focus, and release when rhythm demands. Post-flop, both players step into silence. There is no positional advantage in comfort, only sequence. Whoever controls pace wins more than whoever holds strength. The player who breathes evenly commands the flow. Check too quickly, and you reveal impatience. Bet too suddenly, and you reveal insecurity. Awareness slows everything to deliberate movement. In blind versus blind battles, small pots teach the most. You exchange chips back and forth in quiet increments. 1 big blind here, 2 there. These moments, insignificant to spectators, define long-term edge. Each hand is an opportunity to practice calm response to uncertainty. Every check, every fold, every thin call becomes rehearsal for final table composure. Ratio thinking guides every decision. With antes in play, the small blind opens risking 2 to win 3. That ratio means aggression can be profitable even with weak holdings, but awareness keeps it controlled. You are not raising because you can, you are raising because rhythm allows it. When the big blind defends, stack-to-pot ratios remain low. Post-flop decisions carry more finality. Awareness keeps both players from overcommitting emotionally. Emotionally, isolation amplifies self-awareness. Without other players in the hand, there is no distraction. You hear your own thoughts louder. Doubt, pride, curiosity, all surface here. The calm strategist welcomes these voices, but does not obey them. You breathe through them, turning noise into silence. Acting from this silence produces the purest decisions you will ever make. The most common error in blind versus blind play is overreaction. Players mistake solitude for permission, bluffing too often, defending too lightly, chasing ego disguised as creativity. Awareness reminds you that simplicity is strength. You do not need to outplay anyone, you only need to outlast emotion. When stacks are deep, isolation feels like dialogue. You exchange information through bet sizing and timing, building stories over multiple streets. When stacks shorten, the dialogue compresses into statement and response, raise, shove, fold. Awareness adjusts instantly, shrinking thought, but keeping rhythm intact. Patience defines this duel. Each time you lose a small pot, you resist the urge to equalize immediately. You let rhythm reset. Winning and losing blend into one continuous motion. You learn to remain identical in demeanor, no matter the outcome. This emotional symmetry is invisible armor. Isolation also teaches humility. You see how fragile edges become when no one else is involved. Position loses power, and psychology dominates. Every decision now depends on awareness of self and opponent. You are not fighting them, you are managing energy between you. When your calm exceeds theirs, their timing breaks first. Sometimes, isolation invites opportunity for creative play. A small lead on neutral flops, a delayed continuation bet after turn checks. These moves succeed not because they are clever, but because they follow flow. You are responding to silence with gentle motion, not forcing it. Awareness hears where the hand wants to go and follows. From a tactical view, blind versus blind dynamics reward mixed strategy. You cannot fold every weak hand or attack every orbit. You must blend, raise some, complete some, fold some. The same applies to the big blind. Defend some, 3-bet some, let others go. Balance prevents rhythm from becoming readable. Awareness guides these blends through observation of fatigue, tilt, and tempo. The psychological rhythm here mirrors meditation. Two minds share one focus, the pot. The one who blinks first, mentally or emotionally, yields. Awareness prevents that blink. Even when you face aggression, you remain unhurried. You remind yourself that the cost of curiosity is measurable, that the orbit will continue regardless. Each fold feels like breath, each defend like renewal. At live tables, blind versus blind hands create the most silence. Chips click softly, eyes stay steady, and the entire room seems to fade. These moments teach patience beyond strategy. You begin to feel the heartbeat of the game itself, a slow pulse beneath the surface of competition. Awareness keeps you connected to that pulse, even as stakes rise. In online or rapid formats, isolation happens faster, but the lesson remains. Calm in isolation means breathing between decisions, even when time banks tick. You train the same composure in compressed space. The rhythm is shorter, but the awareness identical. Eventually, you start to see these duels not as confrontations, but as mirrors. The opponent's behavior reflects your own rhythm. When they grow impatient, you see what impatience looks like from outside. When they grow silent, you recognize your own stillness. Awareness turns every hand into study, not of others, but of self. To find calm in isolation is to reach poker's quiet core. No distractions, no position, no comfort, only decision, breath, and awareness. When you can act with clarity here, you can act with clarity anywhere. As the orbit continues, you and the other blind will meet again. You will post, observe, and enter the same duel. It will feel familiar, yet each time new. You are not seeking victory anymore. You are seeking rhythm. Within that rhythm lies peace, the calm that only isolation can teach. Chapter 22. Flop clarity without position. The flop is the first truth of every hand. Before it arrives, Everything is theory, ranges, ratios, structure. Once it hits the felt, clarity begins. For players in the blinds, that clarity must come without position. You see the cards, but you do not see what your opponent will do. To find peace in this uncertainty is the heart of blind play. Flop clarity without position means knowing how to see through fog. You cannot control sequence. You cannot control initiative. What you can control is perception. Awareness, not aggression, becomes your lens. The more still your mind, the clearer the board appears. Every flop tells a story of interaction between two ranges. Awareness reads those stories not as emotion, not good or bad flops, but as ratios of connection. Who has more strong hands here? Who has more potential to improve? When you think in these terms, every board becomes a map. For example, imagine defending the big blind against a raise from late position. The flop comes 7-6-5 rainbow. Your range connects deeply. You hold many two pairs, straights and strong draws. The range, rich in high cards, mostly misses. Awareness tells you that this is your moment of leverage. You can lead small, defining rhythm. You can check raise selectively, using range advantage as balance. You act not from emotion, but from structure. Now imagine the opposite, an ace-king-4 flop. This belongs to them. They raised pre-flop with stronger high cards, while your range holds more middle combinations. Awareness tells you that this board demands stillness. You check, allow their continuation bet, and release most holdings without resentment. Clarity comes not from results, but from alignment with logic. Out of position, clarity requires patience. Many players act too quickly once the flop arrives, desperate to reclaim control. But control does not come from motion, it comes from timing. The first act of clarity is to wait. Let your opponent reveal their rhythm through bet size and tempo. Each action gives information that your position cannot. Mathematically, clarity begins with ratios of pot to stack. Awareness of stack to pot ratio tells you how many streets remain before commitment. At high ratios, you can maneuver. At low ratios, you must decide early. This knowledge simplifies thought. You stop guessing how deep the hand will go, you already know. Post-flop clarity also depends on sizing awareness. When the aggressor bets 1/3 of the pot, they invite continuation from a wide range. You can float with pairs, draws, or even air, knowing your price. When they bet large, clarity sharpens. Their range narrows, your response follows. You fold without frustration because structure has spoken. The emotional danger of playing out of position is overreaction to texture. When the flop misses you completely, the mind panics. It wants to act, to stab, to check raise, to force a narrative. Awareness sees this impulse and lets it pass. You remind yourself, most flops miss both players. Silence often earns more than sound. From the small blind, clarity is even more fragile. You act first against multiple possibilities. The temptation to lead early is strong. Sometimes it is correct, but only when range advantage supports it. Awareness evaluates composition, not ego. On paired boards or monotone textures, where ranges equalize, small leads create balance. But when disadvantage looms, quiet is wisdom. Clarity grows through repetition. Every orbit, you face dozens of flops. Over time, patterns emerge. You learn which textures favor each seat, how aggression shifts across structures, and how your own emotions respond to uncertainty. The mind that once panicked now sees rhythm. Dry boards, wet boards, dynamic boards, all as variations of the same pattern. Flop clarity also lives in proportion. Many players focus only on absolute strength, asking, "Do I have a hand?" Awareness asks, "How does my hand perform within range?" Middle pair on a dry board may be strong when both ranges miss. The same holding on a coordinated board becomes fragile. Clarity is relative, not absolute. Emotionally, flop clarity is a practice of surrender. You cannot change what arrives. The cards fall as they will, indifferent to desire. You acknowledge reality without resistance. This surrender gives power, because it removes distraction. When you stop wishing for different outcomes, you start seeing what truly exists. Out of position, awareness also guards against ego. Many players interpret aggression as challenge. They respond emotionally, escalating small pots into conflict. Clarity means seeing aggression as information. A bet is a sentence. Your call, fold, or raise is reply. Conversation, not confrontation. Ratio thinking transforms this dialogue into structure. You know your equity threshold, your pot odds, your fold equity. You know when a bluff succeeds mathematically and when it doesn't. These truths replace emotion. You no longer guess. You decide, act, and release. The calmest players measure clarity, not by comfort, but by comprehension. You can be unsure of outcome, yet clear on decision. You can lose a pot, but know you played in rhythm. That understanding turns variance into background noise. Awareness also senses fatigue. When clarity fades, when boards blur together, when patterns slip, it is time to slow down. Fold sooner, breathe longer, reset vision. True clarity requires rest between hands. Without it, the game becomes noise. Live play enhances this lesson. The flop sound, 3 cards sliding across felt triggers instinct. You feel pulse quicken. Awareness catches this response, slowing it. You take the extra second to process. You study how the texture interacts with ranges before touching chips. This pause turns reaction into observation. Clarity does not always mean accuracy. Sometimes you will misread boards or misjudge ranges. Awareness accepts imperfection. The goal is not to be right every time, but to remain balanced regardless. Consistency of process outweighs correctness of outcome. Over thousands of flops, you begin to sense rhythm beyond strategy. You notice how boards fall in clusters, stretches of dry textures, followed by chaotic ones. You feel variance as tide rather than storm. The table breathes, structure flows. This is clarity, not foresight, but acceptance. Without position, you learn to let go of control and embrace response. You understand that the power of clarity lies not in predicting what others will do, but in knowing how you will react when they do it. That is awareness. As each hand ends, the dealer gathers the cards and shuffles anew. The flops vanish, the noise resets, and your focus remains. You have seen uncertainty, acted with calm, and returned to stillness. That cycle is your true victory. To find clarity without position is to find peace in imbalance. The cards fall, opponents act, and yet your rhythm never wavers. You are grounded not in certainty but in process, the quiet knowledge that even from the blinds you can see clearly through the fog. Chapter 23. The Echo of Missed Flops. Most of the time you will miss. That is poker's quiet truth. The flop comes, you look down, and nothing connects. No pair, no draw, no texture that wants you. What follows is not disappointment, but practice, the discipline of release. The echo of a missed flop is not loss, it is sound returning to silence. Every missed flop carries emotional noise. The mind reacts before thought, frustration, curiosity, a spark of defiance. You want to act, to reclaim control, to make the board acknowledge you. Awareness notices that urge immediately. You breathe once, let it pass, and see the board again, empty, neutral, harmless. From the blinds, missing flops feels sharper. You entered unwillingly, paying to see cards that now offer nothing. The instinct is to take it back, to stab with small bets, to prove presence. But awareness sees the trap. Out-of-position bluffs without structure, drain stacks quietly. Each small act of resistance is another chip against patience. Clarity begins with acceptance. Missing flops is normal, connecting is the exception. When you fold after missing, you are not giving up, you are aligning with probability. This perspective reframes the rhythm of the game. Instead of chasing moments that favor you, you learn to flow through those that don't. Mathematically, most hands miss the flop entirely. Even premium holdings like Ace-King connect 1 in 3 times. Suited connectors miss 2 out of 3. Awareness turns these ratios into calm expectation. When the flop arrives and you miss, it is not surprise, it is routine. Routine dissolves emotion. Your task after missing is not to force equity, but to preserve rhythm. That rhythm can take many forms: checking, folding, or occasionally leading small to test reaction. But every action must come from awareness, not irritation. The question is never how can I win this pot, but what does structure suggest? From the big blind, you will face continuation bets constantly, after missing. The disciplined player views these not as attacks, but as data. The size of the bet, the timing, the consistency across boards, all inform future decisions. Each missed flop becomes a page in your opponent's rhythm. You may lose the pot, but you gain a blueprint. From the small blind, missed flops are opportunities for quiet surrender. Acting first, you control nothing, after checking. When the bet comes, folding is release. Awareness measures this act, not as defeat, but as discipline. Each fold saves energy, preserves focus, and reinforces calm. Over time, these small releases build endurance greater than any hero call could offer. The echo of a missed flop also tests self-image. You are forced to act without validation. Strong players learn to separate identity from result. You are not weaker because the cards did not cooperate. You are steadier because you did not demand they must. Emotionally, missing flops mirrors meditation itself. Thoughts arise, frustration, restlessness, ego, and you watch them fade. The hand becomes breath. Inhale through observation, exhale through release. The dealer gathers the cards, and the moment disappears. What remains is awareness unchanged. There are times when missed flops can still be used. Awareness recognizes texture and position. Against opponents who bet automatically, you may check-raise small, representing structure. Against boards that favor your pre-flop range, you can lead tiny and observe reaction. These actions are not defiance, they are flow, motion matching structure, not emotion. Ratio thinking anchors these choices. Facing a 1/3 pot bet, you need only succeed 1 in 4 times to break even on a bluff. When awareness senses that probability, through fatigue or predictability in your opponent, you act. When rhythm feels strong against you, you fold. Math keeps emotion from leading. Over many hours, the pattern of missing becomes strangely comforting. You expect it, plan for it, live within it. The mind no longer clings to flops as destiny. They become simple variables. Some connect, most don't, all fade. That detachment frees mental space. You see more of the table, more of others, more of yourself. Live play reveals the echo most clearly. You check, your opponent bets, you fold, and the dealer sweeps the pot. Chips slide across felt with a soft sound, the same sound every time. That sound becomes rhythm. It repeats, steady as breathing. The echo of missed flops becomes the background music of awareness. From a tactical standpoint, awareness of frequency shapes range management. Because most flops miss, pre-flop selection matters. The more connected and suited your holdings, the more often you will find post-flop clarity. This understanding turns defense from guessing into planning. You are not hoping to hit, you are ensuring you can continue when you don't. Psychologically, missed flops reveal attachment to outcome. The untrained player equates missing with failure. The strategist sees it as rhythm's neutral beat. You will miss again and again, yet awareness remains. That repetition is training, proof that peace can exist even inside monotony. The echo also teaches proportion. When you win, do not grow loud. When you miss, do not grow silent. Each result carries the same weight. One orbit, one rhythm, one breath. You detach from the scale of outcomes. Variance becomes motion, not judgment. Awareness of fatigue is vital here. Missing flops repeatedly can wear on focus. The temptation grows to force one through. The calm player resists. You fold again, trusting rhythm. You wait for structure, not emotion, to open the next door. This patience saves more chips than any single bluff ever earns. As tournaments deepen, missed flops define longevity. Players who cannot accept them tilt subtly. They chase action, call wider, raise faster. You watch them and learn. Their energy leaks where yours remains conserved. Each quiet fold from you is another rotation, survived with clarity intact. Sometimes you will call on the flop and still miss the turn and river. The full sequence of emptiness teaches detachment at its highest level. You invested, hoped, watched, and saw nothing materialize. Awareness smiles softly at that emptiness. You did not lose clarity, you practiced it. The echo of missed flops is also echo of time. Each one shortens the day, moves blinds forward, reshapes stacks. You feel time through structure. But instead of resisting it, you align. The game takes small pieces of you. You give them willingly, knowing rhythm returns. Eventually, you stop hearing the echo as loss at all. It becomes pulse, a constant reminder that not every moment requires victory. The table breathes through these empty flops, allowing silence to balance aggression. You are part of that balance. In the end, missed flops teach the essence of stillness. They strip away illusion of control and reveal truth. Most of poker is waiting, watching, and folding. Awareness transforms that waiting from boredom into meditation. Each fold is another breath, each miss another note in rhythm's song. When the dealer clears the board and prepares the next hand, you remain steady. The echo fades, the noise resets, and your focus continues. You have learned to see emptiness, not as absence, but as rhythm. That is the echo of missed flops, silence turned into awareness. Chapter 24. When patience becomes power. Patience is not waiting. It is control. It is the ability to hold awareness steady while everything around you accelerates. In poker, patience is often mistaken for passivity, but true patience is motion disguised as stillness. It is the invisible rhythm that governs when to fold, when to defend, and when to act. When you learn to wield it deliberately, patience becomes power. Every orbit challenges patience. You post, you fold, you watch others collect pots. The impulse to join, to prove activity, grows stronger with each hand. Awareness feels this impulse rise like a wave and lets it pass. Patience does not mean you are doing nothing. It means you are doing everything internally, breathing, observing, calculating. Power gathers quietly. The blinds test patience constantly. Each round taxes your stack, your focus, and your ego. You are forced to pay without choice. Many players interpret this as injustice. They fight back emotionally, opening weak hands or calling wide. Awareness knows better. The tax of patience is small, but its reward is enormous. Control of rhythm. When you do not react to pressure, pressure turns back on others. Patience builds invisibility. The table forgets about you when you fold consistently, when your reactions stay calm. That invisibility is your armor. When you finally act, your move carries more credibility than noise ever could. A 3-bet after long quiet feels like thunder. A check raise from composure feels like gravity. The power of patience lies in contrast. Long stillness, followed by precise motion. Mathematically, patience translates to expected value over time. Each marginal fold preserves equity that would otherwise vanish. Every avoided mistake compounds like interest. The player who forces action might win more pots early, but loses structure later. The patient player loses small, wins big, and survives longest. Power emerges not from quantity, but from efficiency. Emotionally, patience transforms stress into rhythm. You stop measuring progress by chip movement and start measuring it by clarity. You observe without envy as others chase variance. They live in reaction, you live in awareness. This mental separation is the first form of control that cannot be seen but can always be felt. Patience also refines timing. The more orbits you endure without interference, the more you sense table flow. You begin to know instinctively when others are tired, when aggression peaks, when fear returns. Awareness captures these shifts before logic does. Patience gives you the data, time cannot. From the small blind, patience prevents self-sabotage. You resist the urge to complete automatically. You act only when ratio and flow align. Folding hand after hand may feel dull, but each disciplined fold strengthens rhythm. You are not waiting idly, you are practicing precision. From the big blind, patience defines endurance. Facing endless aggression, you learn to absorb rather than react. You defend wide when math allows, and release without frustration when it doesn't. Each choice reinforces composure. Eventually, opponents feel your stillness and misstep into it. Patience in poker is like gravity, invisible but constant. It pulls erratic energy towards stability. When others grow restless, they reveal rhythm. When you stay calm, you distort theirs. This is the moment patience becomes power. You are no longer chasing the flow of the game, you are setting it through silence. To cultivate this power, separate patience from passivity. Passivity avoids decision, patience delays it until ready. The difference lies in awareness. You are not folding to escape, you are folding to align. You are not waiting for luck, you are waiting for structure. Every quiet orbit is another cycle of preparation. Tournament rhythm amplifies this truth. As blinds rise, patience gains value. Players with thin ranges crumble under pressure. You, already accustomed to stillness, feel no change. The faster the structure, the slower you breathe. Others burn energy, you store it. Ratio thinking supports patience through perspective. When you calculate risk in big blinds instead of emotion, each hand becomes neutral. You no longer feel urgency from chip loss. You measure life in rotations, not moments. 10 big blinds are still 10, regardless of level or clock. Patience converts panic into arithmetic. The emotional evolution of patience follows 3 stages. First comes resistance, the belief that waiting is weakness. Then comes practice, folding consciously, breathing through boredom. Finally comes peace, the realization that waiting is not separate from action but part of it. When you reach that stage, you no longer need to remind yourself to stay calm, you simply are. Patience also protects from tilt. Anger, fear, and regret cannot coexist with awareness. When you feel them arise, patience absorbs them, like water softening fire. You take a breath, let the orbit pass, and return to balance. This emotional reflex built through countless folds is your greatest defense. Power through patience appears in timing aggression. After long quiet, you sense the exact moment when the table has forgotten your presence. You choose that hand, that spot, that rhythm, and apply pressure. The table freezes, surprised. They fold not because of your cards, but because of your calm. That is what patience creates, credibility born from restraint. From a tactical lens, patience allows adaptation. Because you are never forced into reaction, your awareness stays wide. You see who is stealing more often, who overbets turns, who loses control under stress. These observations shape future strategy. Impulsive players must guess, patient players know. The longer you sustain patience, the more energy you preserve. Mental fatigue destroys clarity faster than any bad beat. Awareness protects it. You move slower, think deeper, and conserve strength for endgame. Power grows quietly, hidden beneath composure. Eventually, patience changes your relationship with time. You stop racing the blinds. You stop fearing levels. You live orbit to orbit, one decision at a time. The game becomes meditation through motion. Blinds rise, stacks fall, and yet you remain constant, calm, deliberate, alive in rhythm. Patience also spreads across the table. Stillness is contagious. Others sense your calm and unconsciously slow their own tempo. They hesitate, question themselves, and make mistakes born of discomfort with silence. You are the center of gravity without needing to move. In life and in poker, patience is misunderstood as waiting for something to happen. Awareness reveals it as the art of letting everything happen without losing balance. It is presence so steady that nothing can displace it. When that awareness fills your play, even folding becomes an act of strength. The blinds will always return. The pressure will always rise. But when patience becomes power, these truths lose weight. You pay the cost of time with grace and receive the return of clarity in silence. The table moves, you do not. In the end, the calm player does not win by acting more. They win by acting better, one deliberate motion at a time. That is the power of patience, invisible, constant, unstoppable. Chapter 25. Awareness through loss. Loss is not the opposite of progress. It is part of it. Every orbit, every tournament, every session contains loss built into its design. Chips leave your stack, hands slip away, and hours dissolve into variance. What separates mastery from frustration is how awareness moves through these moments. When you learn to see loss not as punishment, but as information, clarity deepens. In poker, loss is the most honest feedback. It cannot be hidden, argued with, or postponed. When you fold, when you misread, when your bluff fails, the game holds a mirror to your awareness. It shows where you drifted from rhythm, sometimes by calculation, sometimes by emotion. The purpose of awareness is not to erase loss, but to interpret it without judgment. Every hand ends in either accumulation or surrender. The act of surrender feels heavier, but awareness makes it light. You accept that loss is the rhythm between orbits. The blinds themselves are proof, a built-in reminder that every player, no matter how skilled, must let go continually. The one who resists that truth suffers needlessly. The one who accepts it finds balance. The blinds teach this gently. You lose small amounts every round, but you remain calm. That calm is the same awareness you must bring to larger losses. The scale changes, the rhythm does not. Whether it is half a blind or half your stack, the awareness remains the same. Breathe, observe, release. Mathematically, loss is inevitable. Even perfect play folds more than it calls, loses more pots than it wins, and survives through structure rather than streak. Awareness transforms these statistics into serenity. You no longer see losing hands as deviations. You see them as data. Each one refines intuition, adjusts frequency, and resets focus. When loss arrives suddenly, a cooler, a bad beat, a failed defense, awareness becomes shield. The instinct to react rises quickly. Your heart rate jumps, your thoughts accelerate. Awareness catches that acceleration before it becomes tilt. You breathe through the moment, grounding yourself in ratio. You remember, the stack remains measured in big blinds, not emotion. Time and structure still exist. You have not lost control unless you surrender awareness. There is quiet wisdom in allowing emotion to surface without control. You can feel disappointment and still remain balanced. Awareness does not demand denial, it demands observation. Feelings pass through you when acknowledged. They stay when resisted. You recognize loss as wave, not identity. From the blinds, loss comes often in small doses, constant folds, steady leakage. This slow erosion tests patience differently. The mind begins to equate stillness with decay, believing that folding repeatedly means falling behind. Awareness reminds you that these tiny losses are the cost of structure. They are the toll paid for time. The key is not avoiding them, but managing them with peace. Every lost pot also teaches scale. Awareness measures how large each mistake truly was. Many players treat all losses equally, reacting with the same frustration to a one big blindfold as to a tournament-ending hand. Clarity separates proportion. A small error is a whisper, not a wound. A big one is a lesson, not a sentence. The awareness to distinguish scale preserves energy. Loss also reveals rhythm more clearly than success ever could. When you win, the mind celebrates and forgets. When you lose, the echo lingers long enough to study. You see what triggered discomfort, impatience, ego, curiosity, and identify the exact moment awareness slipped. Each loss becomes an arrow pointing back towards stillness. In long tournaments, the pattern of loss is universal. Stacks rise and fall like breath. Awareness feels this pulse without panic. You do not cling to high points or drown in low ones. You live within the rhythm, knowing both will return. This perspective transforms variance from enemy to teacher. Loss also strengthens empathy. You begin to sense when others experience it, the subtle changes in posture, the impatience in tempo. You see your own past frustration reflected in their behavior. Awareness turns this recognition into advantage. You can adjust calmly while they still react. In their loss, you find your opportunity. From a psychological view, loss is a purification of attachment. Each time you accept it without collapse, you release part of the ego that demands constant success. You realize that awareness, not accumulation, defines progress. The less you need to win every pot, the more control you have over the whole game. Ratio thinking gives loss its proper scale. A failed bluff might cost 6 big blinds. A fold that saves 12 is equal profit. Over hundreds of hands, these balances converge. Awareness of ratio prevents emotional exaggeration. You start to see loss as one side of equation constantly in motion. Live play deepens this lesson. The sensation of pushing chips away, of hearing them clink into another stack, is tangible surrender. The beginner feels pain, the strategist feels release. Each transfer marks the continuation of rhythm. You cannot receive without giving. You cannot win without losing. The motion of chips mirrors breath itself. Inhale, exhale, repeat. In digital play, loss feels quieter but faster. Hands blur, outcomes flash. Awareness slows the pace deliberately. When a large pot disappears, take a moment. Do not click forward. Feel the rhythm stop, breathe once, then continue. Presence after loss restores clarity before the next decision. Sometimes loss arrives through correctness. You play perfectly and still lose. This is poker's most subtle teacher. Awareness here matures into grace. You accept that control extends only to process, not result. You remind yourself that truth does not guarantee outcome. This acceptance is freedom. Other times loss comes from error. These are the moments awareness sharpens. Review them gently, not as punishment, but as study. You ask, where did attention fade? The answer is rarely technical. It is usually emotional, impatience, fatigue, overconfidence. Seeing this without judgment prevents repetition. The emotional strength to recover from loss quickly defines endurance. After folding a strong hand, after losing a coin flip, you must reset before the next deal. The table moves without pause. Awareness must move faster. Each reset is a reaffirmation. I am here. This orbit continues. This breath is new. Over time, loss stops feeling personal. It becomes environmental, part of the air within structure. You no longer tense when it arrives. You simply adjust breathing. This detachment does not dull feeling, it refines it. You feel everything fully, but nothing rules you. Eventually, loss and awareness merge into one rhythm. Each informs the other. Loss reveals where awareness lapses. Awareness transforms loss into knowledge. You begin to see the game not as win and lose, but as learn and continue. Every chip moved is motion within balance. When the orbit ends, and the dealer pushes you a new hand, you feel no resentment for what is gone. The past hand is complete, the lesson absorbed. You breathe once, look at your cards, and start again. This is awareness through loss, calm, unbroken, alive within impermanence. You do not resist what leaves, you honor what remains. Chapter 26. The Sound of Folded Hands. Folding is the most frequent action in poker. It happens quietly, again and again, unnoticed by anyone but you. The chips remain still, the cards return to the muck, and the game moves on. Yet within that silence lies mastery. The sound of folded hands, the faint brush of cards against felt, is the rhythm of survival. To fold well is to understand the balance between ego and awareness. In the blinds, folding feels heavier than elsewhere. You've already paid. You've already participated. Every fold feels like surrender after investment. But awareness reframes it. The chips were gone the moment you posted. Folding is not loss, it is acceptance of structure. It is your decision to protect rhythm instead of chasing illusion. Each fold carries purpose. It is the pause that shapes the melody of the game. Without it, action would blur into noise. Folding resets perspective, restores balance, and preserves energy. The best players measure success not by pots won, but by bad spots avoided. Every disciplined fold is another orbit gained, another breath saved. The sound of folding is subtle, cards sliding across felt, dealers stacking, silence resuming. That sound is the heartbeat of tournaments. You will hear it thousands of times before any final table. Awareness learns to love that sound. Each repetition is proof that you are still here, still choosing patience over chaos. Psychologically, folding confronts the ego directly. The mind wants to play, to prove, to test. It whispers that calling just this once won't matter. Awareness answers softly, not now. You fold, and in that moment, you exercise more control than any all-in shove could demonstrate. True strength is restraint in motion. From the small blind, folding is clarity. Half a blind invested tempts completion, but you resist when ratio and rhythm disagree. You see the flop that never was, the pot you never entered, and you feel no regret. Folding here keeps your range sharp and your focus clean. The players who complete every hand are playing their curiosity. You are playing awareness. From the big blind, folding is endurance. The attack never stops, raises from late position, squeezes from early, isolation attempts from the button. You learn that folding is not weakness, but rhythm maintenance. You cannot defend everything. You must preserve structure for when it matters. Awareness chooses which battles belong to clarity and which belong to patience. Mathematically, folding is profit disguised as absence. Every hand you discard that would have lost saves equity equal to chips unspent. Those unspent chips extend your orbit, your energy, your presence in the tournament. Folding well is the quietest form of winning. The emotional rhythm of folding changes over time. Early in play, it feels effortless. Plenty of chips, no pressure. As stacks shrink, folding gains emotional gravity. You feel each card heavier, each decision more personal. Awareness softens that weight by returning to ratio. You ask not, can I afford to fold? But does this fold align with structure? Logic becomes comfort. In live play, folding becomes ritual. You glance at your cards, evaluate in seconds, and release. The motion itself becomes calming. 2 cards turned inward, a gentle push forward, hands return to stillness. Awareness finds peace in that simplicity. The action asks nothing of you except presence. Over many hours, you learn that folding is conversation with time. Each one says, not yet. The more often you say it with clarity, the longer you survive. Players who refuse to fold speak only in impatience. Their stacks shrink through stubbornness. Their awareness fades through frustration. Your stillness grows stronger in their noise. The table teaches this rhythm naturally. The players who fold quietly radiate stability. The ones who fold angrily leak energy through posture and tone. You learn to fold without commentary, no sighs, no shaking heads, no residue. Your energy stays contained, undisturbed. Awareness turns folding into observation. Once your cards are gone, your mind remains. You watch the hand unfold, studying motion, sizing and pattern. You gather data without paying for it. Each fold becomes free education. You are still playing, just without chips. Emotionally, the repeated act of folding cultivates detachment. You stop seeing yourself as participant in every moment. You realize that rhythm exists even when you're not involved. This detachment sharpens focus. The orbit becomes continuous flow, and you become observer of it rather than victim to it. Folding also tests patience in waves. Sometimes you fold 10 hands in a row. The mind grows restless. You remind yourself that orbits are cycles, periods of silence followed by inevitable opportunity. Awareness prevents boredom from mutating into recklessness. The moment you accept long stretches of stillness, you ascend from playing the game to mastering it. Ratio thinking gives each fold meaning. You know that conserving one big blind per orbit equals multiple extra levels of play. That knowledge turns what feels like inaction into measurable advantage. Each disciplined fold adds endurance. In moments of fatigue, folding becomes recovery. You breathe, reset, and let the hand pass. Even when focus wavers, folding safely prevents mistakes. Awareness uses stillness as shield. You are not disengaged, you are regrouping. The sound of folding is also the sound of humility. Every time you release a hand, you acknowledge that not every moment belongs to you. You trust that rhythm will bring its time again. Ego resists this. Awareness embraces it. Sometimes, folding strong hands is the hardest discipline. You sense danger, a pattern, a tell, a line that doesn't fit. Your logic whispers caution, while emotion demands heroism. Awareness listens to logic. You fold, even when it stings. Minutes later, clarity confirms it was right. That satisfaction, quiet and unseen, is the truest form of power. The sound of folded hands also symbolizes continuity. Each fold blends into the next, forming a background rhythm beneath the louder beats of victory and defeat. It is the steady drumbeat that keeps the game alive. Without it, there would be no space for awareness to breathe. Over time, you stop hearing folding as silence. You hear it as music, the soft percussion of patience. Every card slid away is another note in your song of discipline. The dealer gathers them, the orbit moves on, and you stay centered within the flow. In tournaments, those who survive longest are not the loudest aggressors, but the quietest folders. They preserve chips, protect focus, and arrive deep into play with clarity unbroken. Their calm decisions, unseen, uncelebrated, become the foundation of every visible victory. To fold well is to trust the rhythm of loss and renewal. It is to know that absence can create opportunity. Each time you release a hand, you affirm control over ego, emotion, and impatience. The sound that follows, soft, brief, final, is not defeat. It is awareness returning to silence. When the next hand begins, you are ready again, empty, calm, observant. You breathe, watch the cards move, and wait for your moment. The sound of folded hands fades, and in its echo, you find peace. Chapter 27. Turning defense into flow. Defense begins as reaction. Someone raises, and you respond. You did not choose the action, it came to you. But in time, awareness changes the meaning of defense. It stops being reaction and becomes rhythm. It turns from an act of resistance into an act of flow, not opposing pressure, but guiding it. To turn defense into flow, you must first accept its nature. Defense is inevitable in the blinds. You are asked to protect chips that are already invested. If you fight the structure, you will exhaust yourself. If you align with it, you find balance. Awareness transforms this process from friction into motion. The first stage of defensive flow is observation. Before you act, you notice rhythm. Who opened? How often? How large? What has their energy been in previous orbits? These questions quiet the mind. You are not thinking about cards yet. You are calibrating tempo. Awareness tunes you to the pulse of the table before strategy begins. From that stillness, defense takes shape. You measure ratio. How much must you call? How much can you win? Against a too big blind open with antes, you defend wide. Against a larger one, you narrow. Math becomes rhythm. Each adjustment is small but precise, keeping your defense smooth rather than erratic. Emotionally, flow requires surrender. The reactive mind wants control. It wants to decide the outcome before it begins. Flow asks for trust instead. You trust your range, your structure, and your awareness. You do not need to force success. You only need to remain aligned. Defense becomes less about holding ground and more about moving with current. Post-flop, this flow continues. You check often, not from weakness, but from rhythm. You let the aggressor speak first. Their words, the bet sizes, the timing, create structure for you to work within. Sometimes you call, sometimes you fold, sometimes you raise. Each choice fits within the pattern already forming. Awareness listens more than it dictates. Mathematically, flow can be seen through equity realization. Not every defended hand will win. The goal is to realize as much of its equity as structure allows. When you stop fighting to win every pot, you begin to extract value through harmony. You fold at the right times, call the correct frequencies, and avoid leaks born of emotion. From the small blind, flow expresses through simplification. You play fewer hands but with more clarity. Raise or fold. Decide, then release. The big blind will speak next, and you will respond later. You are not competing for dominance. You are maintaining rhythm. From the big blind, flow is expansion. You defend wider, but with purpose. You know which holdings carry board coverage, which protect range, which create future pressure. When you call, you are not reacting, you are setting up equilibrium. You are the gravity balancing the orbit. Flow feels effortless, only after repetition. The first dozens of orbits, defense feels mechanical. Numbers, charts, frequencies. Then, something shifts. You start to feel the rhythm instead of calculating it. You know instinctively when to fold early and when to continue lightly. You sense when opponents are out of sync and when patience will bring opportunity. That sensation is awareness in motion. Emotionally, defense becomes peaceful once you stop seeing it as punishment. Every orbit you defend is a chance to practice presence. You sit, you post, you act without attachment. This repetition strengthens concentration. The mind quiets because there is nothing left to resist. In flow, decisions happen naturally. You are no longer asking, "What should I do?" but sensing, "What fits the rhythm?" When the answer is fold, it feels effortless. When the answer is call, it feels balanced. There is no tension between logic and emotion. They move together like current and tide. The greatest mistake players make when defending is forcing control. They try to outmuscle position, outplay variance, outthink rhythm. Flow reminds you that power does not come from effort, it comes from alignment. When your defense aligns with structure, pressure slides off like water over stone. From a ratio standpoint, flow keeps you centered. Every call has cost and purpose. You defend when price and position allow, not when emotion demands. You understand that folding 80% of the time is not passive, it is correct. Each small loss is accepted as part of the current. Awareness also reveals timing within defense. You begin to notice cycles, players who attack relentlessly for several orbits, then vanish into caution. Flow adapts with them. You tighten when their aggression peaks, then loosen subtly when fatigue sets in. You are not chasing their pattern, you are harmonizing with it. Flow requires humility. You must release pride in outcomes. A perfect defense can still lose the hand. Awareness accepts this. You focus on rhythm, not result. The win or loss of any single pot means little. What matters is how evenly your decisions move through structure. Over time, this mindset builds endurance. Defense once felt draining, now it feels meditative. Each hand becomes another breath, another orbit of awareness. You call, you fold, you check, all with equal calm. The repetition no longer tires you, it strengthens you. At live tables, flow shows itself in posture. The reactive player shifts often, adjusts chips nervously, and stares at flops with tension. The flowing player sits steady, breathes evenly, and moves with grace. Their stillness influences others. Opponents misjudge it as indifference, unaware that it's precision. In online play, flow manifests in timing. You act consistently, without rush. Your pace stays identical, whether facing aggression or silence. The game's tempo becomes background noise. Your awareness stays constant. Flow also transforms mistakes. When a defense misfires, you do not spiral. You simply note what broke rhythm, a misread range, an unnecessary call, and continue. Each mistake refines balance. Flow is not perfection, it is recovery. Eventually, defense and awareness become indistinguishable. You no longer defend because you must. You defend because it fits rhythm. You no longer calculate ratios consciously. They live beneath thought. You no longer feel pressure. You feel movement. In tournaments, players who reach this state seem unshakable. Their stacks rise slowly. Their expressions never change. Their play feels effortless. They are not lucky. They are aligned. They have turned defense into flow. The blinds will keep returning. The raises will keep coming. You will face pressure again and again. But when your defense flows, the weight disappears. You no longer brace against impact. You move with it. This is the art of turning defense into flow, letting go of resistance until awareness carries you through each hand naturally. Pressure becomes rhythm. Fear becomes focus. Every decision becomes motion without strain. And when the orbit returns to you again, you post, breathe, and continue. Not as defender, not as victim, but as part of the flow itself. Chapter 28. Timing and Traps. Timing is the rhythm inside rhythm, the invisible beat that separates precision from luck. In poker, you cannot choose your cards, but you can choose when to move. Every bet, every call, every pause is a moment within structure. Mastering timing is how you control a game you cannot control. Traps, meanwhile, are timing made visible. They are the moments when patience takes form. From the blinds, timing defines survival. You act first post-flop, but last pre-flop, to call or re-raise. That split position creates dual rhythm, one where you react, one where you lead. Awareness of these transitions allows your timing to stay fluid. If you act too early, you reveal. If you act too late, you surrender initiative. Between those extremes lies flow. The first lesson in timing is stillness. You must learn to wait for the exact moment when the table's rhythm opens. Most players act when they feel tension, the urge to release pressure. Awareness teaches the opposite. Act when the table exhales, not when it holds its breath. This subtle awareness of collective tempo turns average decisions into perfect ones. Traps are built from this stillness. They are not tricks but invitations. You create space for opponents to walk forward on their own. In the blinds, traps happen naturally because others expect weakness. You check with strength, call with patience, and let time do the work. The best traps are invisible. They feel like normal rhythm until they close. From the small blind, timing shows in your first choice: complete, raise, or fold. Each has its own tempo. Completion is silence. Raising is percussion. Fold too quickly, and you look disengaged. Raise too frequently, and you look predictable. Awareness keeps your frequency balanced. When you change rhythm subtly, raising after long calm, your timing speaks louder than chips ever could. From the big blind, timing defines defense. A fast call communicates comfort. A delayed one projects conflict. Awareness keeps both consistent, so your rhythm reveals nothing. You respond with the same cadence, whether holding air or value. Predictability in pace disguises unpredictability in range. Traps emerge post-flop. Suppose you defend the big blind and flop top pair on a dry board. Most players bet immediately, protecting value. You check instead, letting the aggressor continue. That pause is not passivity, it is timing. You allow the story to unfold naturally, knowing that their continuation bet will strengthen your next decision. When you finally raise or call down later, it feels inevitable, as if the hand always wanted to end that way. Awareness also recognizes when not to trap. Against observant players, silence itself becomes signal. Overuse of slow play breaks timing instead of concealing it. Balance returns through rhythm, some strong hands played directly, others through patience. The goal is to maintain tempo, not deception. Mathematically, timing interacts with stack depth. At deeper stacks, traps have space to breathe. You can afford delayed aggression. At shallow stacks, time compresses. The window to set traps closes quickly. Awareness measures this ratio instinctively. How many decisions remain before commitment? How much time does this hand have to unfold? When those numbers shrink, clarity replaces subtlety. Emotionally, timing teaches composure. When you wait for the right moment, your internal pace slows. You stop forcing the game to match your desires. Instead, you align with it. The orbit flows, pressure rotates, and you act only when rhythm invites. This discipline creates a serenity others feel but cannot name. At live tables, timing and traps play out through micro-signals. A sudden reach for chips, a delayed glance, a premature fold, these reveal tempo shifts. Awareness uses them not to exploit emotion, but to hear rhythm. You sense when an opponent's confidence fades, when they hesitate before continuation, when they check faster than habit. Each moment is a cue in the larger music of the game. Your own physical timing must stay neutral. Whether winning or losing, whether trapping or folding, your motion stays smooth. The steadier your rhythm, the louder your awareness becomes. Opponents feel it as presence, quiet, immovable, unshakable. The art of trapping is patience disguised as simplicity. You let opponents build the pot for you. You check, they bet, you call, they bet again. Each street adds tension until release. The trap is not sprung through aggression, but through invitation. When you finally act, it feels gentle, almost inevitable. Awareness ensures that you do not rush the reveal. Ratio thinking supports timing mathematically. When pot odds, stack depth, and board texture align, the right moment appears naturally. You do not force it, you recognize it. For example, you call flop and turn with a disguised strong hand, knowing the pot-to-stack ratio on the river will be perfect for value. Awareness anticipates that future alignment. Timing lives in that foresight. Patience with tempo extends to folding. Sometimes the correct timing is withdrawal. You sense that aggression ahead will be mistimed, that the board favors others, that fatigue clouds clarity. Folding becomes preservation of rhythm. You save energy now to act when the music shifts later. Traps also test humility. A well-timed trap may never pay off. Your opponent checks back the river, and value disappears. Awareness accepts this as rhythm completing itself. The goal was never profit, it was patience in practice. You do not need every trap to close, you need every moment to align. At deep stages of tournaments, timing replaces luck. Everyone knows ranges, everyone understands math. What separates calm from chaos is when you act. The player who moves one beat earlier or later defines the hand. Awareness of tempo turns ordinary plays into brilliance. Over time, timing becomes instinct. You feel when the orbit quickens, when tension builds across seats, when your own heartbeat syncs with structure. You wait, breathe, and choose your moment. The table feels slower around you because you have learned to move only within flow. Traps, too, evolve into art. They are no longer deliberate setups, they are natural extensions of rhythm. You allow energy to come toward you, then redirect it gently. Your awareness becomes invisible gravity, pulling actions into balance. This mastery is quiet. No one notices the timing of your folds, the patience in your... Yet every decision carries weight, because it fits perfectly within the unseen rhythm of the game. To turn timing into power is to surrender the need for control. You do not chase moments, you meet them. You do not create traps, you allow them. Awareness becomes your metronome, and through it, every defense, every bluff, every value bet lands precisely where it belongs. When the hand ends, you feel no excitement, only balance. You breathe, the cards are shuffled, and the orbit continues. The timing resets, the rhythm returns, and your awareness remains steady. That is the essence of timing and traps, the moment when patience meets precision, when silence becomes strength, and when awareness turns even stillness into strategy. Chapter 29. The Gravity of the Turn. The turn is gravity. It is where the hand begins to take weight, where decisions start to settle into permanence. Before it, everything floats. Pre-flop theory, flop rhythm, small bets and light gestures. But when the fourth card falls, possibilities collapse into direction. Awareness must grow heavier to match it. The turn is where patience becomes structure, and intuition becomes calculation. Out of position, the turn tests control. You have already acted twice, once by defending and once by responding to the flop. Each choice carries momentum. Now you decide whether to continue or release, to build or to dissolve. Awareness lets you feel this moment as shift rather than shock. Without it, the turn pulls you too fast toward mistakes. Mathematically, the turn changes everything. Pot size doubles with each bet. Stack-to-pot ratio compresses. Marginal hands lose flexibility. Strong hands grow louder. Awareness of this compression prevents emotional missteps. You no longer think in isolation, do I like my hand, but in ratio, how much space remains before commitment. From the blinds, this gravity feels stronger. You act first again. You cannot wait to see what others will do. You must define your rhythm. Awareness keeps that rhythm consistent. When the aggressor checks behind, you feel the shift of initiative. When they bet, you feel the tightening of tempo. Every motion on the turn is a signal of conclusion beginning. The turn also divides players. Some slow down, afraid of pressure. Others accelerate, chasing closure. Awareness balances these instincts. You breathe between them, knowing that patience on the turn creates strength on the river. From the small blind, gravity demands discipline. Acting first means you carry weight for the entire pot. If you lead here, do it with intention. Small sizes for balance, larger ones for clarity. But more often, awareness tells you to check. You allow the action to flow through you, rather than against you. Each pause becomes an anchor. From the big blind, the turn is observation turned to decision. You have watched the hand unfold from disadvantage. Now, you must interpret tone. Was the flop bet cautious or confident? Was the check on the turn relief or control? Awareness reads rhythm through behavior, not bet size alone. The best decisions out of position are felt before they are reasoned. Psychologically, the turn represents the middle of motion, the moment between uncertainty and outcome. Many players lose awareness here because they want resolution. The pot is large, the emotions higher, the clock slower. You sense the desire to end it. Awareness reminds you that ending is not always winning. Sometimes the strongest move is to allow gravity to pass through you, to check, to call, to fold, rather than to fight it. Mathematics gives structure to that stillness. The turn often presents a second bet, commonly around half the pot. Awareness calculates pot odds instantly. You know the equity required to continue, and you compare it not with your current hand, but with your range's strength. Even if you fold, you do so from reason, not reaction. The turn also holds the deepest psychological signals. Bet timing slows here. Posture changes. Breathing patterns shift. Awareness absorbs all of this quietly. You no longer stare at opponents for answers. You listen to rhythm instead. The turn card itself, its suit, its pairing, its interaction, becomes conversation between ranges. Awareness translates language into action. Flow remains essential. On the turn, players often break rhythm, betting too quickly, checking too suddenly. You maintain consistency. Every move looks the same, regardless of equity. This removes readable variance from your timing. Awareness is invisibility through steadiness. Emotionally, the gravity of the turn can feel suffocating. Pots are larger, stacks are at risk. Awareness counterbalances weight through breath. You slow yourself intentionally. Your decision comes only after rhythm settles. This calm is contagious. Opponents feel it and hesitate. They sense solidity where others would panic. At deep stacks, the turn becomes stage for subtlety. You may double-barrel bluff, represent strength, or call with patience. Awareness ensures balance. Bluffs and value held in similar proportions, delivered with identical rhythm. You are not forcing outcome, you are shaping narrative. At short stacks, the turn loses space. With less depth, gravity hits sooner. A single bet may mean full commitment. Awareness here shifts from nuance to acceptance. You act with clarity, not hesitation. The compression of options brings freedom, fewer branches, cleaner choices. Ratio thinking stabilizes decision-making. Suppose the pot is 10 big blinds, and your opponent bets 5. You are being offered 3-1. Awareness frames it instantly. You need 25% equity to call. Whether or not you continue depends not on emotion, but on truth. The turn rewards players who can think this way, while others drown in uncertainty. The most dangerous moment on the turn is indecision disguised as courage. You know you should fold, but convince yourself to continue one more street. That impulse costs stacks. Awareness interrupts it before motion begins. You trust your earlier rhythm. If the flow felt wrong before, gravity will not correct it. Conversely, awareness recognizes when courage is clarity. The turn card completes your draw, or shifts the range advantage toward you. You sense the imbalance and act decisively. The check raise that follows is not emotional release, it is harmony with structure. Every hand that reaches the turn becomes lesson in proportion. You learn to value time, how long decisions take, how far thought should go, when to let silence guide you. You discover that the strongest move is often the one that feels least dramatic. Awareness keeps drama outside and precision within. Over hundreds of turns, you begin to feel gravity as texture. Some are heavy and tense, others light and flowing. You stop fearing weight because you understand its purpose. Pressure clarifies focus. The turn is not an obstacle, it is filter separating impulsive players from deliberate ones. At live tables, awareness of gravity becomes presence itself. You see the entire hand as choreography. Chips move, eyes shift, cards rest. The turn is the still moment, in the middle of that dance. You are aware of your heartbeat, your breath, your surroundings, and yet entirely centered. The pot may grow, but your pulse does not. Eventually, you stop labeling turns as good or bad. You see only flow, the story unfolding one beat at a time. Whether the card helps or hurts, no longer matters. The gravity of the turn exists for everyone. The difference lies in who feels crushed by it, and who learns to stand still within it. When you can face the turn with silence and see clearly through its weight, you are no longer reacting to variance, you are aligned with rhythm. The card falls, the pot expands, the pressure builds, but your awareness remains unmoved. This is the gravity of the turn, the moment when stillness meets decision, when patience holds against pressure, and when the hand becomes reflection of calm within chaos. Chapter 30. River Awareness. The river is finality. It is where stories end, where truth arrives, and where the hand demands resolution. Every bet, every call, every check from earlier streets leads to this moment. By the time the fifth card falls, all possibilities narrow into certainty. There are no more chances to improve, no more cards to come. Awareness must be pure here, unclouded by hope or fear. The river asks not what you want to happen, but whether you can see what is. River awareness begins before the card arrives. You have already felt the rhythm of the hand through each street, who bet, who checked, who hesitated. The river does not rewrite that rhythm, it reveals it. Awareness allows you to read the entire line as a pattern of intention. By the time the final card lands, you already know the story. You are simply confirming what awareness has told you all along. Out of position, the river can feel like exposure. You must act first, show decision before seeing your opponent's motion. This is where breathing becomes strategy. You inhale slowly, steadying rhythm. You recognize that acting first gives power when done with composure. Your bet, check or fold defines the hand's tone. Awareness makes that choice feel natural, rather than pressured. Mathematically, the river is the smallest street, but the most important. Each chip moved here is heavier than earlier ones, because the pot has grown. Stack-to-pot ratio is at its lowest. Decisions become binary: call or fold, bet or check, win or lose. Awareness turns these binaries into balance. You no longer guess, you weigh ratios calmly. Suppose you face a half-pot bet on the river. The math says you must win 1 out of 3 times to justify a call. Awareness goes further. It asks, does this story make sense? You trace the line backward. Pre-flop, flop, turn, river. You listen to rhythm. If something feels out of tune, the bluff reveals itself. Awareness hears dissonance before logic confirms it. Conversely, when the story flows smoothly, when every action fits rhythm, awareness accepts defeat with peace. You fold without regret, because truth has already spoken. The pot moves away, but your stillness remains. You have not lost balance. You have simply witnessed conclusion. From the small blind, river awareness is about restraint. Acting first, you control narrative through timing. A small blocking bet can turn uncertainty into structure. It prices yourself cheaply to reach showdown, while keeping the rhythm steady. But if you sense aggression behind you, awareness reminds you that silence is safer. A check can invite their bluff, allowing patience to transform into opportunity. From the big blind, awareness becomes courage. You have defended, endured, and now must decide whether to catch or release. The hand's journey has been uphill, forced action, positional pressure, incomplete information. On the river, the challenge crystallizes. You measure everything you've observed, their tempo, bet sizing, and posture. If awareness senses weakness in their energy, you call. If rhythm feels resolved, you fold. Every choice aligns with intuition, tuned by ratio. The river also reveals emotional truth. Many players cannot hide tension here. Their hands move differently, their eyes hold longer, their breathing shifts. Awareness observes these changes without judgment. You do not react, you simply record them. The more calmly you see others at this stage, the less they can see you. For your own energy, awareness means neutrality. Whether holding nuts or air, your breathing remains the same. The river punishes contrast, excitement during strength, anxiety during bluff. Consistency erases tells. You are one rhythm through every outcome. At deep stacks, river awareness involves thin value and subtle folds. You bet small when you know worse can call, and you release strong hands when the story says you are beat. Each decision is proportionate, never emotional, always structural. The pot size no longer scares you. It is simply measurement of rhythm played to completion. At shallow stacks, river awareness simplifies. You often reach this street with commitment already formed. The card may change result, but not process. Awareness here is acceptance, allowing outcome without resistance. Win or lose, you breathe once and move forward. Emotionally, the river is the teacher of impermanence. Everything that came before, the waiting, the defense, the patience, ends in one motion. The dealer pushes chips, gathers cards, and resets the deck. Awareness accepts this finality gracefully. You do not cling to victory or mourn loss. You watch the pot leave or arrive and remain exactly where you were, centered. The danger on the river is attachment. You invested thought, time, and energy into the hand. The mind wants closure to match effort. It whispers that you deserve the win. Awareness catches that voice and lets it fade. The game owes you nothing. The hand owes you nothing. Your awareness alone is the return. River traps often fail because of ego. Players slow play to appear clever rather than aligned. Awareness transforms trapping into timing. You let aggression come naturally, never forcing it. When you value bet thinly or check to induce, you do it from rhythm, not pride. The difference is felt instantly. Ratio thinking brings objectivity. You know the pot odds for every call, the fold equity for every shove. Awareness turns those numbers into calm certainty. When math and intuition align, decision feels effortless. You do not decide, you allow the answer to arrive. In live play, river awareness feels like slowed time. The room grows quiet, movements deliberate. You hear chips slide, feel breath steady. You see patterns of light across the felt. Everything narrows into this single act of clarity. Whether you bet, call, or fold, the motion feels inevitable. Online, river awareness translates into pacing. You take the same few seconds for every action, never rushed, never delayed. Each click becomes meditation. Even in the digital hum of constant play, your rhythm remains organic, stillness inside motion. The river also holds emotional afterglow. After the pot ends, awareness stays present for a moment longer. You do not leap to the next hand mentally. You watch the dealer shuffle, feel the reset, and let tension dissolve. This transition keeps fatigue from accumulating. Over many hands, river awareness evolves into acceptance of all endings. You stop fearing loss because you understand that every result is part of rhythm. You stop chasing wins because you realize peace exists even without them. The river becomes symbol, not outcome, a reminder that all stories close and begin again. The calmest players treat the river like silence at the end of music. It is not emptiness, it is completion. The sound fades, but the awareness that heard it remains. That awareness is you, the observer of every beat, every bet, every motion that led here. When you reach that clarity, poker becomes stillness in disguise. The cards fall, chips move, hands end, but nothing truly changes. Awareness continues, soft, steady, eternal. That is river awareness, the quiet understanding that every ending is only rhythm turning back into beginning. Chapter 31. The Art of Check Calling. Check calling is the quietest strength in poker. It is patience embodied. To check and then call is to say, I do not need to control the hand to understand it. It is the act of letting your opponent define motion while you define rhythm. When you master it, you stop fighting aggression and begin using it as fuel. The first truth of check calling is that it requires ego to be silent. Many players fear the appearance of weakness. They equate checking with surrender and calling with indecision. Awareness dissolves that illusion. A check is not retreat, it is observation. A call is not hesitation, it is calibration. Together they form one of the most balanced movements in poker. From the blinds, check calling becomes essential. Out of position, you cannot force control. You must absorb it. By checking first, you create space for your opponent to reveal range, emotion, and intention. Each bet they make becomes information you did not have before. When you call, you turn that information into structure. Awareness transforms what looks passive into a deliberate act of data gathering. Mathematically, check calling aligns with range protection. If you only bet strong hands and fold weak ones, your checks become transparent. By mixing calls with strength and weakness alike, you protect your silence. Awareness ensures that your checking range always holds balance, sometimes strength disguised as calm, sometimes calm disguising strength. The discipline lies in proportion. You cannot check call every hand or every board. You must sense where rhythm favors you. On coordinated flops, where ranges collide evenly, calling allows time for structure to form. On dry textures where aggression is thin, folding quickly preserves energy. Awareness chooses which boards invite stillness and which demand retreat. From the small blind, check calling teaches humility. You act first on every street, often against advantage. Instead of trying to reclaim position through force, you slow the hand. You let the aggressor continue their story, while you measure truth through consistency. When their narrative falters, when sizing changes, when rhythm breaks, your calm becomes power. From the big blind, check calling feels natural. You defended, now you respond. The secret lies in comfort with uncertainty. Each call carries imperfection. You rarely know where you stand exactly. But awareness reminds you that knowledge grows through continuity. By calling once, you allow one more street of clarity to emerge. Emotionally, the art of check calling is trust. You trust your judgment, your patience, your ability to see clearly later. It is delayed resolution, a willingness to remain inside tension. Most players cannot. They crave closure, they shove or fold to escape ambiguity. Awareness finds calm within it. The longer you can sit inside uncertainty, the more advantage you hold. Check calling also teaches the rhythm of defense. You are not blocking aggression, you are redirecting it. Each bet that comes toward you carries energy. Your call returns it gently, keeping the pot steady, the pace slow. You maintain control, not by stopping motion, but by containing it. Ratio thinking gives this calm mathematical footing. Facing a half-pot bet, you must win 1 out of 3 times to call profitably. You do not guess, you compare that ratio with your hand's equity and your opponent's tendencies. When those align, you call without hesitation or emotion. Awareness keeps the equation clean. Over time, you learn to feel the emotional temperature of a check call. When your opponent bets lightly, the energy feels casual, a test. When they bet heavily, it feels forced, an attempt to end rhythm prematurely. Awareness reads these tones. You respond not to words, but to cadence. Post-flop, the art lies in consistency. Once you choose the check-call path, you must stay balanced. Folding too quickly on later streets reveals that your calls were weak. Raising too often breaks the illusion of patience. Awareness keeps your posture steady. You act as though every decision is identical, every motion deliberate. At deeper stacks, check calling becomes the language of endurance. You let pots evolve slowly, avoiding volatility while extracting maximum information. Small calls accumulate insight. Over hundreds of hands, this calm builds a mental map of how opponents bet when they slow down and what fear looks like for them. At shorter stacks, the art becomes sharper. You cannot call lightly. Each decision carries high ratio cost. Awareness narrows range, but keeps demeanor identical. Even when your stack is fragile, your rhythm stays steady. Fear never enters your motion. Psychologically, check calling develops patience in its purest form. It asks you to resist the instinct to prove strength. The ego screams, raise to show control. Awareness whispers, wait to understand. The whisper is always right. The table often misreads check callers. They see caution, not discipline. This misconception becomes advantage. You allow others to build false confidence. Their repeated aggression reveals timing patterns you can exploit later. Awareness stores every piece of data like quiet inventory. The most delicate skill within this art is knowing when to stop. Check calling too long turns curiosity into stubbornness. Awareness watches for the moment when rhythm closes, when the story becomes clear. That is when you release, folding without regret. Letting go is as much part of the art as holding on. In live play, check calling becomes meditation. You watch chips travel toward the center. You nod softly, and you slide your call forward without emotion. You do not look at opponents for reaction. You look inward for rhythm. The act feels smooth, minimal, complete. Online, timing replaces body language. You use identical pacing for every check and every call. Your rhythm is unreadable, your awareness constant. You become invisible behind consistency. Mathematically, repeated check calls protect your range while revealing your opponent's imbalance. If they continue betting endlessly, their frequencies betray over-aggression. If they stop suddenly, they reveal fear. Awareness notices both without judgment. You do not rush to exploit. You simply wait for the correct ratio and act. Emotionally, the longer you practice check calling, the more peace it brings. You stop feeling the need to win every pot. You realize that control is not loud. True control is invisible, the ability to let the hand unfold naturally, without forcing tempo. The power of check calling is cumulative. Each calm defense chips away at your opponent's confidence. They begin to question their bluffs, slow their value bets, and doubt their rhythm. Awareness does not need to punish them, it lets them punish themselves. In the broader rhythm of tournament life, check calling mirrors patience through all adversity. You endure rising blinds, missed flops, and aggressive tables by responding with the same measured calm. Each call becomes a statement of awareness. I am still here, still balanced, still watching. Eventually, check calling stops being tactic and becomes instinct. You no longer think about control or weakness. You simply act within flow. The board changes, the stacks change, but your stillness does not. You have learned to breathe inside motion. That is the art of check calling. Awareness expressed through silence. Patience disguised as defense. Power found in restraint. It is how you turn pressure into peace, aggression into rhythm, and uncertainty into understanding. Chapter 32. The Discipline of the River Fold. The river fold is the quietest act of strength in all of poker. It looks small from the outside, a simple gesture, 2 cards sliding away, yet inside it is a storm contained. To release a hand at the very end, after investing thought, time and chips, is the purest expression of awareness. It is discipline distilled into one motion. Most players can fold early. Few can fold late. The closer the pot draws to conclusion, the more the mind resists surrender. You have built a story, paid to see it unfold, and now the ending invites ego. You want to see cards, to be right, to prove intuition. Awareness sees that impulse and gently lets it pass. The goal was never to win this hand. The goal was to stay aligned with rhythm. The discipline of the river fold begins long before the 5th card arrives. It begins with clarity of thought on earlier streets. Every decision you make builds a structure of logic. When the river bet comes, you measure that logic against the story presented. If they match, you continue. If they break, you fold. Discipline means trusting that measurement, even when curiosity whispers otherwise. Mathematically, the river is final ratio. There are no more cards to come, no more equity to realize. The only math left is pot odds. If you must win 1 out of 3 times to call and you believe you win less, the fold is automatic, not emotional, not fearful, simply correct. Awareness turns this arithmetic into serenity. The numbers replace the noise. From the blinds, the challenge deepens. You have paid every street from weakness of position, and now the final pressure arrives. Awareness reminds you that surrender here is not loss. You defended, you observed, you calculated, and now you release. The chips leaving your stack are tuition for clarity, earned. Every disciplined fold is payment for understanding. Emotionally, folding rivers tests identity. You feel invisible tension. If I fold now, what if I was ahead? That question is the mind trying to protect pride. Awareness reframes it. If I fold now, I preserve rhythm. That simple shift turns fear into peace. You no longer seek validation through results, but through process. From the small blind, river folds come often. Acting first without information, you face pressure in silence. The best players treat this not as disadvantage but as meditation. You breathe, you sense flow, you release. You let your opponent's aggression pass through without attachment. Your composure becomes visible, calm, an anchor in noise. From the big blind, the discipline feels different. You have watched the hand unfold, seen every decision from others, and often arrive at the river uncertain but informed. Here, awareness weighs timing more than strength. Did their stories stay consistent? Did their energy match their words? If not, the call may be right. If everything aligns too neatly, fold. You trust perception over desire. Folding rivers builds emotional endurance. Each time you do it correctly, you train detachment from result. You teach the mind that not knowing the ending is acceptable. The more you practice this, the less control you need. Control transforms into trust, trust in logic, rhythm, and yourself. Mathematically, awareness of ratio removes guilt. Facing a pot-sized bet, you are asked to call half the pot to win the whole. You must win 1 out of 3 times. If you know deep down that your hand meets that threshold less often, folding is victory disguised as loss. You have saved equity for a better rhythm. Emotionally, the river fold purifies awareness. It is a final test of stillness under pressure. You will feel every instinct telling you to continue: curiosity, hope, stubbornness. You will feel the weight of time spent in the hand. Awareness stands between those feelings and your decision, steady as breath. You slide cards away, and the noise stops. That silence is peace. Live play amplifies this moment. The table watches, waiting to see if you break. Their eyes measure your hesitation. Their bodies lean forward. You feel the energy converge. Folding then, calmly and without visible emotion, changes the atmosphere. The table senses that your rhythm cannot be bent. Power radiates not from chips, but from control. In online play, discipline shows through timing. You take the same measured pause you would for any decision, then fold without delay. Your cadence never betrays frustration. Over time, your opponents learn that you are unmoved by circumstance. They bluff less. Awareness converts restraint into deterrence. The discipline of the river fold also guards mental endurance across long sessions. Each time you avoid a losing call, you save not only chips but clarity. Bad calls linger in thought. Clean folds vanish instantly. The less residue you carry between hands, the sharper your awareness stays. Psychologically, folding rivers reveals how deeply you trust your own awareness. When you act against fear of regret, you strengthen intuition. When you hesitate, you weaken it. The key is to see that intuition is not feeling, it is accumulated clarity. The disciplined fold honors that clarity above curiosity. Sometimes, you will fold the best hand. Awareness accepts this without pain. Process over outcome. You will see the cards later, perhaps by accident, and realize you were ahead. The untrained player curses their caution. The calm one nods. The fold was correct when made. Truth existed in that moment, not in hindsight. Other times you will fold correctly and never see confirmation. These are the purest folds, faith over evidence. Awareness replaces the need for validation with the quiet certainty of alignment. You acted in rhythm, the result no longer matters. Discipline grows stronger with proportion. You fold small pots effortlessly. Large ones challenge balance. Awareness equalizes them. A decision for 100 chips and a decision for 100,000 are identical in structure, ratio, rhythm, release. The numbers change, the calm does not. Over thousands of hands, this repetition reshapes emotion. Folding no longer feels like loss. It feels like maintenance, the steady exhale of discipline. The sound of cards sliding forward becomes music to awareness. You realize that folding is what keeps you in the game long enough for patience to find its moments of aggression. The river fold teaches humility too. You accept that no player, however skilled, escapes uncertainty. There will always be guesses hidden within logic. Awareness makes peace with that imperfection. Folding becomes not avoidance, but acknowledgement of limits, the ultimate act of respect for the game's complexity. In the end, the discipline of the river fold is awareness distilled into movement. It is the hand releasing ego, the breath releasing tension, the mind releasing outcome. You do not fold because you are weak, you fold because you are free. The dealer collects your cards. The pot moves away. Chips shuffle softly. The orbit continues. Nothing has changed, except your calm. It deepens with every quiet surrender. That is the discipline of the river fold, patience refined into strength, logic guided by rhythm, and peace found in letting go. Chapter 33. Reading Rhythm, Not Cards. Poker is not about cards. It is about rhythm. The cards change every hand, rhythm never does. Beneath every shuffle and deal, beneath every bet and fold, a current flows, the movement of attention, emotion, and timing. To read that rhythm is to see the game before the cards reveal it. Awareness makes this possible. Reading rhythm begins with silence. Before a single hand is dealt, listen to the table. The sound of chips, the cadence of conversation, the pattern of movement, all reveal tempo. Some tables hum quickly, filled with constant chatter. Others move slowly, deliberate and still. Awareness aligns with that tempo. You do not fight it, you breathe in sync with it. Once cards are in motion, rhythm becomes visible. Watch how long players take to act, how consistently they bet, how their energy changes when pressure rises. These patterns are more reliable than any read on specific hands. Cards lie, rhythm does not. The key is patience. You cannot read rhythm if you are rushing to act. Each orbit offers countless chances to observe. You fold, and instead of disengaging, you listen. You notice how often the button raises, how frequently the small blind completes, how many times a player hesitates before checking. Every repetition adds to your internal map of timing. Mathematically, rhythm manifests through frequency. The player who bets too often is out of tune with ratio. The one who never bets is too cautious. Awareness recognizes imbalance long before others see it. You do not exploit immediately. You confirm pattern through stillness. Rhythm, once proven, becomes structure. From the small blind, reading rhythm teaches humility. You act first on every street. Your only advantage is awareness. By observing how opponents react to your checks and bets, you learn their habits of timing. Some respond instantly, when confident. Others stall when bluffing. Awareness turns these moments into information without judgment. You do not label. You simply note. From the big blind, rhythm reading becomes defense. You feel the pulse of aggression approaching each orbit. The button raises again and again. The cutoff follows suit. Awareness tracks their breathing, not literal breath, but emotional pacing. When you sense tension beneath repetition, you know fatigue is near. You prepare to respond. Rhythm is not about tells, it is about tempo. Physical tells can deceive, but timing cannot hide forever. The player who bets quickly 3 hands in a row, and then suddenly pauses, reveals imbalance. The pause might mean strength or fear, but it always means change. Awareness asks why rhythm shifted. The answer is usually truth. You learn to see betting patterns as music. Each raise, call, and fold is a note. Over time, melodies emerge. Some players play staccato, sharp, fast, constant. Others play legato, smooth, consistent, measured. Awareness allows you to harmonize with each one, adjusting your own pace to disrupt or blend as needed. The deeper truth is that rhythm exists inside you too. Your own breathing, pulse, and thought patterns create a tempo. When you are tired, rhythm slows. When tilted, it quickens. Awareness monitors this internal metronome. You cannot read others if you are offbeat yourself. Balance begins within. Emotionally, reading rhythm requires compassion. You must feel what others feel, without being consumed by it. You sense frustration when someone loses, the excitement after a big win, the hesitation before a bluff. Awareness interprets these emotions not as opportunities to exploit, but as signals of flow. You see where energy moves and decide whether to move with it or against it. Ratio thinking grounds, rhythm reading in logic. Frequency must align with math. If someone continuation bets 90% of flops, awareness tells you their rhythm is too loud. You can counter by calling lighter and letting them overextend. If another bets only 30%, their silence is equally revealing. Rhythm reveals imbalance through numbers, as clearly as through sound. Over time, you stop focusing on what cards people might have. You start feeling what decisions they want to make. That desire to bet, to check, to end tension, becomes the real tell. Awareness hears it in timing, sees it in stillness. The hand itself becomes secondary. In blind versus blind battles, rhythm is amplified. There are no other voices, just 2 tempos colliding. You check, they bet, you call. Each motion creates a pattern, and the first one to break rhythm exposes truth. You learn to hold silence longer, to delay action just enough to keep flow under your control. Live play makes rhythm almost tangible. You feel it in air pressure around the table. The moment a big hand brews, silence grows heavier. Even the dealer moves differently. Awareness feels these micro shifts instantly. You don't need to know exact holdings. You know something has changed. That sense alone guides better than any guess. Online, rhythm shows through data, but timing, sizing, repetition. Awareness translates numbers into motion. Quick bets after long pauses signal emotional imbalance. Regular pacing reflects comfort. You read not faces but flow, and that flow is equally human. Psychologically, rhythm reading teaches detachment from outcomes. You realize that the game is not chaos but pattern. Variance becomes rhythm, wins and losses part of a larger tempo. This understanding dissolves fear. You are no longer surprised by runs of bad cards or streaks of good ones. They are simply high and low notes in the same song. Rhythm also reveals fatigue. Players who were sharp hours ago begin to act automatically. Their timing smooths out into predictability. Awareness notices before they do. You shift gears slowly, pressing when they flatten, folding when they spark. You are conducting the music rather than reacting to it. Emotionally, this practice deepens empathy. Reading rhythm means feeling another's tension, uncertainty, and relief. It connects you to them, even as you compete. Awareness sees all players as expressions of the same energy moving through structure. You are not fighting them, you are interpreting them. Mathematically, rhythm reading intersects with expectation. You know how often certain actions should happen in theory. When the frequency drifts, rhythm exposes weakness. Too many bluffs, too few value bets, imbalance hidden to logic but obvious to flow. Awareness bridges that gap. Eventually, rhythm becomes your guide to every decision. You no longer ask, what do they have? You ask, where is the beat right now? The answer tells you whether to act or wait, to pressure or yield. You become dancer instead of fighter, moving in harmony with motion unseen. At its highest level, reading rhythm turns poker into meditation. The cards blur, the chips fade, and what remains is pulse energy exchanged in perfect balance. Awareness no longer analyzes, it listens. You know the next move, not because you think it, but because you feel it. When the orbit ends, you realize that rhythm never truly stops. It continues between hands, between breaths, between players. It is the thread that connects everything, the math, the emotion, the patience, the flow. That is how you read rhythm, not cards. You see the game beneath the game, a silent symphony of awareness, where every beat, every breath, and every fold becomes music. Chapter 34. Exploiting Predictable Energy. Every player gives off energy. It flows through their timing, their movement, their betting rhythm. Some energy is chaotic, shifting unpredictably. Some is steady, almost mechanical. Awareness learns to feel both and, most importantly, to sense when energy becomes predictable. Predictable energy is repetition without awareness. Once noticed, it can be guided, redirected, and eventually exploited with precision. Predictable energy often appears after fatigue or comfort. A player finds a rhythm that worked earlier, a bet size, a frequency, a tempo, and repeats it without reflection. They are no longer adapting, they are echoing habit. To the unaware, this looks like confidence. To the calm observer, it looks like vulnerability. Awareness sees the rhythm that no longer listens to itself. The key to exploitation is patience. You cannot exploit what you do not fully understand. Awareness observes first. You watch their orbit patterns, their reaction times, their responses to pressure. Do they c-bet every flop, regardless of texture? Do they fold too often to small raises? Do they check back turns when uncertain? Each consistent habit is a predictable beat in their energy. Once you recognize that rhythm, you align your strategy around it. Against the player who continuation bets mechanically, you allow them to continue calling lighter, letting them barrel into resistance. Against the one who gives up too often, you float wide and steal later streets. Awareness does not attack, it redirects. You are guiding their energy where you want it to go. From the blinds, predictable energy becomes clearest. You see every open, every raise, every small variation in tempo. The button who steals every orbit eventually reveals pace, identical sizing, identical pause, identical breath. The moment they act out of instinct rather than awareness, you feel it. You prepare your counter. The next time they attack, you respond with strength, unhurried and certain. The power of exploiting predictable energy lies not in deception, but in patience. You let the habit repeat until it becomes undeniable. Then, at the right moment, you change your own rhythm. That contrast shocks the table. A sudden 3-bet after long calm. A delayed check raise after endless calls. Awareness creates timing through contrast, and contrast creates control. Mathematically, exploitation relies on frequency imbalance. Every player deviates from equilibrium. Some bluff too much, others value bet too little. Awareness does not need to quantify precisely, it feels imbalance through rhythm. You see the pattern, too fast, too slow, too often, too rare. When frequencies drift far from balance, exploitation becomes safe. Emotionally, predictable energy is comfort's shadow. Players repeat patterns because it feels secure. They avoid silence by betting, avoid pressure by folding. Awareness senses what they are avoiding. Exploitation is not cruelty, it is understanding what comfort they seek and denying it through rhythm. From the small blind, you exploit predictable energy by tempo shifts. You might 3-bet a frequent opener once every few orbits, but you choose moments of flow, times when your stillness has lulled them into assumption. Your aggression lands heavier because it arrives in contrast to calm. Predictable energy falls hardest against silence, suddenly broken. From the big blind, you use patience as snare. Repeatedly defend, fold, and watch. When their pattern reveals itself, when they bet weak boards too confidently, you spring. The check raise here is not aggression but rhythm correction. You return the energy they've overextended, and they stumble. Awareness also knows when not to exploit. Sometimes predictable energy is fragile, a player already aware of their own imbalance but struggling to stabilize. Pressing then creates chaos that contaminates rhythm for everyone. You wait, letting them settle, keeping your awareness intact. Exploitation without balance becomes noise. The most dangerous form of predictability is emotional rhythm. Players tilt in patterns, frustration after lost pots, excitement after wins, impatience near pay jumps. Awareness anticipates these cycles. You fold when they play too tight, attack when they play too loose. Over time, you are not reading cards but mood. Ratio thinking gives your awareness shape. When you sense emotional momentum, an opponent over-bluffing after a loss, you don't guess. You use math as grounding. A half-pot bet must succeed 1 out of 3 times. If their pattern shows they are bluffing half, the call becomes automatic. Awareness turns intuition into logic. Exploitation through energy is not confrontation, it is guidance. You allow their habits to continue until the structure collapses under its own weight. The beauty of this approach is subtlety. The table rarely notices what you are doing. They see folds, calls, small adjustments. They don't realize you are orchestrating the entire rhythm. Over long sessions, predictable energy becomes the map of endurance. As others tire, their rhythms slow. They reach for chips slower, hesitate longer, and bluff less. You adapt, tightening slightly when aggression fades, loosening when it returns. Awareness keeps your energy in constant motion, never predictable, always flowing. Psychologically, this practice refines empathy. You must feel the other player's energy to sense predictability. You experience their frustration without taking it on. You understand their relief without sharing it. Awareness makes you porous but not absorbent, open enough to read, strong enough to remain still. At live tables, this sensitivity feels like listening beneath the noise. The hum of the room fades, replaced by patterns of sound and movement. You hear the shuffle of impatient chips, the silence of fear, the rhythm of confidence. Awareness filters signal from static. Online, predictable energy exists in timing tells and bet-sizing patterns. Some players click too fast when bluffing, too slow when strong. Others use identical sizes, regardless of texture. Awareness catalogs these rhythms until they become language. Exploitation becomes translation. You read what they say without words. The emotional temptation in exploiting others is pride. Awareness guards against it. The goal is not to feel smarter, but to remain synchronized. The more pride enters, the less you can listen. Exploitation requires humility, the acceptance that rhythm, not ego, reveals everything. In tournaments, predictable energy magnifies near transitions. As blinds rise, players revert to comfort. Some tighten excessively, others panic into over-aggression. Awareness adjusts accordingly, staying neutral, while everyone else drifts. Their energy collapses, yours remains centered. The purest exploitation is invisible. You call when others fold when others fight, raise when silence has grown too long. The table cannot label your play, because it mirrors rhythm itself. Awareness shapes every adjustment naturally. Over time, you begin to see that exploiting predictable energy is not manipulation, it is harmony. You are not forcing mistakes, but letting imbalance express itself. You are simply there, present enough to catch what others let go. Eventually, awareness expands beyond the table. You notice patterns in everything: speech, movement, breath, emotion. The same lessons apply: listen before acting, feel the rhythm beneath noise, move only when the flow invites. In poker, as in life, energy becomes predictable when awareness fades. The one who stays awake within rhythm always holds advantage. Exploitation is not victory over others, it is mastery of perception. That is how you exploit predictable energy, with stillness that listens, patience that guides, and awareness that turns repetition into opportunity. Chapter 35. The Balance Between Fear and Flow. Fear and flow live side by side. One constricts, the other releases. Every hand, every decision, every orbit contains both. Fear keeps you cautious. Flow keeps you alive. The art of balance lies in letting each exist without allowing either to dominate. Awareness is what holds that balance steady. Fear in poker takes many forms. It hides behind hesitation before a bluff, behind the call you cannot make, behind the fold you delay. Sometimes it appears as tension in the hands, sometimes as the urge to prove strength. Flow, by contrast, is the absence of resistance, when thoughts, instincts, and rhythm move as one. Both are natural. Awareness does not seek to eliminate fear, it seeks to understand it. Fear begins in uncertainty. The unknown outcome triggers the body's defense. You tighten, breathe shallowly, and narrow attention. In short bursts, this serves you. It sharpens focus and prevents recklessness. But when fear lingers too long, it blocks rhythm. You stop observing, start anticipating, and your awareness collapses into protection. Flow disappears. Flow begins where control ends. It arrives when you stop trying to shape outcomes and start responding to rhythm. The cards, the chips, the tempo of play, all merge into a single current. Flow is not confidence, it is surrender. You are no longer separate from the game, but part of it. The balance comes from acceptance. Awareness allows both to exist without conflict. You feel fear, but you do not obey it. You feel flow, but you do not chase it. You remain centered between them, stable, deliberate, and calm. From the blinds, this balance becomes visible every orbit. You post, face pressure, and make decisions from disadvantage. Fear whispers that you will lose if you defend too wide. Flow tempts you to over-defend in defiance. Awareness listens to both and answers with ratio. You play hands that fit structure, not emotion. Fear and flow cancel each other into discipline. Mathematically, fear distorts perception of risk. It exaggerates danger beyond true ratio. A half-pot bet looks larger, a short stack feels smaller. Flow dissolves this distortion, but can create its own. It underestimates risk. Awareness restores perspective through numbers. You see odds clearly, free from emotion's magnification. Emotionally, fear often arrives disguised as logic. You rationalize tight folds and passive lines as sensible. Awareness asks if those choices come from structure or avoidance. If from avoidance, you breathe deeper and return to flow. Conversely, flow can disguise recklessness as creativity. You justify wild bluffs as intuition. Awareness tests them against proportion. If timing and ratio disagree, stillness returns. At live tables, balance shows through posture. Fear leans forward, gripping chips tightly. Flow reclines, open and loose. Awareness sits upright, relaxed but engaged, grounded through breath. You act only when structure aligns, not when emotion demands. From the small blind, fear and flow alternate rapidly. You post half a blind, act first, and face constant uncertainty. Fear says fold everything, flow says attack everything. Awareness chooses precision, raise when rhythm supports, release when not. You neither hide nor force. From the big blind, the challenge shifts. You are defending constantly, under attack, yet observing all. Fear tells you to surrender. Flow urges defiance. Awareness anchors both. You pick your spots calmly, accepting that disadvantage is normal, not threat. In tournaments, fear grows as stacks shrink and pay jumps near. Flow grows when chips rise and variance feels friendly. Awareness remains steady in both climates. It knows that structure continues unchanged. Blinds rise, pots form, orbits pass. Rhythm does not care about emotion. Psychologically, the balance between fear and flow is the balance between self-preservation and expression. Fear protects you from ruin. Flow allows creativity. When one silences the other, you lose completeness. The calm strategist uses fear as edge detector. It warns where pressure peaks. They use flow as bridge. It carries decisions smoothly through those peaks. At deep stacks, flow dominates naturally. You have room to breathe, to maneuver. Awareness guards against overconfidence. You remind yourself that freedom is not invincibility. You use fear as boundary, a reminder to measure ratio before each motion. At shallow stacks, fear becomes louder. One mistake can end you. Awareness converts fear into focus. You count big blinds, plan ranges, and move precisely. Flow adjusts to new tempo, faster but still steady. Both energies coexist in smaller space. Mathematically, fear seeks certainty, while flow embraces probability. Awareness translates one into the other. It knows that even perfect play carries variance, that loss does not equal mistake. When fear tightens grip after a bad beat, awareness opens it gently. The next orbit is another breath. Emotionally, fear feels heavy, flow light. Awareness is the weight between steady enough to stay grounded, light enough to keep moving. You learn that stability matters more than either extreme. Constant flow without caution burns energy. Constant fear without motion suffocates intuition. Balance endures. In live play, fear's voice becomes internal noise. What if they shove? What if I'm wrong? Awareness replies. Then you will breathe again. That simple truth neutralizes panic. The next breath becomes your anchor. Flow returns automatically once you accept consequence. Online, balance exists in tempo. Fast clicks feed flow, long pauses feed fear. Awareness moderates both. You use consistent pacing to maintain rhythm. You never hurry wins or stall losses. You let time serve awareness, not emotion. The lesson extends beyond hands. Fear appears before large decisions, late in tournaments, deep in cash sessions, in moments that matter. Flow appears when rhythm feels effortless. Awareness sees both as phases of the same cycle. You do not chase one or flee the other. You let them alternate naturally. Eventually, you realize fear and flow are not opposites. They are partners in equilibrium. Fear sharpens edges, flow softens them. One without the other leads to imbalance, paralysis, or recklessness. Awareness harmonizes their contrast into steady focus. At the highest level, the game itself becomes practice in this balance. You start each session nervous. You enter rhythm. You face setbacks. You rediscover calm. Fear rises and falls like tide. Flow returns like breath. The more you observe these waves, the less they disturb you. The blind positions especially refine this balance, because you face inevitability, the chips you must post, the pots you must defend, the disadvantages you cannot avoid. Fear reminds you of risk. Flow reminds you of rhythm. Awareness keeps both steady. You no longer flinch at obligation. You meet it with calm. As tournaments progress and fatigue sets in, awareness becomes your last anchor. Others lose balance, either frozen in fear or lost in flow. You stay still between them, feeling both, but ruled by neither. That is composure beyond strategy. Over time, you stop labeling moments as fearful or flowing. You just see energy moving through you, tightening, loosening, breathing. Awareness holds space for both. That holding is mastery. When the hand ends, chips move, and the dealer shuffles, you notice the stillness underneath. Fear fades, flow fades, awareness remains. That presence is the only rhythm that never breaks. This is the balance between fear and flow, the space where discipline breathes, where emotion becomes clarity, and where every decision rests on awareness unshaken. Chapter 36. The emotional temperature of the table. Every poker table has a temperature. It is not measured in degrees but in energy, the quiet hum of patience, the heat of aggression, the coolness of discipline. You can feel it the moment you sit down. The cards may be random, but the air itself has rhythm. Awareness tunes into that rhythm and reads it like weather. The emotional temperature of a table changes constantly. It rises with big pots, falls with silence, spikes after confrontation, cools after breaks. Some tables burn hot, players talking loudly, splashing chips, feeding off motion. Others freeze, calm, reserved, filled with calculation. Awareness lets you sense these climates instantly and adjust your own rhythm to match or control them. The table's temperature determines everything: how players perceive risk, how they interpret patience, how often they bluff. A hot table favors restraint. A cold table invites pressure. Awareness turns this intuition into structure. You are not reacting to mood. You are navigating environment. From the blinds, you experience this temperature most directly. Every raise, every defend, every fold comes from within the table's collective energy. When tension is high, opens grow larger, post-flop aggression faster. When tension cools, the game becomes cautious, measured, almost slow. Awareness learns to feel this before the first chip moves. At a hot table, awareness must become water. You stay calm, fold often, and let others burn energy. Their aggression will collide and collapse under its own weight. You conserve patience, like oxygen in a fire. When heat peaks, your stillness becomes advantage. You act only when ratio and rhythm align perfectly, striking into imbalance without haste. At a cold table, awareness must become spark. You add motion, create questions, disturb comfort. Players here cling to safety, they overfold to small aggression. You raise lighter, bluff thinner, and set rhythm back into motion. You are not creating chaos. You are warming the structure enough for opportunity to exist. The art lies in blending. Most tables drift between extremes throughout a session. Awareness monitors the temperature orbit by orbit, adjusting with subtle precision. When conversation fades, you loosen. When noise rises, you tighten. You are the thermostat, invisible but constant. Mathematically, emotional temperature manifests through frequency. Hot tables produce too many raises, too many calls, too few folds. Cold tables produce the opposite: too few opens, too many checks, not enough pressure. Awareness calculates frequencies through observation. Once the ratio deviates from equilibrium, exploitation becomes clear. Emotionally, temperature is contagious. A single loud player can raise the entire table's pulse. A single calm presence can lower it. Awareness teaches you to maintain your internal rhythm regardless. You cannot control others, but you can decide what they feel from you. Your composure radiates subtly, altering collective energy over time. At live tables, sensing temperature comes from body language, tone, and pace. The way players shuffle chips reveals rhythm. Rapid clicking shows restlessness. Still hands show thought. Voices carry tension. Even the dealer's tempo matters. Fast dealing accelerates play. Slow shuffling cools it. Awareness listens to these sounds as signals, adjusting your own breathing to the collective beat. Online, temperature shows through timing and velocity. Tables where everyone acts instantly feel sharp and bright. Tables where actions lag feel heavy and thoughtful. Awareness adapts pace accordingly, slowing slightly in chaos to observe, speeding slightly in silence to maintain flow. Even in the digital world, energy has texture. From the small blind, you can influence temperature through initiative. A well-timed 3-bet against frequent openers cools a table quickly. It resets aggression by demanding respect. Conversely, a quiet orbit of folds can calm overactivity or lull opponents into predictability. Awareness chooses which tone to set based on current heat. From the big blind, you absorb temperature through defense. Each time you call or fold, you shape flow. Against hot tables, patience becomes shield. Against cold tables, courage becomes rhythm. Your stillness or action subtly alters how others behave around you. Psychologically, temperature interacts with fatigue. As players tire, emotional control weakens. Hot tables become volatile, cold tables become stagnant. Awareness watches these shifts like tides. You do not resist them, you move with them until they reveal openings. Fear and confidence also affect temperature. A player running well radiates warmth. Others feel it and respond with caution or imitation. A player losing radiates coldness. Others attack or avoid. Awareness does not get drawn into these cycles. It observes them as part of rhythm. Every table breathes through emotion, and you are simply its witness. Mathematically, the table's temperature shifts expected value indirectly. At hot tables, variance increases, more chips move, more hands see showdown. At cold tables, variance shrinks, pots stay small, edges appear slowly. Awareness adjusts your risk profile accordingly. You loosen slightly when variance is low, tighten slightly when variance is high. It is the same ratio logic, expressed through emotion. In live play, awareness of temperature also means sensitivity to conversation. Speech changes with mood. In heat, voices overlap. In calm, silence grows long. You can measure confidence by how freely players talk. When speech stops suddenly after a bet, tension peaks. Awareness uses this to time aggression or retreat. Energy often peaks after large hands. The winner radiates confidence. The losers withdraw. Awareness resets instantly. You neither feed on victory nor retreat from loss. The table's temperature may swing wildly, but your rhythm stays neutral, the constant within the storm. Emotionally, learning to read temperature teaches empathy. You begin to sense others, not as opponents, but as emotional beings, sharing one rhythm, You notice who hides fear behind talk, who masks boredom with aggression, who radiates calm through silence. Awareness feels each without judgment. At deep stacks, emotional temperature has longer cycles. Heat builds slowly, cools gradually. You plan around waves, tighten during surges, open up as they subside. At shallow stacks, temperature swings quickly. Awareness must react faster. You learn to sense change through intuition, rather than analysis. Over time, you become less affected by heat or cold. Awareness stabilizes your internal environment until the table's energy no longer dictates emotion. You are thermometer and thermostat at once, feeling everything, controlled by nothing. Eventually, you realize the table's temperature mirrors your own. When you are calm, perception widens. When anxious, it narrows. External rhythm reflects internal rhythm. By keeping yourself steady, you influence everything around you. The emotional temperature of the table becomes your compass. It tells you when to push, when to pause, when to wait. You stop asking, "What should I do?" and start asking, "What does this table need right now?" Awareness answers. When the hand ends, the chips move, and the dealer shuffles again. The temperature resets. Heat fades, silence returns, rhythm balances. Through it all, your awareness stays steady, the quiet observer of cycles eternal. That is the emotional temperature of the table, the subtle climate of energy that shapes every orbit, every decision, and every moment of calm between chaos. Chapter 37: Isolation and Intuition. Isolation is the silence between orbits. It is what remains after the noise fades, after the chatter softens, after the rhythm slows into thought. Every poker player experiences it, the moment between hands, the pause before action, the breath before commitment. Intuition is what grows in that silence. The two are inseparable. Isolation creates space, and intuition fills it. At first, isolation feels like emptiness. You sit with your thoughts, waiting for cards, watching others. The room hums softly, chips clicking, shuffles echoing, but your mind grows quiet. This stillness is not boredom, it is awareness settling into focus. Within isolation, you begin to sense patterns beneath motion. Intuition lives in that space. It is not magic or guesswork, it is awareness condensed into feeling. Every orbit, you collect data, timing, movement, rhythm, emotion. When logic rests, that data organizes itself into instinct. The decision that once required calculation now feels immediate. This is intuition, experience made silent. The relationship between isolation and intuition mirrors that between breath and thought. You inhale awareness through observation, exhale it through decision. The pauses between are isolation, the moments where clarity forms. Players who rush to fill that space lose touch with intuition. They replace awareness with noise. From the blinds, isolation feels constant. You act first, then wait while others decide. That waiting is opportunity disguised as disadvantage. Each second between actions sharpens intuition. You watch how long it takes others to bet, how they move, how they breathe. Awareness grows quietly in these pauses, layer upon layer. From the small blind, isolation teaches patience. You sit on the edge of every orbit, half committed, half observer. Many grow restless here, folding hands automatically to escape discomfort. But awareness treats this seat as meditation. You use the time to feel rhythm, not force it. Intuition develops naturally when observation outlasts impatience. From the big blind, isolation is deeper. You watch every open, every steal, every repetition. Over time, you feel patterns forming. The way the button's hands always move before they bet. The way the cutoff hesitates before folding. These impressions accumulate until intuition knows before logic does. You do not read them, you simply sense alignment or imbalance. Mathematically, intuition is subconscious ratio. Your mind has seen thousands of combinations of stack depths, bet sizes, and positions. Awareness stores them all. When intuition speaks, it is that database whispering truth faster than words can form. Isolation gives it volume, the quiet space for recognition to emerge. Emotionally, isolation can test composure. The mind seeks stimulation. When the table grows slow or cards run cold, restlessness creeps in. You want to create action, to feel alive. Awareness sees this impulse and returns to stillness. You remind yourself that intuition cannot breathe in noise. Waiting is not inactivity, it is incubation. Isolation also refines humility. You realize that control is illusion. The deck, the timing, the structure, none obey willpower. What you control is readiness. Awareness keeps that readiness alive, so when opportunity appears, intuition already knows the answer. At live tables, isolation is felt through sound. The hum of chips, the faint call of rays, the shuffle of cards, all dissolve into rhythm. You sit within it, separate but connected. You are no longer chasing hands, you are listening for moments when flow aligns with courage. That quiet awareness births intuition naturally. Online, isolation feels internal. There are no faces, no sounds, only numbers and timing. Yet the same pattern exists. Awareness sees when aggression spikes, when tempo slows, when opponents drift. Intuition translates those shifts instantly. You act not from reaction, but from rhythm, sensed in silence. Intuition grows strongest in calm, not chaos. The more relaxed your body, the clearer your awareness. Stress compresses perception. Calm expands it. This is why breathing matters. Each deep breath resets clarity, widening the mind's field of observation. Isolation without calm becomes anxiety. With calm, it becomes clarity. From a psychological view, isolation is where emotion surfaces. In quiet moments between action, you feel fatigue, doubt, or anticipation. Awareness does not fight these, it acknowledges them. You watch emotion move through you, like weather, then fade. What remains after is intuition, emotion, purified into focus. Mathematically, intuition often confirms logic you already know, but haven't verbalized. When awareness is trained, intuition becomes efficient logic, disguised as feeling. You sense when ratios align, when ranges collide, when pressure fits. The hand feels right, because awareness has already measured it subconsciously. Isolation also builds empathy. When you are quiet long enough, you begin to feel others' rhythms as part of your own. You sense when someone's patience fades, when fear enters their motion. You do not need to analyze, awareness simply absorbs. Intuition then acts through you, as if naturally synchronized. At deeper stacks, isolation expands. You have room to maneuver, to wait, to think. The gaps between decisions lengthen, and within those gaps, intuition matures. At shorter stacks, isolation compresses. The tempo quickens, and intuition must act instantly. Awareness adjusts, no less silent, only faster. Emotionally, intuition feels weightless. It arrives without tension or doubt. The moment before you act, awareness simply knows. If you hesitate, it's gone. Fear interrupts flow. Logic tries to reclaim what silence already solved. The discipline lies in trusting the quiet voice before the loud one returns. Intuition and ego cannot coexist. Ego demands explanation. Intuition requires faith. You may not know why you feel a call is right, only that it is. Awareness accepts that mystery without fear. Over time, you see that intuition is not irrational. It is recognition too fast for words. In practice, this balance between isolation and intuition shapes every decision from the blinds. When you fold, you do it without resentment. When you defend, you do it with quiet certainty. Your choices slow, your reactions soften, your awareness deepens. You move from calculation to flow, from noise to knowing. The greatest players spend more time in isolation than in action. They wait, watch, breathe. Their intuition sharpens until every motion feels effortless. They do not rush the orbit, they inhabit it. Eventually, you realize that isolation is not absence but presence, the fullest kind. You are no longer lost in outcome or emotion. You are simply here, breathing with the rhythm of cards and chips, acting only when awareness calls. That is isolation and intuition, stillness turned into knowing, silence transformed into timing, and awareness expressed through perfect patience. Chapter 38. When the table turns against you. Every player experiences it, the phase where nothing seems to work. Hands miss, bluffs fail, calls backfire, and even patience feels punished. The table, once calm and predictable, now feels hostile. Opponents press harder, pots slip away faster, and rhythm feels lost. This is when awareness matters most. When the table turns against you, your control lies not in changing the cards, but in mastering the reaction. The first step is recognition. Awareness sees when variance shifts. You fold more, lose more, and sense pressure tightening around you. The untrained mind panics. It believes the game itself has become enemy. But the calm strategist understands that rhythm simply moved. It is not against you, it has changed direction. Your task is not to resist, but to realign. In tournament play, this moment often arrives quietly. One orbit, two pots lost, a blind level up, and suddenly your stack feels smaller, your confidence thinner. Awareness prevents overreaction. You do not chase momentum that isn't yours. You breathe, fold, and remember that disadvantage is temporary. The table may feel against you, but time is neutral. Emotionally, the instinct is to fight back immediately. You feel frustration rising, demanding a response, a bigger bluff, a wider defend, a faster tempo. But that instinct is fear in disguise. Awareness separates reaction from rhythm. You remind yourself that recovery never comes from aggression alone, it comes from recentering flow. From the blinds, the sense of isolation deepens. Every orbit costs you chips, and every pot you enter ends painfully. Awareness reframes this as training. Each fold, each defense, each failed spot teaches endurance. When nothing works, patience becomes skill. You stop trying to win and start practicing stillness. that stillness eventually restores rhythm. Mathematically, the downswing phase often lasts longer than emotion expects. The cards do not owe balance quickly. Awareness accepts this asymmetry. You may run below expectation for hours, days, or tournaments. Yet your edge lies in staying steady while others drown in reaction. Variance punishes those who measure identity through results. You are measured through composure. The practical adjustment when the table turns is contraction. You tighten range, reduce bluff frequency, simplify decisions. You allow energy to pass without resistance. This is not surrender, it is reset. Each fold rebuilds structure. Each quiet orbit conserves energy. Soon variance shifts again, and you are ready, rested, not reactive. From the small blind, contraction feels like calm retreat. You stop completing speculative hands, defend only with purpose. Awareness reminds you that bleeding chips through boredom is the trap. Your edge is clarity. You play fewer hands, but play them perfectly. From the big blind, contraction becomes endurance. You face aggression constantly, but you meet it without anger. You fold more, defend selectively, and release attachment to every lost ante. Awareness keeps emotion small, while structure remains large. The table's pressure continues, but your balance does not break. Psychologically, this phase reveals self-image. Many players base confidence on results. When the table turns, they question ability, strategy, and even self-worth. Awareness dismantles that illusion. You are not defined by luck. You are defined by rhythm, how evenly you breathe through imbalance. At live tables, when things go wrong, everything feels louder. Chips sound sharper, laughter feels personal, silence grows heavy. Awareness listens without judgment. The noise belongs to variance, not to you. You breathe slower until sound softens again. The environment bends back toward calm when you stop resisting its volume. Online, the sensation of defeat feels quicker, dozens of hands lost in minutes. Awareness reintroduces pace. You pause between sessions, stretch, drink water, reset posture. You treat mental fatigue like blind levels, inevitable but manageable. Downswings shrink when you stretch perspective beyond one moment. Mathematically, awareness reframes loss, a statistical necessity. Every graph includes valleys between peaks. Those valleys are not signs of failure, they are opportunities for stillness. The player who collapses in valleys never reaches peaks. Emotionally, awareness keeps ego silent. When the table turns, ego wants to reassert control, to prove mastery through defiance. But defiance is noise. You cannot force rhythm to return by shouting at it. You must invite it quietly. Each measured fold, each deliberate breath, each small call made with intention, draws flow back toward balance. One of the greatest skills in poker is losing well. To lose well is to lose slowly, gracefully, and without emotional residue. You may leave the session behind in chips, but ahead in clarity. Awareness turns failure into refinement. The feeling of being targeted by the table is illusion. Aggression from others is not personal, it is pattern. They sense your frustration and respond to rhythm, not emotion. Awareness breaks that loop. When you stop showing resistance, their pressure loses aim. They return to their own imbalances, and you recover naturally. From a tactical view, awareness during downswings also means observation. You study while folding. Watch who grows reckless, who cools down, who mirrors your former anxiety. Every orbit adds data for when the rhythm turns again. Your quiet phase becomes investment in future advantage. At deep stacks, patience means waiting through long stretches of nothingness. Awareness reframes boredom into meditation. You focus on breathing, posture, and sound. You become calm enough that one good hand later feels amplified. Flow returns the moment. Emotion stops grasping. At shallow stacks, awareness shifts into precision. You cannot afford indulgent curiosity. Every hand is weighed in big blinds, every move measured against survival. Folding strong hands may hurt, but trust in rhythm keeps panic away. You wait for your moment, and when it arrives, you move with clarity, not desperation. Emotionally, the hardest part of recovery is trusting timing. You must believe that stillness now creates momentum later. Awareness is patience with faith. You keep your decisions pure, even when outcome disagrees. This discipline transforms variance into teacher. Over time, you stop fearing the table's hostility. You understand that rhythm always swings, not against you, but around you. The table is not enemy, it is mirror. When its pressure increases, it reflects your own attachment to comfort. Awareness uses this reflection to deepen focus. In long tournaments, when fatigue sets in and you feel momentum lost, remember this: awareness never runs bad. Cards can, stacks can, but awareness cannot. It remains constant, untouched by outcome. You return to breath, to posture, to stillness. The orbit continues. Eventually you learn that against you is simply another rhythm within flow. The table's aggression, variance, and imbalance become reminders that control is illusion and calm is power. When you stop fighting rhythm, rhythm starts working for you again. When the next hand begins, and the dealer slides you cards after a series of losses, you no longer feel dread. You feel readiness. You faced imbalance and remained whole. Awareness stayed steady. That is what it means to endure when the table turns against you. Not to conquer it, but to stay unmoved until rhythm comes home again. Chapter 39. Holding Awareness Through Fatigue. Fatigue is the quiet opponent that never leaves the table. It arrives slowly, not through one mistake or one long orbit, but through hours of subtle erosion. It dulls patience, narrows vision, and steals rhythm from thought. Every tournament, every session, every deep run eventually becomes a battle with it. Holding awareness through fatigue is the art of staying awake inside weariness. The first sign of fatigue is not physical, but mental drift. You stop noticing details. You forget bet sizes, lose count of stacks, misremember action. Awareness fades by degrees, like light at sunset. Most players do not see it happening. They only feel frustration later. The strategist sees it early and responds immediately, not with force, but with stillness. When you grow tired, every impulse becomes exaggerated. Boredom disguises itself as aggression, impatience as courage, distraction as intuition. Awareness separates these illusions from truth. You recognize fatigue not as failure, but as signal. It tells you to slow down, breathe deeper, simplify choices. In long tournaments, fatigue often peaks when structure slows. Late-night levels, dwindling players, quiet rooms. The mind craves motion, but the rhythm stretches thin. This is when awareness saves you. You focus not on the next orbit, but on the next breath. You shrink perspective until it becomes manageable. The entire world reduces to one hand, one decision, one calm motion. From the blinds, fatigue shows fastest. Every round, you pay automatically, act automatically, fold automatically. The repetition numbs awareness. To hold focus here, you must reawaken curiosity. Each post, each defense, each fold becomes meditation. You notice sensations, the feel of chips, the sound of cards, the tempo of the dealer. Awareness grounds you in sensory rhythm, pulling you back from drift. From the small blind, awareness through fatigue means structure. You decide in advance which hands to play, and follow that discipline without debate. When tired, decision fatigue grows heavier than chip loss. Predefined ranges remove weight from thought, freeing space for calm observation. From the big blind, awareness becomes patience under pressure. Every raise feels louder, every fold heavier. Fatigue whispers that you must defend more or surrender entirely. Awareness hears both and chooses balance. You defend when math agrees, fold when it doesn't, and feel no guilt either way. Mathematically, fatigue distorts ratio perception. A pot that once looked standard now feels large. A short stack now feels desperate. Awareness recalibrates through counting. You measure in big blinds, not emotion. Numbers anchor you when clarity blurs. Physically, fatigue creeps through posture. Shoulders slump, breathing shortens, eyes lose focus. Awareness restores rhythm through body first. Sit upright. Breathe deeply. Let each exhale reset the mind. Physical alignment renews mental alignment. You cannot think clearly from collapse. At live tables, fatigue radiates like fog. The room grows quieter, chips sound softer, and players move slower. Awareness notices this collective slowing and adapts pace deliberately. You act consistently, neither rushed nor delayed. Your steadiness becomes contrast, the rhythm others follow unconsciously. Online, fatigue hides in speed. Hands blur into one another, minutes vanish unnoticed. Awareness introduces ritual, pause between sessions, stretch, blink, breathe. You are not wasting time, you are restoring it. Each short reset returns you to clarity before it fades completely. Emotionally, fatigue reduces patience. You begin to chase closure, pushing marginal spots to end discomfort. Awareness prevents this by redefining progress. In fatigue, progress is not chips gained, but mistakes avoided. Each disciplined fold becomes quiet success. Fatigue also weakens emotional defense. Small losses feel larger, variance feels personal. Awareness reframes experience into structure again. Blinds rise, stacks shift, hands end, all normal. Nothing has changed but your energy. By naming fatigue, you remove its disguise as frustration. At deep stacks, fatigue tempts experimentation. You feel restless and start exploring unnecessary lines. Awareness redirects creativity toward observation. Watch others instead. Study rhythm. Use restlessness as curiosity rather than impulse. At shallow stacks, fatigue tempts surrender. You convince yourself that folding forever is safety. Awareness counters with proportion. One well-timed move restores balance entirely. You are never as short as fatigue tells you. Psychologically, holding awareness through fatigue means detaching from performance. You no longer chase perfection. You accept imperfection as natural at this stage. Awareness measures quality by calmness, not by precision. Even when you misplay, you do so with presence, not panic. Mathematically, fatigue is variance of focus. Just as chip stacks fluctuate, clarity fluctuates too. Awareness smooths those swings by creating rituals. You sip water, take breaths, stretch fingers. Each repetition resets attention slightly upward. The line of focus stays steady, even as energy dips. Emotionally, fatigue can be lonely. The table becomes blur of faces, connection fades. Awareness reintroduces empathy, noticing others' exhaustion, their posture, their pacing. You realize you are not alone in this weariness. Everyone feels it. That shared recognition softens frustration. In live play, awareness also guards against external distractions. Bright lights, background noise, movement. Fatigue amplifies them. The key is to shrink focus inward. Listen only to breath and rhythm of chips. External sound becomes distant wave, unthreatening and soft. Over many hours, fatigue teaches humility. You realize that awareness cannot prevent tiredness, it can only coexist with it. You stop resisting exhaustion and start managing it. Calm replaces frustration. Even limited energy can sustain infinite focus if you stop wasting it on resistance. When awareness endures through fatigue, perception changes. Decisions simplify naturally. Fold when rhythm says no. Call when math says yes. Act when stillness aligns. There is no overthinking, only flow in slow motion. Fatigue becomes teacher of surrender. You cannot force clarity when energy fades. You can only allow awareness to remain gentle. Soft focus replaces sharp intensity. You trust your preparation, your structure, your instincts. The mind moves slower, but truer. At this stage, every small habit matters. Posture upright. Breath slow. Hands relaxed. You remind yourself that awareness begins with body, travels through mind, and ends in rhythm. As long as any one of those stays aligned, clarity survives. Eventually, fatigue stops feeling like enemy. It becomes signal proof that you have stayed long enough, focused hard enough, cared deeply enough. Awareness thanks it for the lesson, endurance without tension, patience without pride. When the session ends and silence returns, you feel the difference between exhaustion and depletion. Exhaustion from awareness feels clean, like an exhale after deep meditation. Depletion from tilt feels heavy, unfinished. Awareness ensures your fatigue ends in peace, not regret. Holding awareness through fatigue is not about staying sharp, it is about staying kind to mind, to body, to rhythm itself. You accept imperfection, remain present, and let tiredness exist without control. The dealer gathers the cards again. Another orbit begins. You breathe, adjust posture, and continue. Slower, softer, but still entirely awake. That is how awareness survives fatigue, not through willpower, but through rhythm, steady, patient, and calm beneath the weight of time. Chapter 40. When awareness becomes instinct. At the beginning, awareness feels like effort. You remind yourself to breathe, to fold, to observe. You focus consciously on every decision, weighing ratios, recalling structure, managing emotion. But over time, effort turns to rhythm. The calculations fade, the reminders disappear, and what remains is instinct, awareness living on its own. When awareness becomes instinct, the game slows. You no longer think step by step. You feel sequences forming, you sense balance shifting, and decisions emerge naturally. There is no tension between logic and intuition, because they have become the same. The mind stops speaking in words and starts speaking in rhythm. Instinct does not mean guessing. It is knowledge absorbed so deeply that it moves without thought. Every repetition, every fold, every breath built this foundation. You studied ratios, learned frequencies, watched patterns. Now all that data lives in your subconscious. Awareness becomes automatic, like balance while walking. You do not have to remind yourself how, you simply do it. From the blinds, this transition is most visible. Early in your journey, you analyzed every defense, pot odds, equity, position. Later, you just know. You sense when to call, when to re-raise, when to surrender. The decision feels effortless, but remains grounded in truth. That is instinct built on awareness. From the small blind, awareness becomes instinct through repetition of discipline. You've folded thousands of marginal hands, raised thousands of premiums. You no longer debate. The motion of releasing or acting flows from rhythm, not thought. The peace that follows is quiet confidence, awareness functioning without friction. From the big blind, awareness becomes instinct through pattern recognition. You've watched so many orbits, so many players, that timing itself becomes language. You no longer think this is a bluff, or this is value. You simply feel alignment or dissonance. Instinct speaks before logic forms the sentence. Mathematically, instinct is awareness compressed. Every percentage, every ratio, every equilibrium point exists within you, even if you cannot name it. You trust this internal database, not because it is mystical, but because it was earned. Awareness trained long enough eventually stops asking permission. Emotionally, instinct feels calm, not reckless. The untrained mind confuses instinct with impulse, quick, emotional reactions to fear or excitement. True instinct moves slowly, even in fast moments. It feels like gravity pulling toward correct action. Awareness never disappears. It simply lives beneath the surface, guiding without interruption. The shift to instinct happens quietly. One day you realize you are no longer thinking about process. You are just playing, breathing, existing within rhythm. Awareness has dissolved into presence. The cards fall, the chips move, and you move with them, unbroken by variance. At live tables, this state shows as stillness. Your posture remains the same, your timing consistent, your reactions minimal. Opponents cannot tell whether you are strong or weak, because your rhythm no longer changes. Instinct has removed self-consciousness. You are not performing awareness, you are awareness. Online, instinct shows through pacing. You no longer force yourself to calculate every spot. Your timing is precise without intention. Even under time pressure, decisions feel relaxed. You are not rushing, you are flowing. Mathematically, this level of awareness is balanced through feeling. You know when frequencies align without counting. You fold when ranges say fold, call when they say call, raise when ratio supports. You no longer analyze after each decision, because awareness already self-corrects. Emotionally, instinct is freedom from fear. You stop doubting every move. You trust your training, your rhythm, your breath. Mistakes still happen, but they no longer shake confidence. You simply observe, adjust, and continue. Awareness through instinct means recovery without residue. From the perspective of endurance, instinct saves energy. Conscious calculation drains focus. Subconscious rhythm restores it. You conserve clarity by letting awareness handle what it already knows. That efficiency becomes power deep into long tournaments, when fatigue erodes others. Instinct also reveals subtle empathy. You feel other players' emotions without needing to interpret them. Awareness has trained your senses to detect rhythm unconsciously. Tone, motion, timing. You can sense confidence, hesitation, frustration, all before the cards confirm it. Your responses adjust naturally. Psychologically, this stage feels serene. There is no longer a barrier between perception and action. You are no longer observing yourself playing, you are simply playing. Awareness and instinct have merged into one unbroken process. This is what flow truly means. It is easy to misunderstand instinct as magic. It is not supernatural. It is repetition meeting relaxation. It is the product of thousands of hands observed and endured. It is awareness freed from control. From the small blind, instinct helps you navigate complexity effortlessly. Multi-way pots, tricky boards, dynamic ranges, all feel simple because awareness filters noise automatically. You act without fear of overthinking. From the big blind, instinct helps you find perfect rhythm in defense. You call when needed, fold when timing dictates, and adjust to aggression fluidly. There is no resistance. Even when losing a pot, the mind stays quiet, because it knows the decision was aligned. Mathematically, instinct still respects structure. You are not abandoning theory, you are expressing it naturally. Awareness remains the framework behind the flow. You sense ratios and probabilities as balance rather than numbers. Emotionally, instinct allows joy. The tension of analysis fades, replaced by peace in motion. Every decision feels like breath, automatic, yet alive. You rediscover love for the game without losing discipline. At live tables, this manifests as aura. Others feel it, even if they cannot describe it. You appear composed, detached, unhurried. The table's energy bends around you because instinct radiates calm certainty. Online, it feels like rhythm beyond time. You play thousands of hands without strain, because awareness carries itself. Even variance feels quiet, like background sound, rather than storm. The transition to instinct does not mean awareness ends. It means awareness has matured. You have moved from seeing to being. The same discipline, patience, and ratio logic that once required effort now flow naturally. When awareness becomes instinct, you stop forcing presence, you are presence. Each hand unfolds as it should. Each fold feels like peace, each call like clarity. The game ceases to be a contest and becomes a meditation. Eventually, you realize instinct is awareness's final form, effortless precision, born from patient repetition. You no longer question your timing, your judgment, or your calm. You have played long enough, breathed long enough, folded long enough for awareness to anchor itself permanently. The cards fall, and you no longer calculate your odds, you already know them. You no longer ask, "What should I do?" The action has already chosen itself through alignment. That is when awareness becomes instinct, when the mind no longer speaks but listens, when rhythm replaces thought, and when every motion at the table feels like breathing. Chapter 41. The Language of Stillness. There is a language that speaks without words, a form of communication older than logic, deeper than calculation. It is the language of stillness. In poker, this language says everything you need to know about control. It cannot be faked, only cultivated. You do not learn it by speaking, you learn it by listening. Stillness begins with presence. When you sit at the table, posture steady, breathing slow, eyes soft, you begin to speak without motion. The table feels it before it sees it. Opponents sense composure before you act. Awareness radiates through stillness, like quiet gravity. It draws attention not through noise, but through absence of noise. In a game built on motion, chips sliding, cards flipping, glances shifting, stillness becomes rare. That rarity is its strength. It interrupts rhythm without aggression, slows tempo without command. Awareness, expressed through stillness, changes the entire table's pace. From the blinds, the language of stillness is necessity. Out of position, you cannot rely on visibility. You must rely on tone. Your posture, your rhythm, your silence become your voice. A calm check, a slow breath, a steady motion. These small signals create balance against positional pressure. Opponents who feed on reaction find nothing to consume. From the small blind, stillness speaks restraint. You act first, always exposed. Yet stillness cloaks you in neutrality. You make every action, raise, fold, or call, with identical rhythm. No tension, no hurry, no hesitation. The language here is one of evenness. You are saying, I am present, not reactive. That sentence is power disguised as calm. From the big blind, stillness is endurance. You face repeated aggression, but you answer with quiet rhythm. Each call, each fold, each defense carries the same cadence. Opponents begin to lose confidence in their reads because your energy never wavers. Stillness here becomes camouflage, invisible control over chaos. Mathematically, stillness translates into efficiency. Every extra motion wastes energy. Awareness in stillness removes excess. You move only when necessary, think only when required. Ratio thinking extends beyond chips, it applies to focus. You spend only what yields return. Emotionally, stillness is protection. When noise rises, laughter after your loss, pressure from constant aggression, stillness shelters you. It absorbs heat without reflecting it. You do not match energy, you neutralize it. Awareness becomes boundary, calm becomes armor. At live tables, the language of stillness is visible. It is in the way you stack chips, the way you fold hands, the way your eyes remain relaxed even in large pots. Opponents watch and feel unease because they cannot translate it. They expect tension and find none. That mystery disarms aggression. Online, stillness speaks through timing. Your actions arrive consistently, no spikes of speed or hesitation. You create rhythm that feels unbreakable. Others read it as confidence, but it is simply awareness, maintaining pace. Psychologically, stillness creates space for awareness to hear subtle cues. When your mind is quiet, small details become loud. The way someone exhales after betting, the fraction of a second between check and call, the tension in posture. These signals exist always, only stillness allows you to receive them. Stillness also communicates intention. A delayed breath before you act can convey patience stronger than any bet. Silence before a call tells the table that you move by reason, not emotion. Over time, this reputation builds. Players respect stillness, even if they cannot name why. From a tactical view, stillness affects others' rhythm more than words ever could. When you remain calm under aggression, opponents grow uncertain. Their timing falters, their bets shift, their decisions lose coherence. You are not confronting them. You are inviting imbalance to reveal itself. Mathematically, stillness has expected value through conservation. Every hand you play from quiet focus costs less mental energy, leaving reserves for critical spots. Over long tournaments, this advantage compounds invisibly. Players running on tension exhaust themselves. You remain steady. Emotionally, stillness demands trust. The mind wants to fill silence with control, to talk, to fidget, to force presence through motion. Awareness resists that urge. You trust that being still is enough. You do not chase perception, you embody it. In deep play, stillness becomes rhythm itself. Your opponents adjust their pace to you unconsciously. The table slows down, decisions stretch longer, variance softens. Awareness in stillness influences the environment without command. You are the quiet metronome of the game. At shallow stacks, stillness becomes patience within urgency. The structure accelerates, blinds rise, players rush. You remain calm, breathing evenly. You act with the same measured rhythm as before. Your stillness tells the table, I do not fear structure. The moment of panic passes around you like wind around stone. Psychologically, the language of stillness is fluency in absence. You do not need to show confidence to have it. You do not need to hide fear to contain it. Stillness speaks both emotions as one, acceptance of all outcomes. Awareness through stillness means you no longer defend identity, you simply exist within rhythm. Emotionally, this language soothes tilt before it begins. The moment frustration rises, you pause, breathe and return to stillness. Awareness feels emotion, but refuses to amplify it. Your calm does not ignore energy, it transforms it. Mathematically, this practice aligns decision-making. Emotional noise skews perception of odds and risk. Stillness restores proportion. You see ratios clearly, unblurred by urgency. You fold, call, or raise, not because of confidence or doubt, but because of structure. Over time, the language of stillness becomes your natural communication at the table. Others interpret it as confidence, mystery, or mastery. But you know it as quiet awareness, the same stillness that breathes through every moment, waiting for nothing, resisting nothing. In life outside the game, the same principle holds. Stillness lets awareness expand beyond circumstance. Whether in conversation, traffic, or silence at night, the absence of reaction reveals truth. You begin to see how poker taught you more than strategy. It taught you how to listen. At the table, stillness grows contagious. Others slow down unconsciously, breathe deeper, and mirror calm. You are no longer just playing poker, you are conducting rhythm through presence alone. That influence is invisible yet absolute. When the dealer pushes chips, when lights flicker on the felt, when motion returns to chaos, your awareness remains centered. Stillness does not break, it adapts. You respond, act, and return to quiet equilibrium. Eventually you realize that stillness is not opposite of action, it is action perfected. Every move you make arises from silence, every word from thought already quiet. This is the highest form of awareness, communication without noise, control without resistance, rhythm without strain. The game continues, hands dealt, pots won and lost, but you remain constant, breathing through motion, calm through variance. The table moves, you do not. That is the language of stillness, awareness made visible, calm made strength, and silence turned into understanding. Chapter 42. Emotional Recovery Between Orbits. Every orbit is a cycle of motion, tension, and release. You post the blinds, defend or fold, win or lose, and then the wheel turns again. What most players forget is that recovery does not begin at the end of a session, it begins between hands. The space between orbits is the quietest and most important part of the game. Emotional recovery lives there. Each orbit leaves residue. A missed draw, a lost flip, a successful bluff, they all leave traces in the body and mind. Without awareness, that residue accumulates until clarity dulls. You start carrying the past into the next hand, reacting not to the moment, but to memory. Awareness cleans that space through recovery. The first step is pause. When the dealer pushes the pot elsewhere, take one slow breath. Do not rush into the next hand emotionally. You are resetting the rhythm. Exhale the last orbit before entering the next. This pause is invisible to others, but it changes everything. The orbit ahead begins clean instead of weighted. Mathematically, recovery preserves expected value by preventing emotional drift. Every small mistake from tilt compounds like interest. One loose call here, one missed fold there, and advantage dissolves. Awareness stops that erosion by restoring balance between orbits. The pause is protection of equity. Emotionally, awareness during recovery feels like stepping out of noise. The mind still echoes with thoughts. I should have folded. Why didn't they call? Awareness listens without reply. You allow emotion to express and exit. You do not trap it through denial. Each feeling becomes breath, and each breath becomes calm. From the blinds, emotional recovery must be constant. Every round, you pay tax to structure, face disadvantage, and endure repeated pressure. Awareness rebuilds strength during idle moments. You use the time between hands to breathe deeper, relax posture, and clear thought. Each reset keeps fatigue from converting into frustration. From the small blind, recovery is rhythm itself. You live in repetition. Fold, fold, fold. Without awareness, monotony breeds impatience. With awareness, it becomes meditation. You treat each orbit as new, each decision as separate. Emotional residue never carries over, because every fold feels fresh. From the big blind, recovery is endurance. You defend often and lose often. The temptation is to justify frustration. They always raise me. Awareness dissolves the narrative. You replace story with structure. The blinds will always return. This is not personal. Recovery here means accepting the inevitable, without resistance. At live tables, emotional residue manifests physically. Shoulders tighten, jaw clenches, breathing shortens. Awareness notices tension first in the body. Recovery begins through release, a stretch, a breath, a soft exhale. You do not need to speak it. The body understands rhythm better than mind. Online, recovery happens through pacing. When emotions rise, you skip a hand or two. You use the time to reset rather than continue in imbalance. Awareness values stillness over action. Missing one hand to restore clarity saves dozens later. Mathematically, awareness through recovery reduces variance of judgment. Emotional swings exaggerate risk perception. Calm restores proportion. By resetting between orbits, you keep your decision-making consistent. Consistency is invisible edge. Psychologically, emotional recovery trains detachment. You stop treating every hand as identity test. Losing one pot no longer questions worth. Winning one no longer proves mastery. You begin to see each orbit as single breath in larger meditation. The ego loses grip. Awareness replaces it with rhythm. In long tournaments, emotional recovery becomes endurance mechanism. Hours stretch into silence. Players who cannot reset accumulate mental clutter until even small pots feel heavy. You, guided by awareness, remain light. Each orbit begins at zero. Variance resets with the shuffle. From a strategic view, recovery creates timing advantage. While others remain emotionally entangled with previous hands, you re-enter flow ahead of them. Their minds lag behind. Yours is present. Awareness turns recovery into positioning, mental position rather than physical. Emotionally, this recovery is not detachment from feeling, but conversation with it. You acknowledge emotion gently, not through judgment. I am frustrated. I am tired. I am calm. Each acknowledgement returns ownership to awareness. Once seen clearly, emotion loses control. At deep stacks, recovery is spacious. You can afford time, afford breath. The table's rhythm moves slower. You use each pause to observe. At shallow stacks, recovery must be immediate, a single breath before the next hand. Awareness compresses into seconds, but loses no power. Over many sessions, recovery becomes ritual. Between orbits, you adjust chips, realign stacks, take a sip of water. These physical actions anchor the mind. They tell your awareness, reset, recalibrate, begin again. The repetition forms quiet mantra of presence. Fatigue challenges recovery most. When tired, you forget to pause, forget to breathe. Awareness anticipates this and simplifies. You stop analyzing. You replace thought with rhythm. Inhale, exhale, fold, continue. The simpler the ritual, the stronger the recovery. At live tables, emotional temperature often carries across seats. A frustrated player passes heat through atmosphere. Awareness protects you through calm boundary. You recognize emotion in air but do not inhale it. Recovery between orbits clears the line between your rhythm and theirs. Mathematically, awareness during recovery keeps performance variance low across long sessions. Consistent decisions yield consistent results. The player who tilts wins brilliantly one day and collapses the next. The player who resets stays steady always. Psychologically, the deeper truth is that emotional recovery is forgiveness. Forgiveness of mistake, of variance, of self. You let go of what cannot return. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is focus reclaimed. When awareness practices forgiveness each orbit, identity lightens. You stop needing the past hand to justify the next. You become a sequence of present moments, rather than chain of regrets. This is how long games remain peaceful, instead of punishing. Over time, these resets create flow that feels effortless. You act, you release, you act again. There is no emotional residue left behind. Opponents may feel burden of loss or rush of victory, but your awareness stays level, orbit after orbit. In life beyond poker, this lesson extends everywhere. Emotional recovery between orbits mirrors recovery between days, conversations, experiences. Each pause resets energy. Each breath clears thought. Awareness follows the same rhythm: motion, silence, renewal. At the table, the ritual remains constant. The dealer shuffles. You breathe once, maybe twice. You let go of the last orbit completely. You begin again with mind unburdened. Eventually, you stop thinking of recovery as act separate from play. It becomes part of rhythm itself. Awareness does not need to reset anymore, because it never leaves balance. Each orbit blends seamlessly into the next, silence within motion, clarity within fatigue, patience within time. That is emotional recovery between orbits, forgiveness as rhythm, stillness as protection, and awareness as renewal through every breath the game takes. Chapter 43. Recognizing the moment to rebuild. Every player, no matter how disciplined, reaches the point of depletion. The stack shrinks, the rhythm thins, the patience you've guarded begins to fray. You feel awareness dim, not from tilt but from wear. This is the moment to rebuild. It does not begin with chips, or hands, or luck. It begins with stillness. Rebuilding starts when you realize you've stopped listening. The noise of the table grows louder, decisions feel rushed, and thought loses clarity. Awareness notices this disconnection, without judgment. You do not push through it. You pause. The pause itself is the first act of rebuilding, a moment of silence to remember rhythm. Many players mistake rebuilding for aggression. They think momentum returns through boldness, through making something happen. Awareness teaches the opposite. Rebuilding begins by removing, not adding. Removing tension, removing frustration, removing attachment to results. What remains afterward is space for awareness to grow again. From the blinds, the need to rebuild arrives subtly. You fold automatically, defend without focus, call because it's habit. These are signs of drift. Awareness catches them early. You take one orbit to breathe through every action, giving each decision presence again. That single conscious orbit restarts rhythm. From the small blind, rebuilding means simplicity. You cut away fancy lines, avoid marginal spots, and let structure guide you. Every small fold strengthens foundation. You remember that discipline is not limitation but repair. Each careful decision patches cracks in focus. From the big blind, rebuilding means patience. You stop trying to fight every open, stop defending ego, and let the game move. Fatigue from constant defense fades when you accept rhythm rather than resist it. Each quiet fold is breath returning to awareness. Mathematically, rebuilding begins with ratio. Your stack in big blinds, your ranges by position, your plan for structure ahead. Awareness replaces emotion with math, because math is stable. It gives shape to chaos. You cannot rebuild from hope, you rebuild from truth. Emotionally, rebuilding means humility. You admit you've lost touch with rhythm. This honesty frees you. Awareness never punishes, it observes. Once acknowledged, fatigue becomes manageable. You are no longer lost in confusion, you are rebuilding from clarity. In live play, the moment to rebuild can be felt in body language. Shoulders lean forward, breath shortens, decisions come too fast. Awareness interrupts pattern with posture. You sit upright, breathe deeper, move slower. The physical shift resets mental flow. Online, rebuilding happens through deliberate slowdown. You stop multi-tabling for one level, focus fully on rhythm of a single table, and resynchronize thought. The mind, starved for quiet, finds relief in reduced motion. Psychologically, the act of rebuilding mirrors recovery after loss. You acknowledge limitation, not failure. Every player loses rhythm, only awareness remembers to rebuild it. This process is proof of maturity, calm correction without drama. Mathematically, rebuilding also involves structure management. You re-evaluate ranges, remeasure effective stacks, and adapt to current depth. Many players keep playing strategies built for stacks they no longer have. Awareness recalculates, ensuring that every move fits proportion. Emotionally, the temptation after drift is urgency. You want to make back what's lost. Awareness reframes this desire into patience. You do not need to reclaim, you need to restore. Time will bring opportunity. For now, the mission is balance. From the small blind, rebuilding often coincides with rising blinds. Structure pressures patience. Awareness holds ground by tightening focus rather than range. You act slower, think clearer, and protect mental stability first. From the big blind, rebuilding uses observation. While folding through orbits, you study others. You notice who's restless, who's confident, who's fading. Your awareness rebuilds through learning. When rhythm returns, this data becomes advantage. At deep stacks, rebuilding is invisible. You still have chips to play, but awareness feels thin. You rebuild through reflection, taking one break, stretching, breathing outside the table's energy. You do not need disaster to justify pause. Awareness knows maintenance prevents collapse. At shallow stacks, rebuilding is compressed into seconds. You have no luxury of breaks. Awareness rebuilds through focus, counting blinds, trusting ranges, accepting structure. Precision becomes peace. Emotionally, the moment to rebuild is the intersection between frustration and fatigue. You feel both, but act on neither. Instead, you breathe until emotion fades and only rhythm remains. That breath is your restart. Mathematically, rebuilding restores long-term expectation. Tilted decisions distort equity, calm ones realign it. Every patient fold, every measured call, recenters value. Awareness turns recovery into math realized through discipline. Psychologically, rebuilding demands gentleness. The instinct is to judge yourself for imbalance. Awareness forbids judgment. You would never rush a broken structure to heal. You let it mend naturally. The same applies to focus. Time and calm repair everything. At live tables, rebuilding through stillness changes atmosphere. Opponents sense your rhythm returning and hesitate. They no longer feel weakness, they feel patience. Energy shifts quietly, without confrontation. Online, rebuilding is rhythm of pace. You use timing tools like breath, same delay before every action, same calm between hands. The uniformity rebuilds focus brick by brick. Emotionally, the hardest part is trusting that patience will be enough. The tired mind wants quick proof of improvement. Awareness resists that need. You rebuild not for validation, but for balance itself. Proof will come later, naturally. Over long tournaments, rebuilding occurs many times. Awareness cycles through expansion and contraction, confidence, fatigue, recovery. Each rebuild makes the next one faster. Eventually, the gap between imbalance and awareness disappears entirely. You feel drift instantly and correct within moments. Mathematically, this progression mirrors convergence. The variance of emotion shrinks, the mean of awareness rises. Your decisions stabilize. The graph of performance smooths like a calm tide. Emotionally, rebuilding transforms fear into gratitude. You stop seeing downswings as punishment and start seeing them as reminders to return to awareness. Without imbalance, you would never learn balance. From a spiritual view, rebuilding is renewal through surrender. You release the idea of control and trust rhythm again. The cards fall, variance flows, and you remain centered. The stack no longer defines presence, awareness does. At live tables, rebuilding also influences perception. Others see your composure after loss and sense steadiness. They over-attack, expecting tilt. You allow it, defending with precision when rhythm supports. Your awareness has rebuilt into invisible strength. Online, rebuilding builds rhythm of patience. You may fold hundreds of hands, play few pots, say nothing. Yet awareness grows silently underneath. When opportunity returns, you act instantly. No hesitation, no overcorrection. The rebuild is complete. Eventually, rebuilding becomes habit. You no longer wait for collapse. You adjust constantly, gently, almost unconsciously. Awareness no longer repairs, it maintains. In time, you realize rebuilding is not something you do. It is something you allow. Awareness always knows how to return. It only needs permission through patience. When the dealer begins the next hand, when the orbit continues, you feel nothing pulling backward. The noise has cleared, the rhythm restored. The rebuild is invisible, but complete. That is how you recognize the moment to rebuild. The instant awareness feels thin. You pause, breathe, and let rhythm find you again. Chapter 44. Patience as a Weapon. Patience is often mistaken for stillness alone. People imagine it as waiting, as doing nothing, as silence stretched thin. But in truth, patience is motion directed inward. It is not absence of action, it is control of timing. In poker, patience is the sharpest weapon you carry, because it turns awareness into pressure. Patience is the opposite of reaction. It allows you to decide when the hand begins and when it ends. While others chase rhythm, you let rhythm come to you. Every fold is another thread of control, woven quietly around the table. When the moment finally arrives, your move lands with clarity that others cannot match. The strength of patience is cumulative. It gathers power in invisibility. Each quiet orbit, each careful decision, each breath that replaces impulse, builds tension around you. Opponents sense your restraint but cannot measure it. They begin to fill the silence with their own motion, mistaking your calm for weakness. That mistake is what patience waits for. From the blinds, patience is forged through repetition. You post, you wait, you fold. Over and over. It feels like nothing, but this routine trains composure under disadvantage. Awareness sees the rhythm as practice. Every orbit you endure without frustration strengthens the edge of patience's blade. From the small blind, patience protects discipline. You see many playable hands, suited connectors, small pairs, and feel tempted to join the noise. Patience reminds you that not all hands deserve motion. You act only when ratio and structure align, conserving energy for moments of true advantage. Each fold here is power disguised as quiet. From the big blind, patience becomes endurance. You defend when math demands, but never from emotion. You do not chase redemption after loss or revenge after aggression. You stay neutral until timing opens again. When it does, patience turns into precision, a calm raise, a measured trap, a quiet reclaiming of rhythm. Mathematically, patience converts long-term expectation into visible result. Every impulsive mistake avoided adds value equal to chips unspent. In thousands of hands, this difference becomes enormous. Patience may not win every pot, but it wins the tournament of time. Emotionally, patience transforms fear. Fear wants control now, patience accepts control later. You learn that delay is not defeat. Awareness trains the body to sit inside uncertainty without pain. The urge to prove strength fades. You no longer need to be seen winning, you only need to remain aligned. At live tables, patience shapes image. Players notice your rhythm, how you act slowly, speak calmly, and rarely overextend. They build stories about you, tight, solid, disciplined. You let those stories exist because they serve you. Patience turns perception into armor. When you finally break pattern with aggression, it lands heavier than words. Online, patience reveals itself through consistency. You never rush clicks or chase lost pots. Opponents who rely on momentum find no opening in your timing. Even without physical presence, your rhythm radiates control. From a tactical view, patience manipulates structure. It allows blinds to rise, stacks to shorten, and opponents to self-destruct. While they grow restless, you remain balanced. Eventually, variance swings back, and patience becomes aggression with perfect timing. Psychologically, patience trains surrender to flow. You stop demanding outcomes from the game. You no longer measure worth by short-term success. Instead, you trust the rhythm of numbers, the fairness of time. Awareness quiets the need for proof. Mathematically, patience mirrors expected value curves, uneven in the short term, smooth in the long run. Awareness reminds you that skill expresses itself not through immediate reward, but through thousands of calm corrections. Patience also sharpens reading. Because you wait longer, you see more. The longer you observe without acting, the clearer rhythm becomes. You catch patterns in speech, timing, and motion invisible to hurried minds. When you finally move, it is not guess, it is inevitability. At deep stacks, patience thrives on possibility. You have space to breathe, to watch, to choose. You wait for perfect intersection of position, ratio, and emotion. When it arrives, the pot builds easily because your timing feels natural. Patience here is expansion, long preparation for graceful attack. At shallow stacks, patience tightens. It becomes economy of movement. Every big blind counts. Every orbit matters. You choose spots through clarity, not fear. Patience under pressure is faith in discipline. You are not waiting for miracle. You are waiting for alignment. Emotionally, patience gives shape to confidence. Loud confidence announces itself. Quiet confidence proves itself through restraint. The player who can wait, fold, and breathe through frustration possesses composure others envy. Awareness turns patience into silent authority. In live play, patience controls emotional temperature. When others rush through orbits, you slow the table without saying a word. You take measured time with decisions, not to stall but to steady rhythm. The entire atmosphere cools. Awareness uses patience as thermostat for chaos. Online, patience manifests in structure management. You play fewer tables when tired, reduce volume when variance spikes, and pause before tilt expands. Each act of restraint preserves clarity for future play. Mathematically, patience increases edge through compounding discipline. The fewer impulsive errors you make, the smaller your deviation from optimal play. Over thousands of hands, this difference defines outcomes. Patience becomes quantifiable advantage. Emotionally, patience removes attachment to tempo. You no longer feel hurried by blinds or pressured by pace. You understand that every game has natural speed, and awareness moves within it, not against it. At the psychological core, patience is faith in structure. You trust that balance returns, that bad beats even out, that good runs fade, that rhythm self-corrects. Fear cannot survive where trust lives. The weaponization of patience happens when others grow uncomfortable with your calm. They press harder, bluff wider, chase variance. You remain unmoved. Their aggression feeds your clarity. When patience finally releases energy through action, it feels unstoppable because it carries stored equilibrium behind it. At deep stages of tournaments, patience becomes visible power. You fold into breaks, breathe through clocks, take time when short. Others misread stillness as fatigue, you know it as preparation. One well-timed decision, one balanced shove, one quiet trap, reverses everything. In life beyond the game, patience remains the same weapon. Every conflict, every delay, every waiting moment is another version of an orbit. Awareness reminds you that stillness does not mean stagnation, it means readiness. Eventually, patience stops feeling like waiting at all. It feels like rhythm itself, the pause between notes that gives music shape. You fold, breathe, and know that this silence is where the next move forms. When the moment finally comes, the perfect range, the perfect read, the perfect timing, you act without hesitation. The energy released feels clean, earned, inevitable. That strike is patience edge. The hand ends. The dealer gathers cards. The table exhales. You return to silence, the weapon sheathed again. That is patience as a weapon, calm forged through time, awareness turned into timing, and control that wins not by force but by never losing balance. Chapter 45. Reading aggression without fear. Aggression is energy in motion. It is loud, forceful, and constant. A current of pressure that tests your stability every orbit. Some players live inside it, believing that volume equals control. But awareness sees aggression differently. It is not an attack, it is information. Reading it without fear transforms pressure into pattern, and pattern into opportunity. Fear interprets aggression as danger. Awareness interprets it as data. Every raise, every bet, every shift in pace reveals rhythm. Aggression is not random, it has timing, shape, and proportion. When you stop fearing it, you begin to hear it. The first lesson in reading aggression is neutrality. You must meet energy with silence. When someone bets large, you do not tighten or tense. You breathe. You feel your pulse slow. This silence allows observation to replace reaction. You start noticing details you once missed: the quickness of motion, the consistency of sizing, the moment between decision and execution. These small signals are rhythm, written in noise. From the blinds, aggression arrives constantly. You post, someone raises, and the pattern repeats. Without awareness, this rhythm feels like attack. With awareness, it becomes predictable motion, a drumbeat you can sync with. Once you know its tempo, you can guide it. From the small blind, you face aggression most often from late position. Awareness turns this repetition into study. You notice which players raise automatically, which hesitate when you defend, which skebet regardless of texture. Their aggression becomes a mirror reflecting habit. You do not fight it, you catalogue it. From the big blind, reading aggression becomes art of patience. You call more often, defend more ranges, and see aggression unfold through multiple streets. Awareness teaches that not all pressure carries truth. Some bets are heavy but hollow. The difference reveals itself through timing. Consistent motion signals value. Uneven pacing signals fear. Mathematically, awareness turns aggression into ratio. A half-pot bet represents one price, a shove another. When you measure rather than feel, fear disappears. Numbers are calm, emotion is noise. You ask not, can I handle this, but do the odds align? That shift from emotion to logic restores control. Emotionally, fear feeds on imagination. The mind fills unknowns with threat. Awareness replaces imagination with observation. You no longer picture disaster, you watch behavior. Fear fades in the presence of fact. Aggression without fear also means respect without submission. You acknowledge your opponent's strength, but you do not surrender rhythm. Awareness sees that aggression needs response to survive. Silence suffocates it. When you fold with calm or call without hesitation, the aggressor loses feedback. Their rhythm begins to stumble. From a tactical perspective, aggression is range polarization, a mix of strength and bluff. Fear blurs those boundaries. Awareness clarifies them. You learn to separate consistent stories from contradictions. When aggression aligns with logic, you fold gracefully. When it doesn't, you call softly. Both are victories of awareness. At live tables, aggression feels physical. Chips hit felt sharply. Voices rise. Motion quickens. Awareness listens not to volume, but to timing. The real information lies in rhythm, not tone. Aggression delivered evenly, without pause, often carries truth. Aggression forced, punctuated by tension, often masks uncertainty. Online, aggression translates into numbers, frequency, sizing, timing. Awareness reads those numbers like music. Too frequent, and rhythm loses balance. Too rare, and meaning changes. Over hundreds of hands, patterns emerge. You see aggression not as chaos but as tempo. You can anticipate. Psychologically, reading aggression without fear means separating self from outcome. You stop hearing bets as judgment. They are not challenges to identity, they are questions of structure. Awareness answers with ratio, not pride. You no longer feel personally attacked. The game becomes impersonal, calm exchange of probability. Emotionally, awareness prevents retaliation. Fear wants to restore power through counter-aggression. It whispers, "They can't keep doing this to you." Awareness smiles quietly and says, "Yes, they can," until rhythm changes. You wait, knowing that aggression unsustained collapses under its own weight. From the small blind, you sometimes face aggression through 3 bets from big stacks. Awareness prepares before emotion reacts. You already know your range, your plan, your line. There is no surprise, only structure. Fear loses anchor when preparation precedes confrontation. From the big blind, aggression comes post-flop, through multiple barrels. Awareness divides the sequence: flop, turn, river. Each bet is signal, not storm. When timing weakens, when aggression slows or bet size shrinks, you see fatigue. The pressure was not real, it was rhythm imitating strength. Mathematically, reading aggression requires calibration of frequencies. You know how often certain lines appear with real value. When numbers deviate, you exploit calmly. Fear creates extremes. Awareness creates proportion. Emotionally, the hardest aggression to face is silence between bets, that pause where uncertainty feels longest. Awareness uses that silence as meditation. You breathe through it, seeing not tension but timing. The pause is their story forming. You are already reading it. At deep stacks, aggression stretches longer. Awareness maintains patience, recognizing that rhythm repeats. You fold early streets, defend later ones, choose battles proportionally. You do not fight noise, you wait for imbalance. At shallow stacks, aggression becomes finality. Pots end quickly. Awareness accepts this compression without panic. Ratios remain constant, even as stacks shrink. Numbers do not fear pressure, neither should you. Psychologically, awareness reframes aggression as communication. Every bet says something. I want fold equity. I want control. I need silence. You listen instead of react. Most players speak without hearing themselves. You become translator of energy. Emotionally, awareness shifts goal from dominance to harmony. You are not trying to overpower aggression. You are synchronizing with it until it reveals weakness. The calm defender dictates pace by refusing to accelerate. At live tables, this calm becomes visible. You call with quiet face, fold without reaction, breathe evenly. The aggressor senses control but cannot disrupt it. Their energy fades as yours deepens. Awareness in motion neutralizes force. Online, this calm exists in timing consistency. You never speed up under aggression or delay under pressure. Your rhythm remains identical, whether facing min-bets or shoves. Opponents feel no emotional leverage. Awareness through timing removes advantage of intimidation. Mathematically, the balance of aggression and defense defines poker itself. Those who fear it lose value. Those who overuse it lose balance. Awareness turns aggression from enemy into teacher. Each bet you face trains you to feel structure more deeply. Emotionally, reading aggression without fear expands empathy. You begin to sense that the aggressor, too, acts from tension, fear disguised as force. Their pressure is their defense. Awareness sees this and responds with compassion, not hostility. Eventually, you stop labeling aggression as good or bad. You see it as part of rhythm, necessary contrast to stillness. The table breathes through these cycles, push and rest, action and calm. Your awareness stays constant, beneath both. When aggression arrives, you do not brace. You observe, measure, breathe. You recognize energy as pattern, not threat. The hand ends. The table quiets. Awareness remains. That is reading aggression without fear, the art of turning pressure into rhythm, of hearing noise as music, and of staying calm enough to see truth beneath motion. Chapter 46. When to let go of control. Control feels safe. It gives the illusion that order can be held inside a game built on chaos. You track ratios, read ranges, watch rhythms, and believe that mastery means command. But poker, like life, eventually reveals the truth. Control is temporary. Awareness learns to release it. Letting go of control is not weakness. It is alignment. It means recognizing when your effort begins to distort rhythm, instead of shaping it. You study, you plan, you execute, but once the cards are dealt, variance moves through everything. Awareness sees that control ends where uncertainty begins. Acceptance, not resistance, is the bridge between them. The first step in letting go is to notice tension. You feel it in the chest, in the shoulders, in the way thoughts tighten around outcomes. Tension is control, holding too tightly. Awareness loosens it through breath. Every inhale reminds you that rhythm moves on its own. Every exhale releases the need to manage it. From the blinds, control feels like burden. You post involuntarily, act early, face disadvantage. The instinct is to reclaim balance through force, to widen ranges, to defend recklessly, to prove agency. Awareness corrects this illusion. You do not need to control disadvantage, you need to understand it. By accepting your position, you free energy that control wastes. From the small blind, control often appears as overanalysis. You measure every detail, double-check every ratio, question every fold. Awareness steps back. It says, you already know enough. Perfection chokes rhythm. Trust restores it. The moment you act without clinging to justification, calm returns. From the big blind, letting go means patience within chaos. You face constant pressure and endless motion. Awareness reframes this rhythm as practice in surrender. You stop trying to predict outcomes and start observing reactions. Control collapses, clarity expands. Mathematically, letting go of control aligns with variance itself. Even optimal play cannot guarantee result. Every action carries probability, not promise. Awareness accepts this math emotionally, not just intellectually. When you release attachment to outcomes, numbers stop feeling personal. Emotionally, the desire for control hides fear, fear of loss, of humiliation, of uncertainty. Awareness meets that fear with gentleness. You remind yourself that the game's beauty lies in unpredictability. You cannot dominate rhythm, you can only move with it. At live tables, control manifests through tension in behavior. Players grip chips tightly, speak faster, or hold breath when pots grow large. Awareness reads these as signals, both in others and in self. The correction is simple: stillness. Relax hands, slow speech, breathe evenly. Let the table's motion pass through without clinging. Online, control hides in pacing. You click too fast after losses, reopen tables, chase situations. Awareness interrupts momentum with silence. You take 1 minute, one breath, one pause before acting again. That single moment breaks the illusion of control and restores rhythm. Psychologically, letting go feels unnatural at first. The ego resists surrender. It confuses control with identity. If I'm not directing everything, who am I? Awareness answers. You are presence itself. Once you stop defending identity through control, awareness becomes lighter, freer, more fluid. Mathematically, awareness through surrender maintains optimal play without tension. You still calculate ratios, still respect position, still analyze patterns, but you no longer anchor emotion to precision. Mistakes no longer feel like failure. They become part of rhythm. Control would punish them. Awareness integrates them. From the small blind, surrender shows in simplicity. You stop forcing creative plays, trusting core fundamentals instead. You accept that balance emerges from repetition, not invention. Control tries to impress. Awareness simply expresses. From the big blind, surrender feels like acceptance of variance. You will fold many hands, lose many blinds, and defend without result. Awareness understands that these losses are structural, not personal. You let them pass like waves over stone. Control would fight each one until exhaustion. Awareness remains steady beneath them. Emotionally, letting go of control teaches humility. You realize that luck, timing, and variance are not enemies. They are rhythm's teachers. Each unpredictable outcome reminds you that awareness is stronger than strategy alone. Control builds walls. Awareness builds flow. At deep stacks, control feels possible. Room to maneuver, space to plan. Awareness still reminds you to release attachment to plan itself. You build structure, then let rhythm move it naturally. The best strategies are flexible. The best players yield. At shallow stacks, surrender becomes necessity. You cannot control timing or luck when down to a few big blinds. Awareness transforms inevitability into peace. You make best decision, breathe, and accept result. Freedom replaces fear. Psychologically, letting go of control rebuilds confidence. True confidence comes not from certainty, but from comfort within uncertainty. You stop needing the board to cooperate. You stop needing opponents to behave predictably. You simply adapt as rhythm shifts. Mathematically, this approach mirrors equilibrium. No single action dominates. Balance lives in motion. Awareness maintains this equilibrium, naturally, once control releases pressure. Emotionally, letting go prevents tilt before it begins. Tilt is control, rebelling against loss of influence. When awareness accepts randomness, there is nothing to rebel against. Emotion flows without residue. At live tables, surrender feels like presence. You no longer anticipate outcomes mid-hand. You listen to rhythm as it unfolds. Every sound, every movement, every pause becomes clear. Control narrows focus, awareness widens it. Online, surrender is rhythm of pace. You no longer react to variance with extra volume or urgency. You continue your routine, same tempo, same decisions. Each click expresses awareness, not reaction. From the blinds, letting go becomes emotional freedom. You stop fearing disadvantage. You accept it, and through that acceptance, disadvantage loses strength. The less you fight, the stronger your rhythm becomes. Psychologically, surrender connects you to flow. Flow is awareness without interference. When you stop controlling, you return to that state automatically. Thoughts slow, decisions simplify, peace returns. In long tournaments, control deteriorates as fatigue rises. Awareness anticipates this and softens before breakdown. You begin folding a little more, talking a little less, conserving focus for critical hands. Surrender becomes preparation, not loss. Emotionally, surrender feels like exhale after long holding. The muscles release, thoughts settle, clarity returns. The need to predict fades into comfort, with surprise. That is peace born from trust. Mathematically, surrender respects structure. You play within rules of ratio and position, but release attachment to immediate result. The decisions remain sharp, the emotion remains soft. Eventually you see that letting go of control does not remove agency, it perfects it. You act from awareness, not from grasping. You still choose every move, but each choice comes from balance, rather than fear. At the table, this looks like quiet confidence. You fold large hands calmly, call light when intuition aligns, smile after loss, breathe through noise. The table sees calm, but does not understand it. They think you are lucky, you know you are free. When the cards fall and variance delivers chaos, you stay centered. You are no longer managing outcome, you are moving within rhythm. Control has turned into awareness, and awareness into peace. That is when to let go, when control becomes tension, when patience becomes force, when stillness becomes strain. You release, breathe, and return to flow. That is how you stay whole inside uncertainty, not by gripping harder, but by letting go entirely. Chapter 47. The Gravity of Momentum. Momentum is invisible gravity. You cannot see it, but you feel its pull. A few pots in a row, a rush of cards, a streak of folds, it all begins to gather weight. The table starts tilting one direction, and everything seems to move with it. Awareness is what allows you to notice this gravity before it carries you away. Momentum is not luck alone, it is energy taking form. When you win several hands quickly, confidence expands, rhythm quickens, breathing shortens. When you lose, patience contracts, thought fragments, emotion rises. Both directions create imbalance. Awareness steadies you in the center, where momentum passes without control. The first step is recognition. You feel the table accelerate, decisions coming faster, voices louder, bets bigger. You sense your own pulse, matching that tempo. This is momentum beginning to bend the orbit. Awareness pauses. It says, slow down. You adjust timing before emotion takes over. From the blinds, momentum feels heavier than anywhere else. Each orbit costs chips automatically, and each loss adds to the sensation of sliding downhill. Awareness reframes this pressure. The blinds are not gravity, they are rhythm markers. They rise predictably, not emotionally. You anchor yourself to math, not mood. From the small blind, momentum appears through reaction. After losing pots, you start defending too lightly. After winning, you start raising too often. Awareness notices this swing and brings breath back into structure. You remind yourself that each hand is separate. The past does not demand balance. From the big blind, momentum comes in waves. Aggressive players raise continuously, stacking orbits against you. The temptation is to fight back, purely to stop the slide. Awareness reframes this urge. You do not stop gravity by pushing harder, you stop it by becoming still. One patient fold resets rhythm faster than any counterattack. Mathematically, momentum does not exist in numbers, only in perception. Probabilities remain unchanged. Awareness reminds you that cards have no memory. The only momentum in poker is emotional inertia, the mind's habit of carrying feeling forward. Recognizing this dissolves illusion. Emotionally, momentum is comfort disguised as rhythm. When running well, you want it to continue. When running bad, you want it to reverse. Both desires are attachment. Awareness detaches. You breathe through both sides equally, understanding that rhythm always changes, no matter what you prefer. At live tables, momentum radiates through sound. Chips move faster, conversation grows animated, the room vibrates with subtle urgency. Awareness listens to this shift, like weather. You neither hide from it nor feed it. You adapt by moving slower, speaking softer, letting others exhaust energy while yours remains stable. Online, momentum appears through pace. Hands blur, wins and losses compress, variance accelerates. Awareness builds space intentionally, adding small pauses, reviewing decisions slowly, resetting posture. These micro breaks break gravity's pull. Psychologically, momentum is identity in motion. When things go well, you feel smart. When they don't, you feel flawed. Awareness separates identity from result. Momentum affects only surface energy, never inner presence. You are awareness, not outcome. From the small blind, recovering from negative momentum means reducing complexity. You fold borderline hands, avoid unnecessary aggression, and allow time to reset naturally. Patience rebuilds structure. From the big blind, recovering means grounding in ratio. You defend only when price dictates, not when emotion demands. You re-establish control through mathematics, one measured call at a time. Mathematically, awareness counters momentum through expected value consistency. Each decision remains identical, regardless of recent results. Over time, this uniformity defeats the illusion of streaks. Emotionally, the hardest pull comes from success. Winning creates gravity of expectation. You start believing rhythm will always obey. Awareness keeps humility alive. You remember that luck and timing still govern variance. Gratitude replaces arrogance, and flow remains clean. At live tables, awareness uses posture to resist momentum. After a big pot, you do not lean forward or celebrate. You remain still, resetting energy quietly. The table reads calm instead of excitement, and momentum's weight lightens. Online, awareness manages frequency. You avoid increasing hand volume out of confidence or frustration. More hands do not mean more control, they mean faster gravity. You slow pace deliberately. Psychologically, momentum tests emotional elasticity, your ability to expand and contract without breaking. Awareness keeps elasticity alive by refusing rigidity. You allow rhythm to rise and fall naturally. You bend with variance instead of fighting it. Mathematically, the illusion of hot or cold runs collapses under large sample size. Awareness trusts this truth and waits. Time dissolves gravity. Emotionally, you learn to love neutrality. It feels light, balanced, detached from the swings. You stop craving upswings and fearing downswings. Awareness values clarity over excitement. At deep stacks, momentum tempts creativity. You feel freedom and start experimenting beyond structure. Awareness reminds you that freedom without discipline drifts into chaos. You stay creative within proportion. At shallow stacks, momentum feels more dangerous. Each pot carries higher consequence, and gravity seems sharper. Awareness converts fear into focus, breathing slower, counting blinds, trusting ranges. You rebuild momentum quietly through precision, not volume. The table itself has momentum too. When one player wins several hands, others unconsciously adjust, tightening ranges, hesitating longer. Awareness senses this group energy. You can cool it by staying silent, or redirect it by acting when everyone else contracts. Control through calm replaces reaction through emotion. Over time, you realize momentum cannot be stopped, only redirected. Awareness learns to ride it like current, pushing gently when it flows in your favor, anchoring softly when it turns. Control becomes harmony. Psychologically, this mastery feels like detachment from pace. You are no longer racing with the table. You are moving inside your own timing, aware of rhythm, but never pulled by it. Momentum still exists, but its gravity cannot move awareness. Mathematically, this equilibrium looks like stability across variance. Your decisions maintain quality through all streaks. Awareness removes peaks and valleys until graph smooths into steady climb. Emotionally, letting momentum pass becomes meditation. Each win, each loss, each orbit feels temporary. The only constant is breath, the steady rhythm beneath gravity. At live tables, this calm changes perception. Others sense you are unaffected by flow. They begin fearing your patience more than your aggression. Momentum shifts subtly toward you, not because of force, but because of stillness. Online, it shows through consistency. Whether up or down, your timing remains the same. You play the same structure, the same calm. The program cannot measure peace, but opponents feel it. Eventually, you stop thinking of momentum as advantage or curse. You see it as weather, something to acknowledge, never to fight. You dress accordingly, stay steady, and wait for the sun to return. When the orbit turns, when cards change, when gravity releases, awareness remains unmoved. You realize you never lost control of rhythm. You simply stopped trying to own it. That is the gravity of momentum, the unseen force that tests balance, the invisible current that awareness learns not to resist but to ride with grace. Chapter 48. Rhythm Beyond Cards. At first you learn rhythm through cards, betting rounds, blinds, orbits, and action sequences. You watch how the game breathes in patterns: deal, decision, resolution, silence. But over time you start to feel rhythm that extends beyond those mechanics. It is not just in the cards or the chips. It is in the flow of attention itself. Awareness begins to see that rhythm exists everywhere. Rhythm beyond cards is the awareness of motion without need for outcome. It is how you breathe between hands, how the table hums between decisions, how thought slows after long tension. You stop seeing poker as isolated actions and start feeling it as continuous movement, energy rising and falling like waves. When awareness reaches this level, variance stops feeling personal. Wins and losses dissolve into patterns of tempo. Each swing in fortune is simply another beat in the same song. You no longer divide moments into good or bad. They are just fast or slow, loud or quiet. Rhythm replaces judgment. From the blinds you experience rhythm more than anyone. You see the orbit move through you every round, posting, folding, defending, releasing. Each repetition is its own heartbeat. Awareness learns to hear that heartbeat, not as punishment, but as presence. It reminds you that every orbit has beginning and end, inhale and exhale. From the small blind, rhythm beyond cards means feeling the transitions of others. You notice when players exhale after folding, when their body language loosens, when silence settles across the felt. These small cues are music. Awareness interprets them naturally, not as information to exploit, but as signals to stay in harmony. From the big blind, rhythm beyond cards is motion through disadvantage. You are the pulse of defense, calm repetition inside chaos. Each hand begins with forced investment and ends with release. Over time, you realize this mirrors every cycle of life: effort, surrender, renewal. The blinds teach rhythm through inevitability. Mathematically, rhythm beyond cards mirrors frequency. Every decision, every range, every ratio carries expected intervals. Awareness turns math into motion. You feel when aggression should increase, when defense should slow, when stacks demand shift in tempo. It is logic expressed through intuition. Emotionally, rhythm beyond cards feels like peace under variance. You stop clinging to results because you sense continuity beneath them. The table changes, cards flip, chips move, but awareness remains the same. The stillness inside you becomes the metronome that keeps everything balanced. At live tables, rhythm extends into sound. The hum of conversation, the shuffle of cards, the faint clink of chips, all create tempo. Awareness moves in sync with it. When energy rises, you breathe slower. When silence stretches, you soften posture. You are not controlling rhythm, you are participating in it. Online, rhythm reveals itself through pacing and flow. Bet timers, animations, hand histories, all follow steady cadence. Awareness keeps you inside that flow, never rushing or resisting. The absence of physical sound becomes its own silence, a rhythm of attention itself. Psychologically, rhythm beyond cards teaches trust. You realize you can move through uncertainty without anxiety, because the rhythm never stops. Even mistakes have rhythm, the pause before learning, the patience before correction. Awareness finds comfort in continuity. From a tactical view, rhythm beyond cards improves decision timing. You feel when to apply pressure, not through analysis, but through alignment. The right bluff arrives naturally. The correct fold feels inevitable. Awareness no longer separates mind and motion. Thought becomes action, instantly. Mathematically, this intuition still respects ratio. You are not guessing, you are acting from pattern recognition, internalized through thousands of orbits. Awareness has stored the math subconsciously, allowing instinct to move freely. Rhythm replaces calculation only after calculation has built rhythm. Emotionally, this state feels like flow extended beyond single hands. You are no longer reacting to results. You are part of a continuous process. The session, the day, the tournament, all feel like one seamless moment. Awareness perceives no beginning, no end, only rhythm. At deep stacks, rhythm expands outward. You feel the structure of time, blinds rising, levels changing, fatigue setting in. Each factor joins the same current. Awareness moves with it, instead of against it. You plan not through fear of change, but through trust in rhythm's return. At shallow stacks, rhythm compresses. You act quicker, breathe shorter, make faster decisions, yet awareness remains unhurried. Even in speed, rhythm stays smooth. You are not reacting, you are synchronizing. Psychologically, rhythm beyond cards dissolves ego. The sense of I doing something fades. You are no longer fighting opponents, you are moving inside a larger pattern. Awareness recognizes that everyone at the table is part of the same rhythm, each hand connected, each action part of shared motion. Emotionally, this shift replaces ambition with gratitude. You feel thankful for every hand, every orbit, even every loss. Each one contributes to rhythm's completeness. The game becomes meditation through motion. At live tables, this awareness influences others subconsciously. Your calm breathing slows the pace. Your steady posture anchors tension. Opponents respond without realizing it. Conversations quiet. Movements soften. The table begins to match your rhythm. Awareness becomes conductor through stillness. Online, rhythm beyond cards connects through focus. Even without faces or voices, you feel presence across the network. Other minds, other rhythms. Awareness expands empathy through digital silence. Mathematically, rhythm beyond cards is variance averaged across time. Each orbit is sample size, each session part of infinite sequence. Awareness feels infinite horizon beneath temporary fluctuations. You play not for result, but for alignment within that horizon. Emotionally, rhythm beyond cards is liberation. You stop measuring success by chips or money. You measure it by clarity. Each moment you remain aware through motion is victory. From the small blind, rhythm beyond cards expresses through repetition, without frustration. Folding 20 hands in a row becomes peaceful instead of dull. You are breathing, not waiting. From the big blind, rhythm expresses through resilience. Defending, folding, watching, all become meditation on patience. Awareness no longer divides action from rest. Both are rhythm in different tempo. Over time, you realize that rhythm is the true teacher. Cards are only its language. Every bluff, fold, and showdown is note in a larger composition of awareness. The lesson was never about winning. It was about learning to move in time with what cannot be controlled. Eventually, rhythm beyond cards becomes the way you see everything. The same awareness that guides poker guides life. The flow of conversation, the pacing of thought, the rise and fall of emotion. You act when timing aligns, rest when it fades, and remain still through every shift. When the dealer shuffles, when the next hand begins, when chips clatter softly against the felt, you are already there, not as player, but as rhythm itself. That is rhythm beyond cards, awareness extended beyond motion, patience stretched beyond variance, and peace found in every breath that moves between decisions. Chapter 49. Returning to Presence. Presence is where the game truly happens. Not in the past hand that stung, not in the next orbit waiting to begin, but here inside the quiet rhythm of this moment. Returning to presence is the art of coming home to awareness, after drifting into memory or imagination. It is the most important return in poker and in life. Every player drifts. The mind slips backward to a misplayed pot, or forward to a potential run-up. Both directions steal clarity. You begin to play from reaction instead of rhythm. Awareness notices this drift before it, deepens and guides you back to stillness. That return is what keeps the long journey balanced. Presence begins with breath. It is the body's anchor to now. One slow inhale draws awareness inward. One slow exhale releases tension outward. Every time you breathe consciously at the table, you realign focus. Cards, chips, sound, all fall back into perspective. From the blinds, presence feels like patience reborn. You post, you wait, you fold, and instead of frustration, you feel rhythm. Each forced investment becomes reminder to recenter. The blinds do not punish you, they remind you where you are. Presence is not escape from structure, but harmony within it. From the small blind, returning to presence means accepting imperfection. You will make marginal folds, miss raises, lose pots you could have won. Awareness returns by refusing self-criticism. You whisper to yourself, that hand is gone. The moment you forgive, presence returns. From the big blind, presence is awareness through defense. You cannot choose when action comes. You can only choose how clearly you meet it. When aggression arrives, you breathe once before reacting. That single pause transforms fear into focus. The hand unfolds in slow motion because you are watching, not worrying. Mathematically, presence means precision without tension. You count big blinds, calculate pot odds, and make decisions without hurry. The numbers flow through you like rhythm instead of pressure. Awareness replaces anxiety with process. Emotionally, presence dissolves noise. The self-talk fades. No what if, no why me. You hear only the table, chips moving, cards sliding, quiet voices. This simplicity is peace disguised as sound. Awareness listens fully, and thought stops competing. At live tables, presence shows physically. Your eyes soften, your shoulders drop, your breathing deepens. Others feel calm radiating from you. They may not understand it, but they respond to it. Presence spreads like silence, unnoticed but powerful. Online, presence lives in rhythm of motion. The absence of physical space makes awareness internal. You keep posture straight, breathing steady, timing consistent. You play through screens but not through distraction. Presence turns the digital into human again. Psychologically, presence is forgiveness in motion. You forgive the hand that hurt, the mistake that stung, the doubt that followed. Without forgiveness, awareness cannot breathe. Presence replaces guilt with curiosity. What did this teach me? Every lesson is another return to rhythm. From the small blind, presence builds through consistency. You act slowly, fold calmly, maintain same demeanor regardless of stack. You treat every decision as identical in weight. This equality keeps awareness grounded. Nothing feels too important, and therefore everything feels clear. From the big blind, presence becomes trust. You cannot control the next card, but you can control readiness. Awareness sits inside uncertainty, comfortably. That comfort becomes visible, confidence. Mathematically, presence connects logic to feeling. When numbers and intuition align, you sense peace before acting. That peace is confirmation of clarity. Awareness has returned. Emotionally, returning to presence repairs fatigue. The longer you play, the more mental residue accumulates. Awareness wipes that surface clean. You no longer carry frustration from last hand into next. Each decision begins new. At live tables, presence helps you read rhythm again. After tilt or distraction, your vision widens. You notice gestures, timing, tone, the small details that disappeared under stress. The table feels slower because you have returned to now. Online, presence restores tempo. After running bad, you stop clicking fast, stop chasing spots. You move with structure again. Variance becomes rhythm, not enemy. Psychologically, returning to presence teaches humility. You realize awareness is not permanent, it drifts constantly. Each time you return, you practice patience with yourself. The act of returning is not failure, it is discipline. At deep stacks, presence stabilizes decision density. You think clearly across long sessions without exhaustion. The energy once spent resisting mistakes becomes calm acceptance. At shallow stacks, presence is courage. Every hand may be decisive, yet you play without fear. Awareness focuses only on process, never on outcome. Even all-ins feel like simple extensions of rhythm. Emotionally, returning to presence is renewal of empathy. You stop seeing opponents as obstacles and start seeing them as part of the same rhythm, people navigating variance beside you. Compassion replaces competition. Mathematically, presence keeps ratio honest. When emotion fades, calculation becomes clear again. You read odds as they are, not as you wish them to be. Truth replaces bias. From a spiritual view, returning to presence is the essence of awareness itself, the realization that nothing exists outside this moment. The past cannot touch you, the future cannot pull you. Only breath connects the two. At live tables, presence transforms perception. The noise of the casino fades into soft hum. The lights stop feeling harsh. You become both observer and participant, calm inside movement. The table breathes with you. Online, presence manifests as flow across hours. You lose track of time, not because of distraction, but because of connection. Decisions emerge effortlessly, and variance passes unnoticed. Emotionally, this return brings peace deeper than satisfaction. Satisfaction depends on result. Peace depends on presence. Awareness no longer cares about chip count. It cares about rhythm. Continued. Over many sessions, you will drift thousands of times and return thousands more. Each return strengthens awareness. Presence becomes muscle memory, always available, never far. Eventually, you no longer need to remind yourself to return. You simply are here, constant through change. The cards, the blinds, the outcomes, all come and go. Presence remains. When you finish a long tournament, when lights dim and silence falls over the empty room, you feel it still, the quiet rhythm of presence breathing beneath thought. You realize that every hand, win or loss, was practice in coming home to this moment. That is returning to presence, the art of breathing through memory and into awareness, the discipline of forgiveness, and the calm that waits quietly beneath all motion. Chapter 50. The Quiet Endgame. The endgame is not loud. It does not arrive with triumph or panic, only quiet clarity. Stacks are short, blinds are high, and the room feels smaller than before. The chatter fades, fatigue settles, and only rhythm remains. Awareness carries you through the final orbits, not through force, but through surrender. By now, every movement feels familiar. You no longer think about position or range, you breathe through them. Each fold, each raise, each pause has rhythm embedded inside it. The game has stripped away everything unnecessary, the noise, the doubt, the illusion of control. What remains is focus in its purest form. The quiet endgame teaches the truth about the blinds. They were never obstacles, only teachers. Playing from disadvantage, refined patience, acting without position built awareness. Each forced post was a lesson in surrender. Every defense was practice in acceptance. Now those lessons merge into stillness that guides you through the final hands. From the small blind, the endgame becomes decision by instinct. You act swiftly, with trust earned through repetition. You know when to push, when to fold, when to wait. There is no tension, only rhythm. The cards fall, the dealer speaks, and you move within structure as naturally as breathing. From the big blind, you become watcher of rhythm itself. The orbits spin faster now. Antes, shoves, short stacks colliding. Awareness slows your perception. You no longer fear being forced to act. You meet each shove with calculation and calm. When it is your turn, you move in silence, clarity guiding motion. Mathematically, the quiet endgame is pure ratio. Stack sizes and pot odds replace emotion completely. Decisions simplify into yes or no, call or fold. But beneath the math, awareness breathes patience into every calculation. You do not cling to survival. You allow rhythm to decide. Emotionally, the endgame is release. You feel the tension of long play, unwind, the noise in the room dimming into background hum. You stop chasing victory. You realize victory has already happened in endurance, in focus, in awareness that never left. At live tables, the air feels different near the end. The chips sound sharper, the silence heavier. Players move slower, their energy fragile. Awareness reads this rhythm, not as pressure, but as peace. Every sound, every motion feels softer. You exist inside it, no longer against it. Online, the endgame feels weightless. The screen's numbers blur into motion. Stacks rise and fall with almost no emotion. You act as awareness itself, observing, deciding, accepting. The rhythm of play has merged with the rhythm of thought. From the small blind, the quiet endgame means clarity of intention. You are no longer defending, only choosing moments that align with structure. Folds come easily, aggression flows naturally. Every action feels final, yet effortless. From the big blind, it means composure under pressure. You face shoves without hesitation, knowing variance rules the final stage. Awareness does not resist it. You trust that the game ends as it must, and that peace comes from alignment, not outcome. Mathematically, your decisions have never been cleaner. Fewer choices, higher stakes, simpler patterns. Awareness thrives in this simplicity. You no longer seek edges through complexity. You maintain advantage through calm. Emotionally, you begin to sense closure. The orbit narrows, stacks fade, and only awareness remains steady. You do not feel fear of elimination or desire for victory, only stillness. The endgame becomes meditation. At deep runs, when adrenaline rises and the crowd murmurs, awareness whispers softer. Breathe, observe, act. You hear your pulse, not your thoughts. You trust the same stillness that carried you through every blind, every defense, every hand that tested patience. Psychologically, the quiet endgame reveals that mastery was never about dominance. It was about consistency. Awareness survived what emotion could not. You did not conquer the game, you learned to move within it peacefully. From a tactical view, awareness in the endgame means precision without attachment. You shove because ratio says shove, you fold because math says fold. The body moves before emotion intervenes. It feels like instinct, but it is simply awareness operating without interruption. Emotionally, the last hands feel slower than time. You see every motion in detail: the flick of a chip, the turn of a card, the exhale of a player letting go. Awareness records everything in silence. You feel gratitude for the moment, even as it ends. At live tables, you will sometimes hear applause, see lights flash, or feel the hum of exhaustion. Awareness stays beyond all that. It feels only rhythm, the same rhythm that began with the posting of the blinds, carried through every orbit, and now fades into stillness. Online, the endgame ends quietly too. The final hand plays, the result appears, and the screen blinks back to lobby. There is no ceremony, only stillness. Awareness watches without reaction. The same calm that guided you through the first hand guides you through the last. Mathematically, awareness measures success, not by finish, but by balance. You cannot control order of elimination, only quality of presence. Each decision made with full awareness is perfect, regardless of result. Emotionally, the quiet endgame dissolves the idea of ending altogether. The cards will shuffle again, the blinds will rise again, the rhythm will continue somewhere else. You feel peace because awareness has no final hand. From the small blind, you smile softly as you release your last fold. From the big blind, you breathe one last deep breath, watching the table you've lived inside for hours. You feel no regret, no rush, only gratitude. Eventually you stand, stretch, and notice the silence that follows play. It is not emptiness, it is fullness returned to quiet. The game has ended, but the rhythm remains inside you. The quiet endgame teaches the final truth of playing from the blinds, that disadvantage, pressure, fatigue, and surrender were not obstacles, but invitations to patience, to presence, to peace. You did not win by force. You won by listening. That is the quiet endgame, awareness returning to stillness, the orbit completing its circle, and the player realizing that calm was victory all along.